seducing her into bed. Nothing ever happened in this villa before, but ever since you came back, there has been constant trouble. How did Ranran hurt her leg? Where did the injuries on her body come from? Tell me, were you the one who took the things from the safe this time? So whenever something goes wrong, it's my fault. Just because something is missing, you assume I took it. In the grand hall of the Fu family, Fu Yunyin stood alone, facing off against four people. Father Fu kept rambling on. The safest password is your birthday. Who else could it be if not you? Am I the only one in this house with a birthday on May 24th? Fu Yunyin cast a mocking glance at Fu Ranran standing behind Mother Fu. Her eyes were brimming with tears, but she stubbornly refused to let them fall. Before I came back, weren't there a bunch of servants in this villa? You're telling me none of them knew Ranran's birthday? That none of them had any motive? Fu Yunyin let out a bitter laugh. Looking at her cold, indifferent parents who stood firmly by Ranran's side, her heart felt like it was being pricked by needles. She had once longed so much to reunite with her birth parents, and now all she felt was disappointment. This whole situation was so blatant, she didn't know whether her parents and brother Fu Yincan were genuinely oblivious or just completely biased. Her school was within the third ring road. She returned home by herself after evening classes, often near 10:30 or even 11 p.m. What motive could she possibly have? Where would she even find the time to take anything from the safe? They had blocked her at the door the moment she walked in, just to interrogate her. How considerate of them. If the servants wanted to steal, why didn't they do it before? And Ranran? That's even more impossible. She has grown up in this house, she has everything, only you don't. Father Fu sneered. So what if you have Fu blood in you? Growing up in that environment, who knows if you've picked up some bad habits, like petty theft? Fu Yunyin's heart turned to ice. Her whole body trembled with rage. These were the words of her biological father. Her older brother Fu Yincan, who had been silent, finally stepped forward. Yunyin, I'll investigate this. I won't wrong any of you. Fu Yunyin wiped her tears. You'd better. And one more thing I hope you understand, Fu Yincan frowned and continued. Even if Ranran stays with the Fu family, it doesn't change the fact that you are the real daughter. She won't fight you for anything. There's no need to bear such hostility toward her. Though trying to ease the conflict, Fu Yincan still felt Fu Yunyin's earlier words were deeply disrespectful toward Fu Ranran. Their parents were wrong to jump to conclusions, yes, but Ranran was the sister he had watched grow up. He knew her character. Fu Yunyin froze mid-tear wipe, her gaze full of disbelief as she looked from Fu Yincan to her parents. What had she even done? She was clearly the one being targeted and interrogated. Tears streamed down her face like strings of pearls. After holding it in for half a year, she couldn't take it anymore. None of you believe me. Not a single one of you welcomed me back. If that is the case, why did you insist on transferring my household registration and bringing me back to the Fu family in the first place? If she had known things would turn out like this, she'd rather have roamed the streets or died at the Su family's hands than come back here. Where are your manners? Who taught you to talk to your parents and brother like that? Father Fu slapped her across the face, hard. You think anyone actually wanted you back? If it weren't for... That slap shattered all her hope for this family. Before he could finish his sentence, Fu Yunyin had already fled out the door, clutching her face. The front door slammed shut with a loud bang. Father Fu was so angry, he nearly lost his footing. Outside, Fu Yunyin instantly regretted it. It was almost midnight. Thunder and lightning raged, wind and rain howled. She wasn't afraid of getting soaked, but she still had her school bag with her. The gusts and rain were so strong she couldn't open her eyes. Her school uniform was already half soaked. Hugging her bag, she turned and pounded on the door again, hoping to at least grab an umbrella. Inside, Mother Fu moved toward the door. Father Fu barked. She wants to leave? Let her. Don't open the door. She is completely out of line. Can't even recognize her place in this house. Who is the parent here, her or me? Didn't she act all tough? Let us see just how tough she really is. No one opens that door without my permission. Go back to your rooms. Mother Fu hesitated for a moment, then left. Fu Yincan remained where he was. Gee. Fu Ranran bit her lip and tugged at his arm. Fu Yincan sighed and walked her upstairs. At the foyer, Father Fu let out a cold snort and followed them up. Outside, separated by a single door, Fu Yunyin shivered from the cold. She kept ringing the bell, pounding on the door, pleading. Dad, Mom, I was wrong, okay? I'm sorry. I know you don't like me. I'll leave right after I grab an umbrella, alright? Mom. But the Fu family living room was already dark. Who would answer her now? She stood there trembling in the rain for over 10 minutes, until her school bag started dripping. Finally, she realized how cold and heartless the people in this family truly were. Wiping the rain from her face in frustration, Fu Yunyin looked around. All the nearby villas where dark neighbors had already gone to bed. No one could help her now. But it was fine. There was a pavilion in the park. Bending over to shield her bag, she walked toward the yard gate. Just as she stepped out, a sudden blinding light flashed in front of her. Instinctively raising her hand to shield her face, Fu Yunyin was knocked to the ground with a heavy thud, amidst the shriek of brakes. The summer rain was fast and fierce. Several drainage grates nearby couldn't keep up with the flooding. Her school bag bobbed up and down in the water, and Fu Yunyin's heart leapt to her throat. She never cared for the Fu family's wealth, and never once believed she could rely on them. She had hands and feet she could study, work, and survive on her own. But that bag. Fu Yunyin crawled toward it on her hands and knees. Are you all right? Did you get hurt? A man had stepped out of the car. If you're injured, don't move. I'm fine. Fu Yunyin shook her head, shivering. The man seemed to ignore her protest and instead pulled her to her feet. Hey! Did you even? The angry words froze on his lips. Shinsinian suddenly stopped in his tracks. The heavy rain made it hard to keep his eyes open, but the image of the soaked girl, her swollen cheek, was etched in his mind with startling clarity. It was as if he had just rediscovered something important. The girl turned to look at him, sniffling, eyes full of heartbreak and helplessness. My bag, my school bag. Shinsinian finally noticed the bobbing backpack near the flower bed. Sit tight. I'll go get it. He picked her up and placed her in the passenger seat, then ran into the rain. Soon, he returned with the soaked bag. Fu Yunyin finally felt a little relieved. As the car started up, she was too busy unzipping her bag and checking her study materials to even realize it was moving. Only after a few minutes did she come back to her senses, noticing the car was heading deeper into the villa complex. Author's note. Heroine, Gemini. She's a sheltered sweet girl who's just been found and brought back to her birth family. She's naive and inexperienced at first but will grow emotionally and mentally over time. There will be a plot involving inheritance. Hero, Leo. A tsundere who's outwardly aloof and sharp-tongued but inwardly a total romantic. He's head over heels for the heroine and is the loyal dog type who seduces her. Romance-focused story. Their feelings start in youth, awkward, ambiguous, biased, and full of sweet doting. It's written to be a light and sweet story. No overanalysis, thank you. Chapter 2, Shinsinian. Her backpack was still dripping. Fu Yunyin held it tightly in her arms, clutching her book in one hand, glancing hesitantly at the man in the driver's seat, unsure what to do. You live around here too, right? The man spoke up. His voice was low and raspy, carrying a hint of aloofness, yet it was undeniably pleasant. Fu Yunyin nodded and replied softly, millimeter. The man turned slightly to glance at her. Though his clothes and hair were soaked from the rain just like hers, it didn't diminish his refined air or his strikingly handsome features. Well then, nice to meet you, we're neighbors now. Millimeter. What? Fu Yunyin lowered her head, but when she heard the word neighbor, she turned to look at him again. I just moved in today. He turned the steering wheel, eyes focused ahead. Let me take you home and help you take care of that wound first. See if anything hurts badly. If it's serious, I'll take you to the hospital. I'm fine. Fu Yunyin shook her head, lowering her gaze. After a moment of hesitation, she bit her lip and spoke up with difficulty. Uncle, if it's okay, could I stay at your place for a bit to wait out the rain? It was strange and abrupt for a first meeting, but the truth was, she had nowhere else to go tonight. I want to take up space. The living room or even the storage room, a tiny corner is enough. There was a moment of silence in the car. Fu Yunyin swallowed nervously, worried he'd say no. She quickly raised her hand to promise. I'll leave as soon as the rain stops, I promise. Is that okay? Shinsinian didn't respond immediately. He kept his gaze fixed ahead, but his eyes subtly flicked toward the rearview mirror. From that angle, he could see half of the girl's face in the passenger seat. Her damp hair clung to her forehead, her chin was delicately pointed, and her large, dark eyes sparkled like crystal beads, full of anticipation and innocence like a startled little deer. Shinsinian furrowed his brow slightly and looked forward again. It's not impossible. It's just, my place might be a bit of a mess. Fu Yunyin felt a slight pang of disappointment, thinking he was turning her down. But once she stepped into his home, she finally understood what Shinsinian meant by a mess. It was really messy. Some furniture still had white dust covers on them, while others had been uncovered. Cardboard boxes of all sizes were stacked high and packed tightly together, leaving barely any space to walk through without risking a fall. Shinsinian went in first, forcefully clearing a path. He quickly tidied up the sofa and coffee table area so Fu Yunyin could sit down. But Fu Yunyin didn't dare to. Her pants were dripping wet. If she sat down, she'd definitely soil the sofa. Shinsinian noticed her soaked clothes as well. With his slender hands on his hips, he turned around, pulled a few large suitcases from the car into their house, and opened one up. From inside, he pulled out a brand new shirt with the tag still attached. I just moved in, but all the appliances are in place. The washing machine is in that corner, and the bathroom is over there. Take a shower and put this on for now. Just toss your clothes in the washing machine. The wash and dry cycle is pretty fast. Fu Yunyin was overwhelmed, but before she could say anything, Shinsinian set the shirt down on the coffee table. I need to go buy a few things. You get cleaned up. Without waiting for a response, he grabbed his car keys and headed out. The living room fell silent. Fu Yunyin stood there, tangled in her own thoughts, then finally relaxed a little. She picked up her soggy backpack, grabbed the shirt, and tiptoed into the bathroom. The bathroom was spacious and fully equipped, even with a bathtub. Out of respect as a guest, she took only a quick, hot shower to warm herself up and get clean. Dressed in the shirt, her hair still dripping, she tiptoed back out with her dirty clothes and towel, heading to the washing machine. She separated the lights and darks, set the towel aside, and loaded her blue and white school uniform into the machine first. Though the cafeteria food had improved her complexion over the past 6 months, Fu Yunyin's frame remained petite. Her build was already set. Wearing a man's shirt, she looked like a child playing dress-up in adult clothes. The shirt hung loosely on her, sleeves overly long, the hem just barely covering her hips an awkward length. Worried Shinsinian might walk in and see her like this, she set the washing machine and rushed back to the bathroom, locking the door behind her. While inside, she dried her hair, then used the blow dryer on her books and notes. Outside, she could faintly hear the sound of the door opening. She placed her study materials neatly on the counter, cracked the bathroom door open, and called out. Uncle, is that you? Yes. All done in there. All done. She hesitated, her voice softening. My clothes are still in the washing machine. Even without factoring in wash time, the drying cycle alone would take at least 30 minutes. She hadn't gotten to it yet. Outside the door was a brief silence. Then Shinsinian hung a plastic convenience bag on the bathroom doorknob. Take your time. I've got more things to grab from the car. Okay? Fu Yunyin replied sheepishly. Only after hearing the front door close did she breathe a sigh of relief and quickly get dressed. While changing, the shirt tag scratched her. She pulled it off to check and was nearly shocked into kneeling when she saw the price. She turned the shirt over and over, trying to see if it had gold embroidery or something. Otherwise, how could such a small piece of fabric cost 6,900 yuan? Though startled, she soon accepted it. After all, if Shinsinian were just a regular guy, he wouldn't be buying a villa here. Fu Yunyin cleaned up the bathroom and tossed the towel into the wash. She was too afraid to wash the expensive shirt, so she neatly folded it and placed it on the sofa. The convenience bag Shinsinian had brought back held some basic first aid supplies. Fu Yunyin glanced at them and then set the bag on the coffee table without touching it further. She'd only fallen on her butt earlier. Aside from the slap from her father that had left her cheek swollen, she had no serious injuries. Outside, the rain was still falling. There was no going out for now. Feeling awkward just standing around, and guessing that Shinsinian still had to tidy up the house, Fu Yunyin tied her hair into a ponytail and got to work. Shinsinian smoked several cigarettes and stayed in the car for over half an hour before finally stepping out. This time, instead of using his keys, he rang the doorbell. Almost immediately, there was a click, the lock disengaged and a fluffy little head peeked out. The girl gave him a small smile, shyly stepping aside like a timid kitten. "Uncle." Shinsinian nodded and entered the house. "I didn't catch your name." "I'm Fu Yunyin." She followed behind him. The packing straps that had been scattered earlier had all been neatly gathered into a corner. The living room no longer looked like a disaster zone. Shinsinian let out a quiet millimeter and finally introduced himself. Shinsinian. Chapter 3, Uncle. Fu Yunyin took a while to realize what was happening and said with a smile, "Uncle Shin." Shinsinian turned around in disbelief. "Do I look very old?" "Well." Fu Yunyin was stumped by the question. "Being old is not." Shinsinian is over 184 centimeters tall. Her face has clear features, a high nose bridge, and lips that are light pink with a tinge of red, which makes her look better than many girls wearing fashionable lipstick colors. Every line of his facial features is smooth and deep. Not only does he not look old, but he is also extremely handsome, gentle and noble. Shinsinian looks like a successful man in society. Fu Yunyin is 17 years old, in the prime of her youth. When interacting with Shinsinian, she always puts herself in the position of a junior. Fu Yunyin vaguely sensed that the other party disliked this title, so she considered it for a moment and said, Then, little uncle." Shinsinian was silent. He finally understood. He just can't get over the word uncle. "Drinking water has not been delivered yet. I need to boil water now. Do you know how to use the kitchen?" Shinsinian changed the subject and turned around to clean the house himself. Fu Yunyin followed him to clean up, and he said, "Forget it, if you're not thirsty, there's no need to be feverish. Just sit on the couch and wait. You're not needed here." Fu Yunyin stopped and said, "Oh." She was not sure when the rain would stop, but no matter when she left, Shinsinian would definitely live here. Even if she didn't drink water, Shinsinian would have to drink water. Fu Yunyin walked to the kitchen. Shinsinian's eyes followed her movements, feeling uneasy, so he followed her to keep a closer eye on her, but he saw Fu Yunyin moving swiftly in the kitchen. Not only did she boil water, she also quickly cleaned the dust off the countertop. Her skillful technique clearly showed that she had practiced this job frequently. Shinsinian leaned against the kitchen door with his arms around his shoulders, and suddenly became curious about the identity of the girl in front of him. "There are 24 buildings in this house. Which one do you live in?" Fu Yunyin paused and looked back at him. Shinsinian asked again, "Won't your family be worried if you don't come home so late?" Fu Yunyin bit her lower lip and said nothing. She didn't know how to answer. Shinsinian looked at her and continued to speculate and ask, "So you ran away from home?" Fu Yunyin turned around, staring at the running water from the faucet, and her clear voice became dull. "No." "What is that?" Shinsinian shouldn't have asked these questions, but he recognized the school uniform Fu Yunyin was wearing. It was from the private high school in Gao. Most high school students are not yet adults. The villa area is far away from the downtown area. It is very unsafe for a little girl to wander around outside in such heavy rain. Moreover, Fu Yunyin was too young in both height and appearance, and looked easy to bully. This time she met him. If she had met someone else, she might not be so lucky. Without waiting for Fu Yunyin to answer, Shinsinian said clearly, "I have an umbrella in my car. If you're rested, I can take you back anytime." Fu Yunyin's heart suddenly tightened. She felt conflicted and panicked, and begged with red eyes, "How about tomorrow? I'll just stay here all night." "No, just a few hours. The first bus will leave at 6:30. It takes her 40 minutes to get to the bus stop from here. If it rains, she might leave too late, so she will leave here at 5:30 at the latest." Shinsinian's eyes flashed with surprise. "You're not going home?" It was difficult to explain the situation at home. Fu Yunyin avoided her gaze and had no choice but to lie. "I'm the daughter of a servant in Building 9. The master over there doesn't like to bring families with him, so." This excuse was full of loopholes, but Shinsinian did not expose her. "You're taking the early bus to go back to school tomorrow?" Fu Yunyin nodded reluctantly. Shinsinian raised his thin lips, and his handsome and tough face showed an unrealistic smile. Today is Friday, and Ingao is closed for the weekend. Yes, but I can go to a classmate's house. You've always been like this. Fu Yunyin grabbed a corner of her school uniform in embarrassment. No, except when I was kicked out of the house occasionally. The words, kicked out of the house, made Shinxinian stop smiling. After taking a quick glance at the red and swollen slap marks on Fu Yunin's oval face, Shinxinian summarized the information he had obtained and made a preliminary assessment of her background. This area is inhabited by famous wealthy people in City B. Ingao and Ingdao were aristocratic institutions built almost exclusively for the quasi-rich. Based on this point alone, Fu Yunyin could not possibly be the daughter of a servant. Shinxinian is more inclined to believe that she is an illegitimate daughter. The illegitimate daughter who was not favored by the wife of the principal wife, was beaten and scolded, and was kicked out of the house. It seems to make sense. Shinxinian knew clearly that this matter was not something he could control, but Fu Yunyin looked so pitiful standing there, about to cry. He withdrew his gaze and spoke in a cold tone, but the words he said made Fu Yunyin ecstatic. If you have nowhere to go sometimes, you can come here. Really? Don't be too happy too soon. Shinxinian silently convinced himself that he should just temporarily adopt a stray cat. It looked pitiful, running under his car in the rain, and really looked like a stray cat. Fu Yunyin was stunned. Shinxinian turned around and continued to pack his things. I don't keep idle people here. As a reward, you need to be responsible for the hygiene of the house every time you come here. No problem. I can also cook, if you need me. I don't need it. Shinxinian stopped and his eyes became much colder than before. Although he looked dignified and humble, his eyes had always been distant. At this moment, his expression turned cold and he looked a little serious. Fu Yunyin attributed his authority to that of an elder and became inexplicably nervous. She didn't dare to relax too much, let alone be presumptuous. There are 3 rooms on the first floor. You can choose your own. I'm on the second floor. I like the quietness. If you have important matters, please don't go up there easily. Good. There is a refrigerator in the living room. Feel free to use it if you need it. If you want to cook, remember to clean up every time. Okay. Fu Yunyin followed Shinxinian around, nodding as she responded, Don't worry, little uncle. I've remembered everything you said. I will take the college entrance examination in 2 or 3 months. By then I will be almost an adult and I can work. When I am financially independent, I will definitely pay your rent. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Shinxinian ignored Fu Yunin's big pie and reminded her directly. Please pack up and go to bed. Please also stay alert and don't get into other people's cars casually. Lock the door when you sleep. Fu Yunyin nodded like a chick, but did not go to sleep. She reached out her hand to help Shinxinian clean up. Shinxinian tilted his head to look at her. Do you still want to live here? Fu Yunyin had no choice but to take her things and go back to her room. There were 3 rooms on the first floor, and she chose the smallest one. Although it is the smallest, it is close to 30 square meters. For Fu Yunyin, it is more than enough. Chapter 4 How many more times will it take to drive you out? The room has a desk, a large wardrobe and all the necessary facilities. It just lacks some small daily items to fill it up, otherwise it will seem a bit empty. The get out of class ended at 9:30 and I didn't get home until almost 11 o'clock. It's still almost 12 o'clock after all the hassles. Fu Yunyin was actually very tired, but considering the current sprint stage, she was reluctant to sleep. Unlike Fu Yinkan and Fu Ranran, she does not have many opportunities, and studying is almost her only way out. She must hold on. After turning off the main lights in the room, Fu Yunyin sat down at the desk by the bay window, turned on the small desk lamp and began to look through the study materials and practice exercises. She was in a daze and stayed up until 4 in the morning before falling asleep. At 8 o'clock the next morning, Fu Yunyin was awakened by a loud noise again. She got up from the bed and looked at the unfamiliar environment. It took her a while to calm down. After tidying up a bit and opening the door, I saw a middle-aged woman and several young ladies cleaning up in the living room. The middle-aged woman noticed Fu Yunyin through the crack in the door and couldn't help but glance up and down. Fu Yunyin was very familiar with that look. When she first returned to the Fu family members looked at her in the same way. Fu Yunyin was inexplicably frightened and wanted to close the door to avoid him, but the other party smiled kindly and said, Is this Miss Fu? Mr. has greeted you. You can just get up and do your own thing. We will take care of the rest. This was said very tactfully, but Fu Yunyin knew that Shinsinian meant that after she got up, she could leave anytime she wanted. Fu Yunyin was already very satisfied with having a temporary place to stay. She felt sorry to stay here all day, but for the sake of convenience, she had to take out some daily clothes while the powerful people in the Fu family were not around during the day. Auntie, I'm going to clean up the room. I'll be back later. Can you open the door for me? Sure. Fu Yunyin breathed a sigh of relief, went back to their house, put her things in place, and left with her empty school bag. Little did she know that as soon as she left, several young girls in the room started talking. Aunt Liu, who was that just now? The young master moved out because of her, didn't he? Isn't she a girlfriend? She looks too young. Our young master doesn't seem to be into this kind of thing. What nonsense are you talking about? Didn't you see that Miss Fu was wearing Ingao's school uniform? Aunt Liu was busy working while scolding. That's not an ordinary high school. You can't get in without some status or rights. I think this must be the child of the young master's friend, who is temporarily staying here. Pay attention to yourselves and just do your job well. Don't talk nonsense, don't look around, and don't offend others. Yes. Dad Fu and Fu Yin can go to work in the company during the day, while Mom Fu is busy hanging out in the circle of celebrities and wealthy ladies in City B. This weekend, in addition to Fu Yunyin and a group of servants, Fu Ranran, who is also a high school student, was also at home. Fu Ranran was very surprised to hear that Fu Yunyin had returned home. When Fu Yunyin was cleaning up, Fu Ranran came uninvited. He pushed open the door and sat on the bed, kicking her arrogantly. I thought you would be like last time and would not come back for at least 2 or 3 days. Fu Ranran was no longer as well behaved as usual in front of Fu Dad and Fu Yinkan. She smiled perversely and proudly. Fu Yunyin, I told you that only one of us can stay in this family. How many times do I need to kick you out of this family completely? Fu Yunyin ignored her and tore off the sticky notes on the computer desk one by one and put them into a small box. She put some useful pens and notebooks that her uncle and cousin gave her into her school bag. She actually wanted to take the laptop away, as it was very convenient to look up study materials sometimes, but these belonged to the Fu family and she didn't want to have anything to do with them. Seeing that Fu Yunyin had been ignoring her, Fu Ranran became a little angry. She could see Fu Yunyin packing up her things, as if she was about to leave. Fu Ranran became curious again and asked closer. What are you packing up for? Running away from home? Or are you really leaving? Fu Ranran stopped Fu Yunyin with a giggle, deliberately exposing her scars. Given your current situation, no one will look for you even if you run away from home. If you want to use this to attract your brother and father's attention, I advise you to give up on this idea. Fu Yunyin raised her eyes and looked at her coldly. I am leaving, but if you keep getting in the way here, maybe I'll change my mind. Just as Fu Ranran could guess Fu Yunyin's thoughts, Fu Yunyin also knew Fu Ranran's thoughts clearly. Sure enough, upon hearing that she might change her mind, Fu Ranran immediately changed her attitude. As if nothing had happened before, Fu Ranran walked towards the door while smiling. Okay. If, as you said, you really want to leave this time, please go farther away. The corners of Fu Ranran's mouth curled up, and her beautiful phoenix eyes suddenly became gloomy. It's best not to appear again. The door was closed with a click, and Fu Yunyin's breathing suddenly trembled, with tears welling up in her eyes. She quickly wiped away her tears, opened the closet and quickened her pace in packing. Although she didn't want to admit it, she was indeed defeated by Fu Ranran. No matter what happened, no matter how reasonable and well-founded her rebuttal was, even if they had evidence, everyone in the Fu family would always stand on Fu Ranran's side. Because Fu Ranran is the sister and daughter who grew up with them for the past 17 years. Blood relationship is not that important at all. There's nothing to cry about, it's so sad, especially after the human touch. Fu Yunyin sniffed, took one last look around the room, slammed the door shut, and left without looking back. When they returned to Building 24, Aunt Liu and the others were still there, and Fu Yunyin felt a little embarrassed to enter. Aunt Liu comforted her. Don't mind, Miss Fu. We can clean up this room today. It may be a little noisy for a while. How about you go upstairs first? Fu Yunyin shook her head. It's okay, Auntie, I'll just stay in the room. Shinsinian said that we should not go to the second floor easily. And what kind of quarrel was this? She was reviewing at home, and it was really noisy when Fu Ranran came over and kicked the door. Aunt Liu smiled and said, "Okay, we've almost finished cleaning. All that's left is to put the cups and bowls on the table and clean the floor." Then Aunt Liu said, "By the way, the bedding in the villa is all matched. You were not here just now, so I went in and changed it for you. The summer air-conditioned quilts are all in the closet. You can take them out and use them when the weather gets warmer in a while." Aunt Liu's polite and respectful attitude already treated Fu Yunyin as her own mistress. Fu Yunyin didn't know how to explain her relationship with Shinsinian, so she could only nod and respond awkwardly. Fu Yunyin roughly guessed Aunt Liu's identity, but just when she thought Aunt Liu and others would stay in the villa, Aunt Liu brought a group of people and suddenly asked her to resign at noon. "Ms. Fu, your husband said you can cook. I have prepared some ingredients in the refrigerator for you. You can cook them as you like. The villa is almost cleaned up, so we will go back to the old house first." Chapter 5: Living Together. Don't we have to wait for Uncle to come back? Little Uncle. Several young ladies looked at each other, and Aunt Liu took a while to react before shaking her head and saying, "No need, Mr. is very busy at work, there's no need to tell him about this little thing." Fu Yunyin had no choice but to respond with okay. This was the first time she had encountered this and she didn't know what to say. Aunt Liu and the others packed up and left. She followed them to the door. A moment later, the door clicked shut and the whole villa suddenly became quiet. Fu Yunyin stood at the entrance and looked around the house. The villa had been transformed into a clean and tidy one. In an instant, she had the illusion that she was the owner of the place. Having not eaten breakfast, Fu Yunyin felt a little hungry, so she opened the refrigerator to see what was inside and to make something quick to eat. When the refrigerator was opened, Fu Yunyin was stunned. The eggs, chicken legs and chicken wings were all mediocre. The prawns in the transparent oxygen bags are still alive. There are fresh cut salmon, processed grouper, seasonal vegetable hearts, porcini mushrooms, etc. The refrigerator was neatly arranged and also filled to the brim. Fu Yunyin went to the kitchen and saw that there were rice, electric rice cookers for steaming rice, and various seasonings. She didn't dare touch the expensive ingredients in the refrigerator, so she took 2 eggs, added half a bowl of rice, and steamed an egg custard together. After solving the problems of breakfast and lunch, Fu Yunyin cleaned up the kitchen. With the key left by Aunt Liu in her hand, she took the key out to take out the trash, and came back to continue doing the questions in her room. "I got up in the evening and took some exercises. I plan to wait for Shinsinian to come back for dinner and have dinner together. At least it can show her value. Otherwise it would just be a case of staying and drinking for free." It was a good idea, but Shinsinian didn't come back until 1 o'clock in the morning. At that time, Fu Yunyin was so absorbed in doing exercises that she didn't even notice the time. Later, I was so sleepy that I was a little confused. I thought about lying down and taking a nap for a while, and then getting up to continue doing questions. Unexpectedly, when I woke up again, I was awakened by a knock on the door. Fu Yunyin rubbed her eyes, put on her slippers, and ran to open the door. There was a gap of about 10 centimeters in the door, and her face was facing Shinsinian's chest. "Uncle, you're back." Fu Yunyin was so sleepy that she didn't notice the flash of surprise in Shinsinian's eyes. When Shinsinian returned home and saw the light coming through the crack of the door, he was actually very surprised. He did say that if Fu Yunyin had nowhere to go, she could come here, but he thought Fu Yunyin was bullied only occasionally. He didn't expect it to happen so frequently. "Did your family bully you again?" he asked in a heavy voice. Fu Yunyin suddenly woke up from her doze, opened the door to let him see the room, and said, "No. The small room is filled with some small things, all of which are on the desk, or are study-related things, such as note pages, pen holders, stationery, books, etc." Fu Yunyin was like a child who had done something wrong. She held the hem of her clothes with both hands behind her back and explained in a low voice, I don't have a good study environment there. The college entrance examination is coming soon. This period of time is very important to me. Uncle, can I?" Fu Yunyin found it difficult to speak the following words. She also felt it was difficult for him to get along with her. She had only known him for less than a day, but she was already relying on him. Shinsinian frowned. He had indeed not expected this, but it seemed a little late to say no now. Keep quiet and don't disturb me. Fu Yunyin was stunned for a moment, then reacted the next second. Her dark and pure deer eyes suddenly lit up. Yes. After that, she curled her lips in joy. Uncle, you just came back now. Have you eaten? There are a lot of ingredients in the refrigerator. I'll go make it for you. It's already 4 o'clock, what are you cooking? Is it that late already? Shinxinyan's Adam's apple slid and he rubbed his tired brows. Next time, get some rest and don't stay up so late. I'm going upstairs. Okay? Fu Yunyin followed and approached the stairs, but uncle, you really don't want to eat something? Quiet. Shinxinyan's tone became sharp. Fu Yunyin quickly covered her mouth obediently, and trotted back to the room, closing the door quietly. A strange combination of a high school girl and a social elite boy suddenly formed, but in fact the two did not meet each other very often. Fu Yunyin is only good at doing exercises on weekends. On other days, she has to catch the early bus and doesn't dare to sleep too late. However, because she is in Building 24, her movements are not restricted and she is alone most of the time. The atmosphere is perfect for self-controlled study time. Therefore, even if she tries her best to control herself, she goes to bed at around 1 o'clock every day. She persisted in studying hard, and in the mock tests that month, she showed significant improvement in mathematics, physics, English, etc. Of course, there are also subjects that have plummeted or are lukewarm, and always remain between passing and failing, such as Chinese. Among them, Chinese was the worst, and the teacher specifically mentioned it once in class. At that time, as the weather was gradually entering midsummer, the days were long and the nights were short. Fu Yunyin worked on her homework too late at night. Amid the VVVVV sound of cicadas outside the window, she couldn't control herself and dozed off in the Chinese class. She didn't expect to be scolded by the teacher and stood up the next second. Fu Yunyin, the teacher knows that you are great in other subjects, but now in Chinese class, can you please respect the teacher? Look at what you answered on the mock exam this month. I won't talk about your reading comprehension. The last 3 questions asked you to imitate grammar and use the technique of contrasting action with stillness to describe the quiet environment at night. What did you write? The Chinese teacher pulled out the test paper and read out Fu Yunin's imitation. The moon floats above the wild grass, and the wild grass runs across the ground. In the distance, a flock of wild geese flies past the moon, and the wind blows through my hair, and I seem to hear the sound of feathers fluttering. What do you write here? Japanese translation. The Chinese teacher continued to scold. I think you want to float, you want to fly. Fu Yunyin blushed with shame. She can improve on small questions and other subjects by practicing exercises and memoizing them, but she is really not good at Chinese composition and reading comprehension. Every time she picked up a textbook, her brain felt like it had a cerebral thrombosis and she didn't know where to start. She was helpless. The boy at the next table threw the small crumbs from the eraser at her, laughing quietly. Fu Yunyin, you are so talented. Your weeds can run on the ground, har har har. Jian Xingzer. What are you laughing at? The Chinese teacher threw the chalk at Jian Xingzer and shouted in a high voice. Is your soccer playing frog funny? The classroom was silent for a moment, and then burst into laughter. Har har har, a frog that can play football, har 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 har. Fu Yunyin chuckled and couldn't help laughing out loud. Ding ling ling. Interrupt the laughter of classmates at the end of class. With the teachers, get out of class dismissed, and the students, goodbye, teacher, the classroom became noisy again. School is over. Chapter 6 Aquarium. Let's go eat. Are we going to the cafeteria or eat out for lunch? Let's go out. A few days ago, I was recommended a Japanese restaurant that's not far from our school. Let's go and try it together. Walk. Classmates walked out of the classroom one after another, and several female classmates who were good friends with Fu Yunyin came over. Yunyin, we're going to eat outside too, do you want to join us? Fu Yunyin didn't get up. She sat at her desk and packed her things slowly. You guys go ahead. I'm not going. I'll eat in the cafeteria. What's so good about the food in the cafeteria? I'm about to throw up. Fu Yunyin smiled shyly and didn't respond. Most of the students at Ingao are from wealthy families, and only a very small number of them have squeezed in based on their actual academic performance. Fu Yunyin has good grades and the Fu family is behind her, but these are just appearances. She looks like the glamorous eldest daughter of the Fu family, but in reality she has to take the bus to go to and from school every day. Not to mention that she had no money to go out for dinner with these classmates. Now that she was leaving the Fu family, she even had to reserve next month's bus fare in advance. Let's go then. If we find something delicious, I'll bring you some when we come back. Fu Yunyin waved her hand. No need to bring it to me, hurry up and don't come back too late and get caught by the teacher for discipline. After seeing off a few classmates, Fu Yunyin let out a breath, slowly stood up and went to the school cafeteria. When I was studying in a small county town, lunch was a disaster. You have to fight for food. Whoever rushes to the front will always get more food than others. But in Gao is different. For lunch, there are fried chicken legs, shrimps, pasta and other dishes to choose from, and they taste pretty good, but rich kids rarely go there to eat. Most of the students you see in the cafeteria are poor students who entered based on their real academic performance. Fu Yunyin is an outlier among them. When she first transferred to the school, she was excluded from the cafeteria by the rich students and their poor students because of their Fu family name on her head. Later, because the students came more often, they got used to it and the rumor passed. When she met the Chinese teacher at the stairs, Fu Yunyin subconsciously wanted to avoid him, but the Chinese teacher, Ms. Li, had already seen her and greeted her first. Fu Yunyin, are you going to the cafeteria too? So is the teacher. Let's go together. Fu Yunyin looked at her gentle face, which was completely different from that in class, and nodded hesitantly. She was not afraid of Teacher Li, but she felt that her grades in the subject were really not good enough for Teacher Li. She kept her head down all the way, and Teacher Li seemed to notice it. When they were almost at the cafeteria, before they parted, Teacher Li stopped her and said a few words. Yunyin, I hope what the teacher said in class didn't leave you with a negative impression. The teacher actually did it for your own good. The language major may not play a practical role in your future work, but it can still bring you benefits in the college entrance examination. Practicing questions can improve scores in other subjects, but teachers also hope that you can take some free time occasionally to go out more and feel more. This will help improve your body, mind, spirit, and understanding and writing skills. Teacher, Fine. Teacher Li smiled gently. The teacher knows what you want to say. Don't feel guilty. Everyone's learning situation is different. If you want, you can try the teacher's method. If it really doesn't work, then just put Chinese aside. It's okay if you can improve your scores in other subjects. The college entrance examination is the real starting line of life. It's right to choose what is most beneficial to you. These are the most practical words from her heart. Fu Yunyin was moved and nodded vigorously. Teacher, I know, thank you. Let's go eat. Don't stay up too late at night. Look at your face. You have dark circles under your eyes. Fu Yunyin remembered what Teacher Li said and also wanted to try this method to see if it would work. Once when I was doing homework until 1 o'clock in the morning, I vaguely heard the door opening in the living room. Her eyes flickered, she put down her mechanical pencil, picked up the pink card on the desk, opened the door and mustered up the courage to stick her head out. Shinsinian was changing slippers in the entrance hall. She walked out and turned on the lights in the living room and stairwell. Uncle. Shinsinian was stunned for a moment and looked up at Fu Yunyin. The girl had her ponytail loose, her smooth hair half tied and half loose over her shoulders, and she walked towards him in a pair of pink slippers. He was busy and came back very late every day. After not seeing each other for a few days, Shinsinian almost forgot that there was such a person in the room. Still asleep. Shinsinian glanced at his watch and reminded coldly. It's already 1:35. Fu Yunyin bit her lower lip and followed him without saying a word. Shinsinian knew that she must have something to say. If you have something to say, then say it. If not, then go to bed. Isn't this period of time very important? Why do you stay up so late every day? Fu Yunyin was afraid that he would get angry and chase her away again, so she quickly said before he opened his mouth again. The teacher assigned me a task, telling me to go out more and see more. So what? Fu Yunyin pursed her lips and whispered. I want to go to the aquarium. Then. Shinsinian's tone was calm. Fu Yunyin was unable to speak. Do you have time this weekend? I heard there are a lot of people there. I've never been there and I'm a little scared. Shinsinian was holding the cup of water in his bamboo-like hands and drinking water. When he heard this, he almost spit out a mouthful of water. What? Fu Yunyin stood beside him with her small figure, looking pitifully at Shinsinian from bottom to top with her dear eyes. Shinsinian slowly put down the cup of water and felt a headache. It's not like he's never taken care of a child before. He was responsible for his younger brother's affairs from middle school to high school, but he didn't pay much attention to it at the time, and a few years passed in a flash. Shinsinian really didn't understand why things became so trivial and troublesome now that his gender had changed. Shinsinian didn't have much free time as he had just taken over the company, but he couldn't stand Fu Yunin's pitiful and innocent eyes staring at him. Shinsinian stretched out his hand across Fu Yunin's eyes, covering those innocent puppy eyes. Saturday morning, just one morning. Fu Yunyin jumped up with joy, and pulled his hand down, her eyes full of surprise. Really? Thank you, uncle. Fu Yunyin lowered her head and opened her card wallet, then took out 2 of the last $300 bills and handed them to Shinsinian. Blinking his eyes like a puppy, he begged softly. Uncle, my classmates said it's cheaper to book tickets online. Can you research it? Shinsinian glanced at the old bill in her hand and avoided her. You can just take a look at this kind of thing on your phone. Fu Yunyin followed him around. I don't have a cell phone. Question mark. Shinsinian turned around in disbelief. Then how do you usually go to and from school? Can the bus still accept coins now? You can use coins or scan QR codes, but I usually use this. Fu Yunyin held up her pink card wallet, her eyes calm and bright. I have a student card. The price for 1 stop is the same as for 30 stops. It's only 40 cents. Chapter 7. You don't like her. Shinsinian didn't care how much the student card cost for taking the bus. He only grasped one key point. You don't even have a cell phone, so how do you contact others? I don't have anyone to contact. My friends are all in school. I can see them every day except weekends. Fu Yunin's answer was straightforward and matter-of-fact. Shinsinian was speechless for a while. Looking at her clear eyes, he always felt that he vaguely saw a hint of clear stupidity in them. Perhaps Shinsinian could not understand what it means for a high school student who is about to enter college to not have a mobile phone in this era. But in Fu Yunin's eyes, this is a very common thing. Half a year ago, when she was still studying in a small county town, not only students but even some adults did not necessarily have a decent mobile phone. She later returned to the Fu family. The Fu family had provided her with a computer, a tablet, and a mobile phone, but she didn't take them when she left. Apart from being convenient for looking up information, she didn't think the devices were very useful. Shinsinian held his forehead with his hand, inexplicably having the urge to knock the girl in front of him on the head. Shinsinian was also conflicted. On the one hand, I feel that Fu Yunyin is now focusing on her studies, so it is a good thing that her mind is not on these devices. But on the other hand, I was worried that Fu Yunyin would become stupid if she read too many books, and would not be able to do anything except studying. Shinsinian made the decision. I'll come back tomorrow and bring you a cell phone. Fu Yunyin refused. I don't want it. Cell phones are not cheap, she simply cannot afford to give one to Shinsinian, and she really doesn't need it. Shinsinian frowned and asked back. If you don't want to, you don't have to contact others. Then how can I find you when I need to? I come back every day. You live here, so I am your temporary guardian, right? If you come back late one day, can I call you to ask about your situation? It was already very late. Shinsinian didn't want to waste time trying to persuade Fu Yunyin, so he gave the order directly. If you want to live here, you have to follow my arrangements. Fu Yunyin lowered her head and pouted, clearly unconvinced but not daring to argue. Shinsinian's noble and handsome face almost couldn't hold back. He deliberately frowned and looked at her and asked, Are you still going to the aquarium? She immediately raised her head again. I'll go anyway, here's the money. After stuffing 200 yuan bills into Shinsinian's pocket, Fu Yunyin continued. I want to go this time, so uncle's ticket is mine. Shinsinian held the $200 bills in his hand, feeling a surge of emotion. Although the little girl is honest, simple and stubborn, she can still make clear distinctions sometimes. He put away the $200 bills and walked upstairs. Wait for me in the living room. Fu Yunyin was suspicious, but soon saw him coming down with a notebook. Shinsinian sat on the sofa, turned on his computer, searched for aquarium, and immediately many entry links popped up. He clicked a few times and sat down to make way. Several of the larger aquariums in City B are here. Come and take a look. Fu Yunyin came closer. She was petite and it was a bit uncomfortable for her to operate the computer while sitting on the sofa, so she simply squatted in her slippers and slowly swiped the touch screen mouse to watch. After comparing the prices and reviews, Fu Yunyin chose one of them. She booked 2 tickets online for 188 yuan, which was 12 yuan cheaper than queuing at the window. That's great, he told her. When Shinxinian was buying the ticket, Fu Yunyin stood by with her hands on her knees, with a rare sweet smile that suited her age on her face. With the remaining money, we can buy a pair of McDonald's cones. That smile was very refreshing and healing, and Shinxinian's fatigue inexplicably dissipated a little. After closing the computer, he got up and went upstairs. Okay, go to bed early and see you on Saturday. Well, see you Saturday. Fu Yunyin curled her lips and smiled. Uncle, go to bed early. Good night. As soon as she finished speaking, she ran back to the room in her slippers, making a click-click sound. The door creaked shut, and the living room on the first floor fell into complete darkness. Shinxinian stood at the corner of the stairs and looked down, but quickly retracted his gaze and continued to go upstairs with steady steps. The next day, Fu Yunyin got up early to go to school. As soon as she opened the door to wash up, she saw a small pink gift placed at the door. Curious, I opened it and took a look, and found a mobile phone lying quietly in the light blue raffia. Fu Yunyin subconsciously looked towards the second floor. As Shinxinian said the night before, he would bring her a cell phone. This phone should have been placed quietly at the door last night. Fu Yunyin pressed it and the phone was in power on mode. Many commonly used software had been downloaded, but most of them remained at the login and registration interface. Only WeChat can log in directly. There is only one friend in it, and the note is Shinxinian. There are 2 words, yesterday, after the chat, which obviously shows that there was a chat record. Out of curiosity, Fu Yunyin clicked on it and took a look. The message was sent from her, but in Shinxinian's tone. The content reminded her of the phone number, WeChat password, etc. Shinxinian asked her to get the phone and change the password herself through SMS verification. Quite considerate. Fu Yunyin smiled and did not let Shinxinian down. She went back to their house and stuffed the phone and the gift box into her school bag. After washing up and packing up, she tore off a piece of note, drew a bright and naughty smiley face on it, and added the words, "Keep it in mind and pay it back later." He pressed the note under the water cup that Shinxinian was drinking in the living room, picked up his school bag, put on his shoes, and went out with a lively smile to catch the early bus. British university regulations clearly stipulate that students are not allowed to bring mobile devices into campus, but in fact, as long as it does not affect learning and classroom discipline, teachers have always turned a blind eye to this aspect. Before morning self-study, Fu Yunyin took out her mobile phone from her school bag, set it to silent mode, and took advantage of the free time to quickly send a text message verification and change her WeChat login password. Take the opportunity to log in directly or re-register the account of QQ, WeChat, Hongshu, etc. that you have used before. She was busy with her work, with her ponytail loosely draped over the back of her neck and a few strands of soft hair hanging naturally in front of her forehead. Floating gently in the morning light and breeze, with the white curtains fluttering beside it, the picture is extremely soft and beautiful. Across a narrow aisle, Jian Xingzer looked at her for a long time with his chin in one hand. Suddenly, a ball of paper hit Jian Xingzer on the head. From a distance, several male classmates laughed. "Jian Xingzer, why are you looking at Fu Yunyin like that? Are you in love with her?" Fu Yunyin, who was mentioned, raised her face, her pink lips slightly pursed, her face full of confusion and innocence. As if something had been touched upon, Jian Xingzer's face flushed red. He stood up from the table and retorted. "Don't talk nonsense. I just saw that she brought a cell phone, and it was very strange." Chapter 8, Wouldn't it be weird? Is this true? The best girl in the school brought a cell phone. Fu Yunyin, aren't you afraid of being scolded by the teacher? The male classmates took the opportunity to tease Fu Yunyin. A female classmate who was close to Fu Yunyin stood up and scolded. "What does it have to do with you? Didn't you bring it with you? And the homeroom teacher has already said that as long as it doesn't affect the class discipline, you can bring it with you." Several male and female classmates were still talking nonsense, while a few smart ones had already approached Fu Yunyin. The girls gathered together with their cell phones, laughing and saying, That's just right, Yunyin, I'll add you to the group. If you come across questions you don't know how to answer in the evening, we can discuss them together. Add me too. Wait. Small group, what small group do you have? Why don't I know about it? We are a group of girlfriends. Why are you a man here? You are crazy. Yunyin, ignore him. All men are bad. We girls are the most innocent when we are interested. Oh. That's not fair. What's wrong with being a man? You're creating opposition and being sexist. You are sick. The male and female classmates were chattering and arguing, and Fu Yunyin couldn't help but burst out laughing when she saw this scene. Although her classmates were very hostile to her when she first transferred to the school, after they got to know each other, everyone became very nice and caring to her. If it weren't for these warm and sincere friendships, she might not have been able to survive even a month in the Fu family. Fu Yunyin added a circle on QQ and WeChat, and the bell for morning reading and self-study rescued her from the noisy atmosphere. Everyone returned to their seats one after another. Fu Yunyin put her cell phone into the desk drawer and took out her English book to memorize words. As soon as I opened the book, a ball of paper was thrown at me. Jian Xingzer at the next table grinned and winked at her. Fu Yunyin unfolded the paper ball, and a row of crooked words came into view. My QQ, XXXXX, WeChat, XXXXXX. I'd be honored if you added me. At the end, there is a stick figure with his hands clasped together and kneeling on the ground. The content was too funny. Fu Yunyin laughed and tilted her head to whisper. Study hard first, and do the rest during lunch break. Okay, I'll listen to you. Jian Xingzer laughed, straightened his back, opened his English book, and read the English text louder than anyone else. Do you want a friend whom you could tell everything to, like your? During class time, Jian Xingzer felt like every second was a year. He finally made it to lunch break, and it was a rare occasion that he didn't run out of the school with his classmates. Fu Yunyin went to the cafeteria to eat, and he followed her. After adding Fu Yunyin's contact information on the way, Jian Xingzer folded his hands behind his head and mentioned what the classmates had agreed to do on Sunday. We have made an appointment this Saturday to go to the wetland park to see hydrangeas. There are patches of hydrangeas there. Seducing and the others said they are very beautiful. Do you want to go with us? Saturday. Yes, Saturday. Fu Yunyin thought about it and said apologetically. No, I can't do that on Saturday. I made an appointment with someone yesterday to go to the aquarium. Oh, we have an appointment to go to the aquarium. Jian Xingzer put down his hand, his expression a little unnatural, and his tone was a little tentative. Is it from school? Fu Yunyin shook her head. No. What is that? Jian Xingzer asked. Fu Yunyin said frankly, it was with an elder uncle. Elder uncle. Jian Xingzer breathed a sigh of relief and became positive and cheerful again. Then you go to the aquarium first on Saturday. If you plan to go to the wetland park with us, I can discuss the time with Seducing and the others and adjust it to Sunday. What do you think? On the tree-lined path, the breeze blew her hair, and Fu Yunyin's face felt itchy. In the mottled light between the leaves, she tilted her head slightly, tucked the hair on her cheek behind her ear with her slender fingers, and her eyes flickered with embarrassment. Let's do it next time, Jian Xingzer. I have other plans for the weekend. This. Jian Xingzer withdrew his gaze from her ear and blushed slightly. Although he felt a little regretful, he also saw Fu Yunyin's embarrassment, and Jian Xingzer smiled indifferently. Har har, okay then. Then we'll wait for next time. Considering that there are only a few days left before the college entrance examination, the study time per week will be even more compressed. Jian Xingzer had already run a few steps and turned back to say. Hey, Fu Yunyin, if we can't make an appointment during the last semester, then let's make an appointment during the summer vacation. If you try to refuse next time, even if I let you go, Song Yuqi and Chu Minute won't be happy. Fu Yunyin smiled and nodded, then waved at him. Yes. The sunny boy laughed and turned around, jumping and running away for a long distance. Soon it disappeared at the end of the tree-lined path. The little episode on campus was over, and Fu Yunyin quickly immersed herself in the sea of study questions again. Time passed quickly, and soon it was Saturday. Fu Yunyin made an appointment with Shinxinian on WeChat the night before to go out. At 7 in the morning, she got up and washed up. She usually wears school uniform to school and she doesn't have many everyday clothes. The few items I took out from the Fu family were all brought over when I first came from the small county town. There are no expensive big brands, just some unknown brands with pure cotton texture. They are cheap but comfortable to wear. Considering the hot weather, Fu Yunyin wore a short-sleeved shirt and shorts. The upper body is taro purple, the lower body is white, and on the feet are a pair of small crocodile sandals with the main color of candy green. In order to highlight the importance of this trip and to match the color of her outfit, Fu Yunyin deliberately dressed up. She picked out a lot of colorful rubber bands and tied her hair into a high ponytail at the back of her head. Every 2 or 3 centimeters, tie a circle with rubber bands of different colors. Clean and neat outfits, paired with vibrant, bright colors. Fu Yunyin exudes the youthful aura unique to girlhood. The bathroom door was wide open and she stood in front of the sink, shaking her head to look around. Are you ready? It's time to leave. Shinsinian came down from the second floor and suddenly appeared in the mirror, leaning against the door frame. Fu Yunyin shivered with fear. Okay. Fu Yunyin turned around, feeling a little embarrassed. In fact, she was a little worried that Shinsinian might think that she was too fancy. After all, at her current stage, she should focus on studying. After tinkering with this, would Shinsinian think that she was a playboy and not a good girl? He would not let her live here anymore. Fu Yunyin lowered her head like an ostrich, twisted her hands together, and couldn't help pinching her fingers. Shinsinian on the opposite side looked her up and down and said nothing. With his fingers hooked on the car keys, he adjusted his shirt collar and tie and walked towards the entrance. Fu Yunyin was stunned for a moment, then trotted after him, asking in confusion and curiosity. Uncle, do you think I look weird in this outfit today? There is a parking space in front of the villa. Shinsinian was the first to open the door and sit in the driver's seat. Chapter 9 Dear Sainyan. Fu Yunyin opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat naturally. The car door closed with a click. Shinsinian leaned over, hooked his slender and handsome hands around the seat belt, and with a click, he buckled it up for her neatly. The car started up. Shinsinian looked ahead and asked casually. What? He was steering the wheel with one big hand, his profile and every movement revealing his elegance and sexy charm. Fu Yunyin bit her lip and looked away, feeling her face a little hot. Shinsinian was concentrating on driving, and he said, in a low, hoarse, magnetic voice, as if he was puzzled. Fu Yunyin said, That's it. That kind of thought. I don't think she's a bad girl or anything. Although she was a little hesitant about what impression Shinsinian would have of her, Fu Yunyin couldn't help but think that the creator was really biased. Shinsinian's appearance was sculpted to be so handsome that she couldn't help blushing and her heart beating fast when she saw him. As she was muttering to herself, the car suddenly braked and her body suddenly leaned forward. Fu Yunyin was startled. After steadying herself, she anxiously tried to lower the window to see what was going on, but her chin was suddenly clamped by someone, and she was half forced to turn away. Shinsinian put one hand on the steering wheel, his body leaning over, his face with deep and delicate features only 10 centimeters away from hers. The warm breath, along with an unknown but pleasant smell of perfume, hit her face. Fu Yunin's brain short-circuited and her face turned red uncontrollably. Too close. Little did she know that the redder her fair face became, the colder Shinsinian's eyes became. Shinsinian misunderstood Fu Yunin's meaning and thought she was hinting at something. The pusher released Fu Yunin's chin and Shinsinian leaned back in his chair. Fu Yunyin, do you still remember that you are only 17 years old and your most important task right now? The sudden cold tone and the atmosphere in the car made Fu Yunyin unable to help but get goosebumps. Fu Yunyin thought to herself, as expected, Shinsinian really thought that. Uncle, Fu Yunyin wanted to explain and said that this would never happen again. However, Shinsinian no longer looked at her, nor did he want to listen to her anymore. That's enough. I hope you behave in a way that's appropriate for your age and don't mess around with all that crap every day. Since Fu Yunyin was still a little girl, Shinsinian tried to be as tactful as possible. In order for us to be able to get along in the future, after this morning, we will try to see each other as little as possible and have as little contact as possible. To Fu Yunin's ears, Shinsinian's words meant that he was disgusted with her. Fu Yunyin did not dare to refute, she just slowly lowered her head and said sadly. I see. The atmosphere in the car became heavy. Shinsinian let out a breath and loosened his tie in annoyance. My mood suddenly became bad for some reason. Lily was a little girl. The ringing of a cell phone broke the silence, and Shinsinian turned on the Bluetooth headset. Hey, change it to 2 p.m. Answering the phone nonchalantly, Shinsinian glanced sideways at the co-pilot's seat. The little girl was leaning on the seat with her head drooping, her eyes looking out the window, looking a little listless. Fu Yunyin was extremely confused. She could vaguely guess what Shinsinian had just said on the phone. Shinsinian is very busy. Every day, I have to work until 1 a.m. before I can go home. I pulled him out of my busy schedule. Now, not only has he been unhappy, but he has also been delayed in his work. Fu Yunyin felt very guilty and even a little regretful. If she had known this would happen, she would not have come to pester Shinsinian. She could go somewhere outdoors by herself, or go to the wetland park with Jian Xingzer and others. At worst, just like what teacher Li said, I could give up Chinese and work hard to get high scores in other subjects. Shinsinian hung up the phone. The final sprint stage of the college entrance examination is particularly important. He remembered that Fu Yunyin had said before that this outing was an assignment assigned by the teacher. Fearing that he would delay Fu Yunyin's studies, he took the initiative to start a conversation. What is the content of this assignment? It should be to train perception ability, right? Fu Yunyin answered somewhat absent-mindedly. My Chinese grades are not ideal, and my teacher said that it would be helpful if I could take some free time occasionally to read more and experience more. Shinsinian nodded thoughtfully. He had never encountered such a situation before when he was in school. At first, he thought that Fu Yunyin was under a lot of pressure from doing exercises recently, and the school teachers were afraid that she would have psychological problems, so they asked her to go out more often. Now that he knew it wasn't the case, Shinsinian felt relieved and said slowly. Then let's have fun today and feel it. The aquarium has a lot of entertainment options. Fu Yunyin said, and was not in high spirits. Although she was the one who wanted to come in the first place, she really couldn't be happy now. Shinsinian didn't like strange smells in the car, so he had breakfast at McDonald's on the roadside after entering the downtown area. Because I remember Fu Yunyin mentioned McDonald's before. Shinsinian thought that kids nowadays all like to eat this, so when he saw it on the road, he backed his car into the parking space without any hesitation. When Fu Yunyin was eating, he did not accompany her, but went to the cafe next door and ordered a cup of coffee. Shinsinian sat by the window and drank slowly, while taking out his cell phone to check the messages sent from the company in the morning. He was watching intently with his brows furrowed when suddenly he heard the crisp sound of high heels tapping. Then, the red nail polish inlaid with diamonds knocked on the table. Shinsinian put away his phone, put down the cup, looked up subconsciously, a strange color flashed in his eyes, and his expression suddenly turned cold. Sainyan, it's been a long time Tilder he. The woman chuckled softly, her slender fingers and eye-catching nails moving along the table, sliding along the back of Shinsinian's hand, the sleeve of his suit, to his shoulder, and then going around behind Shinsinian. Zhang Shupan raised the corners of her lips, bent her slender waist, hugged Shinsinian from behind, and breathed intimately into his ear. Dear Sainyan, I heard that you have been very popular recently. If you continue like this, I will. In the eyes of outsiders, the two of them were extremely intimate and ambiguous, but in Shinsinian's heart, he felt extremely disgusted. Shinsinian's eyes were cold and indifferent, his brows suddenly frowned with anger, he grabbed the slender wrist on the shoulder and pushed the person out. If you have business to attend to, please go to the company to make an appointment. At other times, please respect yourself, Miss Zhang. Shinsinian's eyes showed undisguised disgust. Zhang Shupan didn't care. She stepped on her 8-centimeter stiletto heels, propped herself on the table in a charming manner, and deliberately put on a pitiful and aggrieved expression. Sainyan, are you so unfamiliar with me now? What, Miss Zhang? It really makes me sad to hear that. As Zhang Shupan was talking, her hands were not honest, trying to tease Shinsinian's sexy Adam's apple and chin, but she was grabbed by Shinsinian's backhand halfway. My patience has its limits. Yeah. Chapter 10, Children should not interfere in adult affairs. I wonder if I have the honor to measure your limits. Zhang Shupan smiled charmingly. He was very satisfied that he had provoked Shinsinian into a rage. In front of her, Shinsinian is always a beast that cannot control himself. As long as she wants to have fun and play with him, he has to let her play with him obediently. To Shinsinian, this was not teasing, but provocation. Shinsinian's eyes were cold, but he seemed unable to control his emotions. But just when he was about to vent, the floor-to-ceiling windows of the cafe suddenly dimmed, and a girl with eyes as pure as a deer stood by the window, bending over. As if she had not expected such a scene inside, her eyes widened and her hand, which was about to be knocked on the glass, was raised awkwardly, not knowing whether to put it down or retract it. When she met Shinsinyan's gaze, she seemed to realize that her appearance was inappropriate, so she took 2 steps back and turned away. Shinsinyan let go of Zhang Shupan and stood up suddenly. When passing by, Zhang Shupan raised the corners of her lips and murmured intentionally or unintentionally. Sinyan, do you still like this type now? Shinsinyan stopped and worried about involving innocent people. He warned coldly. She's just a friend's child and has nothing to do with this. If you want to confront her, come to me directly. He's just a friend's child, would you be so angry? Sinyan, if you didn't say this, I might still believe it. Shinsinyan had no way to explain his relationship with Fu Yunyin, so he just continued to warn. My tolerance is limited. If you insist on crossing the line, I think there is no need for Mrs. Shin to continue to exist. All right. Zhang Shupan shrugged. It was enough to tease her a little. She didn't want to make the relationship too awkward at the moment. I'll wait for you at home tomorrow. If you're sincere enough, I can ignore the rabbit for the time being. Zhang Shupan smiled charmingly, took the arm of another man in a suit, and waved to Shinsinyan as she left. You must come back, my dear Sinyan. The man in the suit whispered, who is that? Zhang Shupan chuckled and put her face close to the suit man's shoulder. My ideal lover, I hope you don't mind, because I will make it up to you today. Really? That depends on your sincerity, har har. Shinsinyan found Fu Yunyin next to the car. At that time, the two got into the car in silence. Looking at the tall buildings, flowers, and trees slowly receding outside the car, Fu Yunyin pursed her lips and turned away. She could feel that Shinsinyan was in a bad mood, but after hesitating for a moment, she couldn't help but ask. Uncle, have I caused you any trouble? No. Shinsinyan frowned and uttered 2 words without any warmth. But you guys had a fight. Fu Yunyin lowered her eyes, and her long eyelashes cast a shadow under her eyes. The sister just now was very pretty and charming. Judging from her age and the intimate actions between her and Shinsinyan, Fu Yunyin guessed that they should be a couple. Although she has never been in a relationship, Fu Yunyin feels that if there is a quarrel at this time, as the man, he should at least chase after the girl and try to comfort her, right? Thinking this in her mind, Fu Yunyin said this. Shinsinyan frowned even more tightly. Not only did he not adopt Fu Yunyin's suggestion, his tone became even colder than before. It's not what you think. Anyway, children should stay out of adult matters. Fu Yunyin understood and kept quiet. It was already 9:30 in the morning when we arrived at the East Aquarium in City B. Half an hour had passed since the museum opened, and a long line of people had formed at the ticket window. Fu Yunyin and Shinsinyan booked their tickets online and were able to enter directly by swiping their ID cards at the door. Fu Yunyin had been through a lot of chaos since she left the house. She was not in a good mood at first, but as she entered the aquarium, the light around her gradually dimmed. Being surrounded by a not-so-sparse crowd, Fu Yunyin felt a little nervous. But soon, against the backdrop of the sea, the faint light turned blue, and the world around us suddenly became mysterious and dreamy. The faces of other people around her gradually became blurred, and Fu Yunyin seemed to be in a separate world. Her body and mind gradually relaxed, and she was attracted by the school of fish on the other side of the acrylic board. What kind of fish is this? So cute. Clownfish. Shinsinyan followed beside her, slightly spreading his arms to block the crowd from pushing and shoving, while patiently explaining. Have you seen Finding Nemo? The protagonist in it is a clownfish like this. It's so cute, but it's called a clownfish? What's so ugly about it? It is called clownfish because it has 1 or 2 white stripes on its face, which is very similar to the clown in Peking opera. That's why it got the name, not because it is ugly. Fu Yunyin touched the tip of her nose awkwardly. I thought so. Let's go further inside. There are luminous jellyfish and underwater tunnels. It will be more beautiful. Fu Yunyin nodded. Thinking of something, he hurriedly took out his cell phone before leaving and took a series of photos of the acrylic viewing window of the clownfish. Finally, he put away his phone, trotted towards Shinsinyan, and took Shinsinyan's arm. Shinsinyan paused and looked at Fu Yunyin with deep eyes. The ponytail behind the little girl's head swung back and forth, and her eyes looked around, like a deer that had just emerged from the woods, curious about everything when it first arrived in human territory. The area of the surrounding display windows is getting larger and larger, and the flow of people is also increasing. Shinxinian was silent for a moment, thinking that Fu Yunyin was still young after all, so he could just hold her hand or hold her arm, which might be safer this way. Retracting his gaze, Shinxinian looked like an old father, with his sword-like brows slightly frowned, looking aimlessly at the surrounding display windows. Only when Fu Yunyin exclaimed in surprise, would he turn his head to take a look. Occasionally explain a few words. Seeing that he seemed to be very familiar with marine life and the terrain of the aquarium, Fu Yunyin asked, "Uncle, have you been to this aquarium before?" "Come here, it wasn't as good as it is now." The underwater tunnel slowly sank and was surrounded by sea water. Fu Yunyin didn't look at the schools of beautiful fish. Her black and white eyes looked at Shinxinian, expecting his follow-up answer. Shinxinian lived up to expectations. He looked at the tiger shark swimming past him and said slowly, "When I first entered university, I joined the school photography group and often came here to take pictures. The aquarium wasn't this big back then, and a lot of it was built later." Shinxinian explained everything in just a few words. He seemed to be lost in reminiscence for a moment, and was obviously unwilling to talk about it further. Fu Yunyin didn't ask any more questions, she just handed over the phone he gave her and said, "My little uncle has been in a photography team, so his photography skills must be very good. Please take a few photos for me. I want to share them with my classmates." The underwater tunnel reached the camera, and the view became a few shades darker. Chapter 11 Part-Time Job. In the dark blue environment, you can't actually see anything clearly. But from the sound of Fu Yunin's voice, Shinxinian knew that she must be smiling at this moment. She has curved eyebrows, red lips and white teeth, and her smile is like the sunshine in spring, clean and healing. Shinxinian had been frowning all the way out of the coffee shop, but his brows relaxed a little at this moment. Shinxinian took the phone and for the first time agreed to Fu Yunin's request without her begging. The sea water creates mystery, and the white dolphins and swimming whale sharks embellish the dream. Fu Yunyin stood in front of the huge transparent acrylic display window, either with her back to or facing Shinxinian, and followed Shinxinian's instructions to pose and adjust her posture. A few meters away, Shinxinian adjusted the ratio of his phone's photo frame to 16:9, helping Fu Yunyin capture the most passionate, ignorant and pure silhouettes of her adolescence. Perhaps it was because Shinxinian's guidance was too professional, or perhaps it was because his handsome face and expensive suit were too eye-catching, and many people's attention was focused on them. When Shinxinian asked Fu Yunyin to squat down and find an opportunity to create an interactive atmosphere with the penguins in front of the penguin viewing window, a surprised voice suddenly came from the side. "Yunyin, it's really you." Shinxinian was stunned for a moment. Fu Yunyin was also stunned, and stood up from the corner of the viewing window and said, "Songyusen? Aren't you going to the wetland park? Why are you here?" "That's what Jian Xingzer said. He said that if you and your uncle go to the aquarium, we will definitely run into him if we go there too. Speak of Cao Cao and he will appear." The sunny boy Jian Xingzer wore several cartoon women's bags and made a dazzling appearance. "Hey, Fu Yunyin, you didn't expect that, did you?" Har har. The boy and girl met and chatted for a long time before Fu Yunyin remembered Shinxinian, who was standing beside them. "Uncle, wait for me, I'll be right there after I talk to my classmates." Songyusen and the others also noticed Shinxinian and bowed politely. "Hello, uncle." Being called uncle by one person would be fine, but being called uncle by a group of people, Shinxinian nodded with a slightly stiff expression and said nothing. Songyusen and the others pulled Fu Yunyin to a corner, glanced secretly at Shinxinian, and gossiped. "Yunyin, your uncle is so handsome. Does he have a girlfriend?" Chu Minute couldn't stand it anymore. "Songyusen, that's enough. It's a generation gap, okay? That's Yunin's generation, not mine. Besides, Yunin's uncle only looks a few years older than me." Songyusen defended herself and pulled Fu Yunyin to act coquettishly. "Yunyin, tell me quickly, is there any?" Fu Yunyin smiled helplessly, recalling what she saw in the coffee shop that morning, and cruelly shattered Songyusen's fantasy. "Don't even think about it. My uncle has a girlfriend. She's so pretty. I just saw her in class. This is unforgivable. It's so abominable." Songyusen held her face and roared. Chu Minute said to Fu Yunyin, Yunyin, don't pay attention to her. She is a sloppy person who does whatever she wants. I knew she was joking. Fu Yunyin smiled lightly, quietly and healingly. Song Yuqi hugged Fu Yunyin affectionately, almost hanging on her. What did I say? Yunyin knows me best. Chu Minute, you are really my fake best friend. Go to hell. Chu Minute and Song Yusin started laughing and joking. Jian Xingzi took advantage of his free time to ask Fu Yunyin. Yunyin, we've all met. Do you want to play together? With Chu Minute and Song Yusin's Yunyin as the first name, Fu Yunyin carelessly did not notice that Jian Xingzi deliberately omitted the surname in the affectionate name. She shook her head, as determined and stubborn as she had been that day on the boulevard. No, I'm only free this morning. I have other plans later this afternoon, so I'm leaving soon. So fast. Jian Xingzi was a little disappointed. Fu Yunyin nodded and told him. There are a lot of people in the aquarium. You should stay with Song Yuqi and the others. You must protect them. Jian Xingzi patted his chest and said, Don't worry about this, I know. Fu Yunyin nodded again, glanced at Shinsinian, and moved her feet slightly. I have to go, have fun. After saying goodbye to Jian Xingzi, Song Yusin and the others, Fu Yunyin trotted back to Shinsinian. Shinsinian asked, Don't you need to go play with your classmates? Fu Yunyin shook her head, took the phone and checked the time, and said. It's almost time. My uncle still has to go to work, and I have other plans this afternoon. Shinsinian let her hold his arm and walked against the crowd to the first floor. There's still time. Shall I take you home first? Not going home. Fu Yunyin shook her head and laughed cunningly, hee hee. If it's on your way, please drop me off at the Goldfish Pond Hospital. Shinsinian slowed down his pace and looked at her. Are you sick? No, no. Fu Yunyin quickly explained. I had a medical checkup there last week and will go there this week to get my health certificate. Shinsinian felt relieved, but still asked curiously. Does the school need a health certificate now? The school doesn't need me. I have other uses. Fu Yunyin spoke very cryptically. Shinsinian took out his car keys and went to get the car, and asked Fu Yunyin to wait for him at the intersection ahead. As for the health certificate, it had been forgotten in this back and forth. In the end, Shinsinian didn't even think of asking her what it was for. Fu Yunin's schedule is very full. It's really very full. After waving goodbye to Shinsinian at the entrance of Jinyuchi Hospital, she took her ID card to a specific window to get her health certificate. After that, I took the bus for more than 30 stops to return to the villa, cleaned the house, picked up my school bag and got on the bus, and then took the bus for more than 30 stops back to the downtown area. I arrived at the KFC near the school on time at 6 p.m. The Fu family didn't care about Fu Yunyin's life or death at all. Since the day she left the Fu family, they never looked for her. Of course, it would be easy to find her if you wanted to. You could just come to school and catch her, but the Fu family didn't have her. Fu Yunyin and Fu Ranran did not attend the same school. Fu Ranran was a boarding student and had a car to pick her up and drop her off every week, but Fu Yunyin did not. Even though there were several empty cars and idle drivers at home, the people in charge had never thought of sending her. Fu Yunyin didn't think it mattered. Getting up a little earlier and going to bed a little later every day was not a hardship for her and she could hold on. When she was still at the Fu family, she would occasionally ask Fu Yinkan and Fu's mother for help when she had no money on her bus card. Now that she has left the Fu family, she has no source of income, and she has to rely on herself for transportation costs and all holiday expenses. She still has 2 months to go before she becomes an adult. She is currently at an awkward age and it is difficult for her to find a job. It is already very good for her to find a part-time job like that at KFC. Chapter 12. You begged me to take you in. Originally, minors could only work part-time until 10 p.m. at the latest. Fu Yunyin begged and persuaded the foreman by describing her miserable life in many ways, and finally persuaded her to come every weekend and work the shift from 6 p.m. to 8 a.m. the next day. Fu Yunyin considered everything very comprehensively. There are relatively fewer guests at night, so the error rate drops sharply, and you can also use your idle time to practice questions. The next morning, I had breakfast and packed up, just in time to catch the early morning bus back to the villa. Go home and have a nap, come back in the evening. Fu Yunyin had good intentions, but she didn't expect to be caught by Shinsinian so quickly. It was the second day of her part-time job. She had just left home to change into her work clothes. Before she even left the simple dressing room, she received a WeChat message from Shinsinian. Shinsinian, not at home. Fu Yunyin held the phone and pondered for a while, guessing that Shinsinian might have returned home early on the weekend and found that she was not there, so he sent a message to ask. Thinking that Shinsinian would not come down from the second floor normally, she held her lower lip, typed a line of words and clicked send. I'm with my classmates and will be home later. It's not that Fu Yunyin intended to hide the part-time job, but she was afraid that Shinsinian would tell her, so she chose to keep it to herself. President's office, 43rd floor, Zuanher building, downtown. Shinsinian's cell phone buzzed twice. After turning on the screen and reading the message, Shinsinian opened another chat box marked Yiquan and sent a message via voice to text conversion. Go to the community gym for a while, someone will open the door for you later. After a while, the phone vibrated again, and the other party sent back an OK emoticon with a panda face. Shinsinian didn't pay much attention to this matter. He put down his phone and continued to look at the planning documents. The company affairs were transferred to him one after another, and Shinsinian needed to keep an eye on everything. He has a huge workload, and often time passes late into the night in the blink of an eye. Because he remembered the appointment with Zhang Shupan that day, Shinsinian set a time reminder in advance. When his cell phone lit up at 11 o'clock in the evening, he closed his computer, tidied up the desk, picked up his briefcase and walked out. As expected, he was the last one to leave today. We drove all the way back to the old house. I had greeted them in advance and found that the housekeeper, Uncle Liu and his wife, were already waiting at the entrance of the hall. Master, you are back. Have you had dinner? Shinsinian handed the bag over and asked instead of answering. Where is Zhang Shupan? This. Uncle Liu and Aunt Liu looked at each other, and Aunt Liu said, Madam should not be asleep yet. If there is anything, can I call you? Shinsinian had just stepped into the hall and hadn't had time to nod when his cell phone in his pocket vibrated. Lily was a little girl. The caller's note is Yiquan. Shinsinian raised his hand, signaling Uncle Liu and Aunt Liu not to speak for the time being. He turned and walked out the door, then answered the phone, and heard an angry voice from the other end. Brother, are you coming back or not? I've been in the gym all night, and squatted at the door for 2 hours. I'm almost bitten to death by mosquitoes. Shinsinian subconsciously looked at the time on his watch. It's almost 12:30, so there should be someone at home. Ring the doorbell a few more times and someone at home will open the door for you. Shiniquan continued to complain. I pressed it. I almost broke down the door. I got all the security guards in the villa area to come here half an hour ago. There is really no one in the house. I'll call and ask, and I'll get back to you later. Shinsinian's heart sank. Worried that something might happen to Fu Yunyin at home alone, he looked through his address book and called her. No one answered Fu Yunyin's call for a long time. He frowned, feeling inexplicably anxious. I dialed the phone and WeChat voice several times before I finally got through. You didn't go back. Where are you now? Oh. Uncle, what's wrong? Fu Yunyin hurriedly switched sides to answer the phone. What's the matter? You can't bring your cell phone to work. She was busy outside and didn't hear it, so it was her sister who worked with her who heard it and told her. Nothing. Just wondering where you are. Why haven't you gone home so late? Seeing several pop-up phone calls on the record, Fu Yunyin felt a little nervous for some reason. I'm at my classmate's house. She was not good at lying. Shinsinian could immediately tell that she was lacking confidence in her words and became a little angry. I'll ask you again, where are you? He was too fierce and too anxious. Fu Yunyin didn't dare to tell lies anymore and stammered. I'm working part-time. Tell me the address. Now. Shinsinian rubbed his forehead and was almost knocked unconscious by the word part-time job. The KFC near the school, the one next to China Merchants Bank. Just stay there and wait for me. Don't go anywhere. Shinsinian didn't hang up the phone. He reached out and took the briefcase from Aunt Liu. Before he even stepped into their house, he drove away in a hurry. After taking a shower, Zhang Shupan put on a red silk suspender pajamas and was drinking red wine on the 3rd floor waiting for Shinsinian. She saw Shinsinian's car drive into the garden and waited for him to go upstairs. Unexpectedly, not only did I not see anyone after standing there for a long time, I also saw Shinxinyan's car driving out of the garden. Zhang Shupan put down her goblet in frustration and called the internal line to ask about the following situation. What happened? Why did you leave just after coming back? Phone call. Who called? Not sure. The people below couldn't get the answer, so Zhang Shupan hung up the phone, took out her cell phone and dialed Shinxinyan's number. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, Shinxinyan's number has been busy all the time. Shinxinyan. How dare you do this to me? Zhang Shupan was so angry that her hands were shaking and she threw her phone onto the bed. KFC is located on the west side of Ingao Nanyuan Road, on the side of the overpass. A black, low-key and luxurious limited edition Porsche drove into the parking area. Soon, the man in a suit and tie in the driver's seat got out of the car, drove quickly and opened the glass door of KFC. The lady taking orders at the counter was stunned for a moment. Before he could even say, "So handsome," another little guy who was also working the night shift taking orders was dragged outside. Explain. The street lights were dim, and the shadows of the trees were faintly cast on the ground. Fu Yunyin stood with her head down, not even looking at the man in the shadows. Although she had anticipated that she might be talked about, Fu Yunyin did not expect Shinxinyan to make such a big fuss. Uncle, I. Fu Yunyin hesitated, holding her lower lip and not daring to speak. Shinxinyan's handsome features turned cold, and he looked down at her condescendingly. When we first met, how did you beg me? You said you needed a learning environment and begged me to take you in. What are you doing now? Shinxinyan pointed to his side with his backhand. Is this the learning environment you want? No, uncle. Chapter 13. Who is that girl? Shinxinyan was obviously really angry, and Fu Yunyin didn't dare to drag it out and make excuses. I lost contact with my family and I need money. Although it was difficult to say, Fu Yunyin still told the truth. How much money can you get here? Why do you stay out so late? From what time to what time do you work? Fu Yunyin didn't say anything. Shinxinyan shouted, "Speak." Fu Yunyin spoke weakly. The night shift is 17 yuan per hour. I am a miner. I work from 6 p.m. to 8 a.m. the next morning, 14 yuan per hour. 14 yuan an hour. Shinxinyan's handsome face froze, and he couldn't even keep his sneer. From 6 p.m. to 8 a.m. the next day, a total of 14 hours, 196 yuan, less than 200 yuan. No wonder the schedule is full, no wonder I have to go to the hospital to get a health certificate. Shinxinyan was really worried that he would be angry to death on the side of the road tonight. He grabbed Fu Yunin's wrist and shook it to lecture her. You want to buy your future with these $196? Do you know what is important? Few rich kids would really rely on the college entrance examination, but Fu Yunyin is different from ordinary rich kids. She is an illegitimate daughter. She was not welcomed. She is just like many ordinary people. The college entrance examination is one of the few opportunities in her life to truly turn her life around. Shinxinyan made a decision and pulled Fu Yunyin towards the car. Come back with me. No, uncle, I know you are doing this for my own good, but I really need this job. The girl who had been listening obediently a second ago suddenly stepped back and started to push back. Just trust me. I will arrange the time, really, really. I promise. Fu Yunyin? Shinxinyan suddenly stopped and looked back. Seeing the nervous and stubborn tears at the corners of Fu Yunin's eyes, he opened his sexy thin lips. Unable to utter a harsh rebuke, he softened his tone slightly. Can you listen? Fu Yunyin looked at him with tears in her eyes. She knew he was doing it for her own good. She wanted to be obedient, but she couldn't help it. If you need anything, you can always ask me. Didn't I tell you? Accounting, rent, cell phone, now there's one more item, tuition. Study expenses. Shinxinyan was somewhat helpless. In order to persuade the stubborn girl, he racked his brains to come up with some advice. You also said that you are not yet an adult, and the Fu family still needs to be responsible for all your necessary expenses. If you don't want to negotiate with them, I can do it for you. The firm tone calmed Fu Yunin's frightened heart. Even though she knew the road ahead was not going to be easy, Fu Yunyin still shook her head stubbornly. Thank you, little uncle. But I don't want to have anything to do with them anymore. If necessary, I would rather give up everything. The Fu family's responsibility is to give arms. Once you accept it, you will always be restricted by them. Then there will be another round of misery, and she doesn't want that. The Fu family doesn't want to take care of you, but I will. You don't have to do this. You are very smart. You need to learn how to calculate. How much money can you spend now? How much money can you earn in the future? Well. Shinsinian extended his hand to Fu Yunyin. Let's go home. What Shinsinian said is very right and convincing. Fu Yunyin understood this principle, but she had too many problems with Shinsinian. She really didn't feel comfortable accepting Shinsinian's help frequently. Even so, Fu Yunyin was also worried that Shinsinian would really contact the Fu family. After thinking it over again and again, Fu Yunyin found that she seemed to have no right to refuse. Looking at the white, slender hands in the dim light in front of her, she sniffed, took a step back, and smiled with a relaxed look. Well, I'll go change my clothes first. I'll tell my sister who works with me that I won't be here anymore. Shinsinian smiled and nodded, yeah. When Fu Yunyin turned around, his eyes turned cold and the smile on his face faded. Fu family. The Fu family in City B are all from the same clan, with 3 or 5 branches in one lineage. Which Fu family member does Fu Yunyin belong to? There were fewer cars at night, and it only took 40 minutes to drive from the 3rd ring road to the villa area. The Porsche had just parked in the villa area, and Shinsinian got out first. When Fu Yunyin unbuckled her seat belt, he had already helped open the passenger door in a gentlemanly manner. Fu Yunyin took his hand and jumped out of the car, but hadn't even stood still yet. A big man suddenly stood up from the flower bed under the street lamp at the door and walked towards them. Fu Yunyin didn't understand the situation and subconsciously grabbed Shinsinian's sleeve and dodged. Shinsinian noticed and turned around. The tall guy almost cried when he saw Shinsinian clearly. Brother! I'm finally back, look at all the bags I'm wearing. Shin Yiquan pointed at his swollen eyelids and was about to complain that the mosquitoes in this villa area were really awesome. It specifically bites people's vulnerable parts and does it in a perfectly symmetrical manner at once. As a result, when he saw the little head sticking out curiously beside his brother, Shin Yiquan was stunned. Who is she? Let's talk inside. Shinsinian slammed the car door shut. Opening the door of the villa, Shinsinian patted Fu Yunyin on the shoulder. Go take a shower first and have a good sleep tonight. Fu Yunyin nodded and went into the house first. Shin Yiquan followed Shinsinian into the villa and witnessed Fu Yunyin return to the room, come out of the room, and turn into the bathroom. Then he locked the bathroom door with a click. Shin Yi's broad face was shaped like a pig's head by mosquito bites. His expression changed from time to time, and finally he looked at his own brother. Brother, what's going on? Explain it. Shinsinian changed into slippers at the door, loosened his tie and went upstairs. Let's talk upstairs. Shin Yiquan was about to catch up with Shinsinian, but Shinsinian suddenly turned around and told her. Change your shoes. If you don't have shoes, just go barefoot. It will be hard to deal with the child if he dirty the floor. Shin Yiquan was speechless. He could only kick off his sneakers at the entrance and move around the house in his socks. The first floor is relatively empty. The second floor is exquisitely decorated with refrigerators, wine cabinets, etc., all filled to the brim. Shinsinian put down his briefcase, opened the wine cabinet and took out a bottle of wine, then took 2 high-heeled glasses and poured half a glass into each. Shin Yiquan said, I have to go back to school early tomorrow morning, so I won't drink anymore. Shinsinian still pushed the cup over. This has a low alcohol content, it's okay, drink it and you'll sleep better. All right. Shin Yiquan compromised, thinking of the little girl downstairs, and couldn't help asking again. Who is that little girl? The child of your partner. Brother, I know most of your partners, but I have never seen this girl before. After guessing everything he could, Shin Yiquan finally said in silence. Don't tell me you like her. I can't stand hearing such shocking things. That little girl looks too young. Even if he is an adult, he is probably only 18 or 19. His brother is already 26. Isn't it too timid for an old cow to eat young grass? Besides, with his brother's financial situation, he could find anything he wanted, so why would he have to look for bean sprouts? Although it is indeed quite pure and cute. Looks like someone who is easy to bully. Shin Yiquan licked his back teeth, his expression inexplicably unnatural. Maybe tall boys all have a complex about height differences, but he seems to like this type of little potato. Chapter 14 Physical Examination. Don't guess. Shinsinian shook the glass and took a sip of wine, then leaned back on the sofa and relaxed. She's a child from the villa area, an illegitimate daughter of a wealthy family. Shinsinian introduced Fu Yunyin in just a few words. Then tell me, why does she live with you? Shin Yiquan was speechless for a moment. She is an illegitimate daughter, but she is not your illegitimate daughter. Do their parents know that their daughter is here? If you knew, wouldn't you doubt his motives? Even if the accident can be explained clearly, wouldn't it be a waste of time to involve a lawsuit? Shin Yiquan pointed at the glass coffee table and asked, is this suitable? Shinsinian shrugged, took a sip and put the cup on the table, then poured another half cup and drank it slowly. Of course it wasn't appropriate from a logical point of view, but out of humanitarianism, he couldn't refuse under the circumstances. As for the series of events that happened afterwards, even if they didn't make sense, they still made sense. My college education was not in vain. Now I have learned to consider the pros and cons. Shin Yiquan said dissatisfiedly, brother, I am talking to you about a serious matter now, please don't joke with me. Shinsinian shook his wine glass, closed his eyes and rubbed his forehead. She reminds me of you when you were 12 years old. Shin Yiquan suddenly stopped, fragmented memories flashed before his eyes, and the anger on his face gradually faded away. After recounting what happened when he met Fu Yunyin that day, Shinsinian put down his wine glass and stood up. You know, at that stage when you're 12, we're all in a bad place. She won't stay here for long. After taking the college entrance exam, she will leave during the summer vacation at the latest. Shinsinian took off his tie and walked into the room, washed the cups. The door closed, and Shin Yiquan heard his deep voice coming slowly through the door. Be careful when living here for a while. She is also one of the owners here. Put on your clothes after taking a shower, and don't walk your bird around. Question mark. Shin Yiquan recovered from his emotion and shouted. Who's walking the bird around? There was a click downstairs and the bathroom door opened. Shin Yiquan suddenly fell silent, feeling extremely depressed. He put the wine back into the cabinet, picked up 2 cups on the table and went to the bathroom on the 2nd floor to wash them. After washing up at night, I lay down in the guest room on the 2nd floor. Shin Yiquan crossed his legs and opened WeChat to send a message. After a while, he received an emotionless reply. Shinsinian, I take the bus by myself. Shin Yiquan was so angry that he pounded the bed. It would take at least 30 bus stops to get back to Ingdao from here, and he has a school competition tomorrow. Shin Yiquan held the phone in his hand, trying to persuade his brother to give him a ride tomorrow. As soon as I spelled the word brother, the cell phone buzzed twice. Through the wall, his brother sent him another message. Shinsinian, you can't be worse than a child, right? Question mark. What's the meaning? Is that girl also from Ingdao University? Traveling by bus? Shin Yiquan was half believing and half doubting, but was finally irritated by the question mark at the end of his brother's message. How could he be inferior to a little girl? Putting down his phone, Shin Yiquan turned down the air conditioner a few degrees, and fell asleep peacefully wrapped in his silk air conditioning quilt. On the 1st floor, separated by several walls, the room was quiet. The small desk lamp illuminated a small bright area, and Fu Yunyin carefully put the study materials into her school bag. I read 2 more essays before closing the book, turning off the desk lamp and going to bed. At 5:20 in the morning, Shin Yiquan went downstairs with a messy hair to drink water. When he reached the stairs, he found that the living room on the 1st floor was dazzlingly bright. I went downstairs suspiciously and found Fu Yunyin already sitting at the entrance changing her shoes with her school bag on her back. Shin Yiquan was a little confused, so early. He walked barefoot silently, and Fu Yunyin was startled and quickly stood up. When she saw clearly that it was him, Fu Yunyin became as nervous as a frightened rabbit and nodded obediently. Shin Yiquan took a cup, drank some water, and said casually, "Wait for me, I'm going back to school too, let's go together later." Fu Yunyin hesitated for a moment, and looking at his attire, she knew that he had not washed yet. So she shook her head decisively and refused. She opened the door with her little hand and said, "No, I'll be late for morning reading." Morning reading. Shin Yiquan was stunned for a moment. Fu Yunyin over there moved quickly, closed the door and ran away quickly. But even so, Shin Yiquan still noticed her school uniform. Shen Yiquan was the student who was recommended by Ingao High School to Ingao University. Of course, he was familiar with Ingao's school uniform. Realizing that Fu Yunyin was a high school student, Shen Yiquan almost spit out the water in his mouth. His eyes were stunned and he looked towards the second floor in disbelief. "Brother, you are my brother. You are really a torturer." In Ingao school, before the morning classes, good friends gathered together, laughing and chatting about the interesting things that happened over the weekend. Fu Yunyin was sitting at the table, also surrounded by Song Yusin, Jian Xingzi, and others. "2 minute, Yunyin, I saw the photos you posted on your profile yesterday. They were so well taken. They can be used as wallpapers. I saved several of them, he. Fu Yunyin smiled lightly and said calmly. "My uncle took the photo. He has been in a photography group. You guys took good photos too. What's good about it?" Song Yusin rolled her eyes and glared at Jian Xingzi beside her and said. "His hands shake like Parkinson's. All the photos he posted were selected by me." "Yunyin, you don't know." Song Yusin complained speechlessly. "I took 204 photos in total, but only about a dozen are worth looking at. The rest are either blurry or the figures are distorted, with arms and legs longer than a gibbon." Fu Yunyin was amused by her exaggerated description. "Not that exaggerated, right?" Jian Xingzi argued. "Sister, don't you think about it? I've been carrying the bag all the way. What's in your bag? My arms are almost falling off. There's no way I can take a good photo. What can a girl bring when she goes out? Isn't it just an umbrella, a water bottle, and a cell phone?" Song Yusin said confidently. "You are weak, so why don't you just exercise? Why are you making excuses? They are nothing." "Who made excuses?" You, it's you." Song Yusin bickered with Jian Xingzi. 2 minute leaned close to Fu Yunyin. "Speaking of which, the physical examination is next Thursday. I want to buy sports shoes this weekend. What about you? Have you bought them?" Jian Xingzi said, "I don't know. I'll go home and ask today. My family should be able to help prepare it, right?" Song Yusin pouted unhappily. "I would like to buy some, but my mom said my feet aren't that long, so I can just wear normal clothes. A pair of sneakers or sports shoes doesn't cost much, but not every rich kid comes from a family that is extravagant." Fu Yunyin slowly raised her hand. "I have to buy it too, 2 minute, can we go together then?" Fu Yunyin was busy with her part-time job before because of this matter. "When I got home last night, Shinsinian transferred 5,000 yuan to her via WeChat, so she doesn't have to worry about money for the time being." "Sure tilde." 2 minute was happy to have someone to share with. Chapter 15. Nothing. Song Yusin and Jian Xingzi rushed to say. "I'm going too. Whether I buy anything or not, the weekend is our day off anyway, so let's go play together. Then it's a deal." The morning class bell rang. 2 minute stood up and walked to his seat. "The detailed time will be confirmed in the online group chat." Jian Xingzi turned the page of the book and leaned towards Fu Yunyin. "I say, this is too unfair. Why doesn't Song Yusin let me join the group? I applied the day before yesterday, and she rejected me." Fu Yunyin flipped through the textbook, her lips curled up into a quiet smile. "Didn't you see the name of the group? Fairy Discussion Group." Jian Xingzi was indignant. "How should I know the time you guys decided on that night? I'll tell you when I'm sure." "That's fine." Jian Xingzi immediately became happy. Fu Yunyin turned around and sat facing him, handing him the review book. "Help me review the classical Chinese text recitation, thank you." "No problem, you can recite it." "The rabble is so stupid, carrying cloth to trade for silk. He is not here to trade for silk, but to plot against me. Time flies and soon it's the weekend." Fu Yunyin originally had a budget of 300 or 400 yuan for buying shoes, but 2minute only looked at shoes that cost thousands of yuan. She couldn't resist 2minute, so she followed him and tried it in the store. It's true, some luxury clothes may not be very comfortable to wear, but these more expensive shoes feel really great to wear. Thinking that a pair of shoes can be worn for a long time, Fu Yunyin hesitated for a long time, but finally spent a huge sum of 12,000 yuan to buy the shoes. The day is long and we have lunch at a fast food restaurant. Everyone made an appointment to go to the library to review their exercises, and Fu Yunyin also said she wanted to go. She always kept the shoe purchase in mind, thinking that she couldn't spend the remaining money in her WeChat account carelessly. Her face was filled with worry and confusion, and Song Yusin pushed her and asked her what was wrong. Fu Yunyin put down the burger and confessed, I want to find a job. I want to make money. What? Song Yusin and the others almost dropped their jaws. Everyone knows that your Fu family is the richest in City B. Even if there were 10 of you lying around eating and drinking, you wouldn't be able to spend all your money as a rich second-generation rich for several lifetimes. How can you make money? Stop being ridiculous. Fu Yunyin shook her head. If she was Fu Ranran, then perhaps it would be like what Song Yusin and the others said, but she is not. It is not good to talk about family gossip outside, Fu Yunyin said. The family's money is the family's money, and I don't want to rely on it. It's easy to spend money, play, act cool, and look handsome. These are easy and anyone can do them. But it's not easy to read good books, get into a good university, and make money on your own. If possible, I would like to try to rely on myself. How do you say this sentence? Low-level desires are satisfied by indulgence, while high-level desires are satisfied by restraint. Fu Yunyin has always been more inclined to the latter. She is tough, hardworking, and restrained enough. The small snack table suddenly became quiet. Song Yusin and the others were actually a little shocked by her ideas. Yunyin, although I think what you said makes sense, I also think that at our age, our main task is to study hard. There are so many things to take into account that sometimes it's hard to balance them all. This makes sense. Fu Yunyin nodded. She just expressed her own ideas just now and didn't try to convince these friends. Eat it quickly. The fries will become limp and won't taste good. Tilde. In the evening, Fu Yunyin separated from her friends at the library entrance and walked towards the subway station. There is no subway that goes directly to the villa area, but it is also very fast to take the subway from here to the vicinity of the school, and then take the bus from the vicinity of the school to go home. Fu Yunyin was walking with her head down when suddenly a car horn sounded from the side road. The passenger window of the black Bentley slowly rolled down, and Jian Xingzer poked his head out with a playful smile. Fu Yunyin, I knew no one would come to pick you up. Get in the car, I'll ask the driver to take you back safely, Tilde. Fu Yunyin was a little confused. She didn't expect Jian Xingzer to turn back. But after thinking about it, she shook her head and refused. Next time, Jian Xingzer. I suddenly remembered that I haven't bought something yet. You get in the car first. I'll take you to buy it and then take you home. Really, no need. I'm leaving now. See you at school on Monday. Hey. Yunyin, Fu Yunyin? Jian Xingzer was almost getting out of the car window, and the driver was afraid that he would fall, so he had to pull him from behind. Jian Xingzer had no choice but to watch Fu Yunyin run away. Raising the car window, Jian Xingzer felt a little frustrated and a little angry. Why are you so stubborn every time? I can't even yell at you once. Master, do you like that girl just now? Asked the driver. Jian Xingzer's face instantly turned red, and he jumped up like a little wolf to warn. Don't talk nonsense. That's the table next to mine. The driver smiled, started the engine, concentrated on driving, and said nothing more. Looking at the passing city night scene outside the window, Jian Xingzer somehow suddenly remembered what Fu Yunyin said at the fast food restaurant at noon. He frowned his childish eyebrows, turned his head and looked at the driver and said, Uncle Bao, does our company have any job openings? Without waiting for Uncle Bao to answer, Jian Xingzer said, and continued. I want to work on weekends, not too early or too late, preferably 2 hours a day, not tiring, and with super high pay. Oh, and by the way, it has to be the kind that even minors can take up the job. Uncle Bao. Master. Uncle Bao smiled awkwardly, I really don't know. Why don't you go back and ask the eldest young master? The family business is now managed by the eldest young master. If you ask him, he will definitely know. Jian Xingzer sighed angrily, Uncle Bao, you are really nothing. Har, master is right, har. Fu Yunyin said that she suddenly remembered that she had something to buy, but that was really not an excuse. Shen Yiquan has lived in the villa for a while. There are toiletries in the villa, but there are only 2 pairs of slippers. He mostly runs around in socks at home, and Fu Yunyin has noticed this for a long time. Before going home, I went to the place where I bought slippers before and bought a pair for Shen Yiquan in the largest size possible. After taking the car back to the villa, Fu Yunyin changed her shoes at the door and unpacked the boxes of 2 pairs of shoes. I squatted down and put my shoes on the empty spaces in the shoe cabinet one by one. The warm light above my head suddenly dimmed, and a pair of feet in socks appeared in front of me. Fu Yunyin slowly raised her head and met Shen Yiquan, who was leaning against the closet, looking down at her from above. Fu Yunyin opened and closed her lips, a little nervous. Shen Yiquan is Shen Xinyan's younger brother. Shen Xinyan is so handsome, and as his younger brother, Shen Yiquan certainly can't be ugly. He has deep facial features, a clear and strong jawline, and a face as distinct as a sculpture. Compared with his brother Shen Xinyan, he looks sharper and wilder. Although the two people do not look the same, they have one very obvious thing in common: the same cold and deep eyes. Chapter 16, Annoying. Everyone loves beauty. Fu Yunyin always has a good first impression of handsome or beautiful people. But Shen Yiquan was an accident. Shen Yiquan is very tall, nearly 1.9 meters tall, with strong bones and muscles. At first glance, he looks like the type who gets more than the normal amount of exercise. He is not the muscular type, but the sense of urgency and crushing brought by the disparity in body size makes Fu Yunyin very afraid of him. Perhaps the fear in her eyes was too obvious. Shen Yiquan suddenly stood up straight. "Don't be nervous, little girl. I heard you can cook. Aunt Liu sent some ingredients over, why don't you help me make some? I'm starving." "Cooking? Oh, okay." Fu Yunyin agreed readily, as she hadn't had dinner yet. Fu Yunyin ran back to the room to put down her school bag, went to the kitchen to wash her hands before walking towards the refrigerator. Shen Yiquan put his arms around his shoulders and followed her in surprise. Regardless of whether Fu Yunyin could see it or not, she looked towards the door. "What was that at the door just now?" I said you put it in the cabinet." "Shoes, slippers." Fu Yunyin took a while to react, then took the eggs and then the noodles. "There are fresh shrimps in the refrigerator." I remembered the prawns that had been kept there before, but later died and Shen Xinyan threw away the whole bag of them. Fu Yunyin was afraid of wasting things, so she took them all. "You didn't have slippers, didn't you?" "I saw them when I came back today, so I bought you a pair." Although Shen Yiquan guessed it, he still felt strange when he heard Fu Yunyin say it with his own ears. I went to the entrance, took out the shoes and tried them on. The black and grey shark-shaped slippers and the pair of candy green crocodile sandals in the corner of the closet are in competition. It's a little ugly, but it's quite comfortable to wear and the size is right. Shen Yiquan put it on without taking it off. Walking towards the kitchen, he leaned against the door frame lazily as if he had no bones. "I've been living here for several days, but I still don't know your name." "My name is Fu Yunyin." Shen Yiquan was slightly surprised. "Fu? Which Fu? Fu in Taifu, Fu in Shifu?" Shen Yiquan asked again. "Are you the daughter of the Fu family?" Fu Yunyin subconsciously refuted. "I am not." Shen Yiquan lowered his thick eyebrows. "And who are you?" I am the child of the Fu family's servant." Fu Yunyin was silent for a moment, and then brought out the same excuse she had used to fool Shen Xinyan, trying to fool Shen Yiquan. But she had already told him her last name, and who would believe her if she said he was a servant's child? Shen Yiquan snorted, obviously not believing it. Fu Yunyin realized this belatedly and felt a little embarrassed, but she didn't want to say more about this issue. "This is my privacy. It's really rude of you to ask about this in front of the victim." Shen Yiquan rolled his eyes to the sky. If it wasn't for his brother, would he be willing to ask? "I want to eat meat. I can't be full with just a few shrimps and eggs." Shen Yiquan snorted coldly again and walked to the living room. "Why didn't you tell me earlier? I've already cooked it." "Can't you cook it again after it's cooked?" Shen Yiquan crossed his legs and lay on the sofa, holding a game controller in his hand and staring at the wall-mounted monitor. He didn't blink for a long time. "It's just a small matter." In the kitchen, Fu Yunyin pouted, looking a little angry. "The noodles are cooked, we can't waste them." "Not full? Then eat more." Fu Yunyin took a large bowl, poured all the noodles in the pot into the bowl, and brought the noodles and soup together to the small bar in the living room. "Bring it here. Can't you see I'm here? I'm blind." Fu Yunyin shouted angrily and turned to go to the kitchen to wash the pot. "Stinky girl." Shen Yiquan frowned, threw away the handle impatiently, walked to the bar and sat down. He was about to curse, But when he saw Fu Yunyin made noodles for him and took salmon and steak to the kitchen, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. His stomach had been growling with hunger, so Shen Yiquan picked up the chopsticks and took a big sip without caring about the heat. Fu Yunyin originally thought that he was deliberately making trouble for her, but when she came out of the kitchen, she saw the empty bowl and Shen Yiquan, who was obviously not full. She suddenly realized that she had just judged others by her own standards. He wasn't bullying her, he just really had a big appetite. Fu Yunyin blushed in bewilderment. She quickly picked up the dishes and chopsticks from the bar and said calmly, "Steak and salmon are coming soon." Shen Yiquan tilted his head and supported his chin with one hand, sitting in front of the bar and looking at the kitchen from a blind spot. "Salmon and steak go well together. You didn't fry them together, did you? If the flavors mix, I won't eat it." Fu Yunyin pursed her lips, scolding him for having no common sense and being a nuisance in her heart. "I fried them together, but in 2 pans. Then you don't look stupid enough." Fu Yunyin let out a breath and didn't want to bother with Shen Yiquan anymore. The way he speaks is really a bit annoying. Black pepper salmon and steak were served quickly. Shen Yiquan poked and pointed with his chopsticks, and soon came up with a new and annoying idea. "No knife and fork. Have you ever seen anyone eat steak with chopsticks? This is at home, not a restaurant. Can't we just make do with it? So there are no other side dishes or staple foods. Eating them plain would be too greasy." Fu Yunyin stamped her feet in anger. "Then what do you want?" Shen Yiquan raised his eyebrows and looked at her with interest. "How about you cook another bowl of noodles?" Fu Yunyin was annoyed and surprised. "You have already eaten a lot, are you sure you can eat that much? You'll know if I can eat it once you make it." Fu Yunyin let out a breath in anger and stomped her feet all the way to the kitchen. When another bowl of noodles was brought to the small bar, Fu Yunyin held the tray and simply stood there and refused to leave. She wanted to see what Shen Yiquan could say this time. As she expected, Shen Yiquan looked at her, and his thin lips on his tough and handsome face suddenly curled up into a nasty smile, and it was obvious that he was planning something big. Fu Yunyin took a deep breath and straightened her back to prepare for the reception, but at this moment, the sound of a key unlocking the door was heard from the entrance. Shinsinian pushed the door open carrying a briefcase. Fu Yunyin ran towards Shinsinian. "Uncle." It was hard to describe what she felt at that moment. Fu Yunyin just felt like tears were about to burst out of her eyes. Savior. Living savior. Shinsinian put his briefcase on the shoe counter and changed his shoes on the spot. Seeing Fu Yunyin crying with a droopy face, although he didn't know what was going on, Shinsinian subconsciously rubbed her furry head. "What's wrong?" The warmth on her forehead made Fu Yunyin stunned for a moment, but she quickly reacted and shook her head and said, "Fine." She said it was okay, but she bit her lower lip and couldn't stop glancing at Shen Yiquan. Shinsinian understood and looked over. After seeing the plates and dishes in front of Shen Yiquan and then glancing at the tray in Fu Yunyin's arms, he roughly guessed what was going on. Chapter 17, Fu Yunyin, Other Agenda. You're not a kid at 19 anymore. Stop bullying others. Shinsinian glanced at Shen Yiquan and patted Fu Yunyin on the shoulder. She's younger than you. Shen Yiquan took a big bite of the steak and said lazily, "I didn't bully her. I asked her before cooking. She was willing to do it." "Right, little girl." Fu Yunyin ignored him and just circled around Shinsinian. "Uncle, you came back earlier today than before. Have you eaten?" "Don't worry. Not busy, I haven't eaten yet." Shen Yiquan paused and looked at Fu Yunyin subconsciously. "Didn't she eat? Wash your hands and sit for a while. I'll go cook the noodles. It will be ready soon." Shen Yiquan raised the end of his eyebrows slightly. The girl didn't look at him. She laughed like a silly rabbit and trotted to the kitchen. She was so happy. Shen Yiquan was still looking towards the kitchen and didn't notice that his brother had already sat down next to him. Shinsinian tapped the bar counter and gave a gentle reminder, also a warning. "Don't be too hostile to her, it makes you look childish." "I haven't even stepped out of the school grounds yet, isn't it normal for me to be childish?" Shen Yiquan finished his steak and salmon, then ate noodles in big mouthfuls, saying nonchalantly, "How about you, brother? How long have you known her? You've only moved here for 2 months, right? Do you know her background well? Her last name is Fu. Everyone in City B knows the capabilities of the Fu family. So what if she is really an illegitimate daughter? Just because she can't do anything doesn't mean the Fu family won't make the best use of it. Shin Yiquan felt rebellious. He always felt that Fu Yunyin's appearance was too strange. The more his brother protected Fu Yunyin, the more depressed he felt. Stinky girl. Shin Yiquan looked towards the kitchen again, this time his sharp brows were furrowed, and there was a hint of disgust in his eyes. Don't let me catch you. Shin Yiquan put down his chopsticks and went upstairs. Shin Sinian glanced at the messy bowls on the small bar, took off his suit and put it on the sofa, rolled up his sleeves and helped put the bowls into the kitchen. Just then, Fu Yunyin came out of the kitchen carrying some noodle soup. Uncle, stop it, I'll collect it later. It's okay, just casually. Oh, it's all oil. Fu Yunyin put the bowl on the counter and trotted back to the kitchen. Let me do it. Don't worry about it. Shin Sinian has broad shoulders and a narrow waist, and his arms have smooth and solid muscle lines. When he bent down to wash the dishes, Fu Yunyin couldn't even put her hands into the huge sink. Fu Yunyin bit her lip and had to stand aside obediently. Shin Sinian said, "You go eat first, I'll be here soon." Oh. Fu Yunyin responded in a low voice and left the kitchen. I thought to myself that the younger uncle is the best, unlike the guy just now, who always makes trouble for me. Thinking of Shin Yiquan, Fu Yunyin realized something belatedly. She made so many things, and Shin Yiquan seemed to have eaten them all. Shin Yiquan is not a professional sports student or athlete. He is a bit big, but his appetite is too exaggerated. One meal is more than her total intake for the day. Fu Yunyin was thinking randomly while Shin Sinian shook the water off his hands and sat down opposite her. Someday, find time to have someone come over and install a dishwasher. Hey? Is it necessary? Save time, worry and effort. Save a little every day, and the savings will be enough for you to finish 20 big questions. Fu Yunyin tilted her head and thought about it. If you calculate it this way, it seems to be a good deal. I'll do some homework at home next weekend, so I can spare some time to focus on it. Shin Sinian shook his head and declined her offer. Just do your thing. Yiquan is here for the time being, so just let him keep an eye on it. Well, okay then. Take a shower after eating and go to bed early at night. Shin Sinian ate his noodles slowly and leisurely, not forgetting to remind. It's already May, and there's only 1 month left until the college entrance exam. Okay, I'll go after I wash the dishes. You don't have to worry about these. Uncle, can you? Shin Sinian glared at Fu Yunyin with his narrow eyes. Is this a difficult thing? Fu Yunyin quickly shook her head. Without saying anything else, Fu Yunyin jumped off the bar stool and went back to her room to get her pajamas and wash up, all in one go. 34, 33. 30, 29, 28. The countdown numbers on the blackboard to the college entrance examination are getting smaller and smaller, and the time between classes is becoming more and more compressed. No matter how late it is every day when she gets home, Fu Yunyin does nothing but practice exercises. As if taking into consideration the hard work of the graduating students, the school gave a rare half-day holiday on Thursday after the physical examination in the morning. At that time, Fu Yunyin got passing scores in all 3 projects and came down from the playground safely. However, because she had not done strenuous exercise for a long time and had been staying up late every day to practice questions in preparation for the college entrance examination in the past 6 months, some of her physical indicators were low. When I was packing my things to go home, my vision became blurry and I slipped on the stairs. Fortunately, Jian Xingzer, Song Yusin and others were there and pulled her up in time, otherwise she would have rolled down the stairs. Song Yusin and Chu Minute supported Fu Yunyin. Jian Xingzer bent over and wanted to lift Fu Yunyin's trouser leg, but Fu Yunyin waved her hand to stop him. The 3 of them were still a little frightened. Fu Yunyin smiled and said, "It's okay, I just bumped my knee and my butt hurts a little, it will be fine after a while. Why don't you uncover it and take a look? What if it bleeds? We can go over and let the school doctor take a look while she's still here. It's not that serious. School uniform pants are so thick." Fu Yunyin smiled and waved her hand. "Okay, let's go quickly and go home early. I'm so tired from running around today. I don't even want to do any more questions when I go back. Why are you carrying such a heavy bag if you're not doing any exercises?" Song Yusin was straightforward and immediately exposed Fu Yunyin's lie. "How about I help you put your bag back?" Fu Yunyin blinked, showing a row of small white teeth when she smiled, but did not respond. The holiday was temporary, but when the holiday was announced, Chu Minute and Song Yusin both called home. When they arrived at the school gate, the drivers from the Chu and Song families were already waiting there. After watching them both get into the car one after another, Song Yusin opened the car window and winked at Jian Xingzer as she left. Jian Xingzer, Yunyin is in your hands. If your driver comes, give her a ride. Don't let her limp home by herself. Among the people playing together, everyone can see that Jian Xingzer likes Fu Yunyin. But Fu Yunyin is stubborn and always confused. Got it, don't worry. Jian Xingzer waved. When he turned around again, he grabbed Fu Yunyin's arm. Did you hear what Song Yusin said? Fu Yunyin was embarrassed to take her hand back. Normally, when they play together in groups, it's okay for them to be a little intimate, but she always feels awkward when she's alone. Don't listen to her, I can do it myself. Then I won't touch you, but I can help you carry your school uniform jacket and school bag, right? I'll carry my school bag myself. If you really want to do something, just help me get my coat. Chapter 18, Puppy Love. The school bag was very heavy. Jian Xingzer already had one, and Fu Yunyin was embarrassed to give him another one. Jian Xingzer held the gloves in one hand and stretched them out with the other. Staring at the limping Fu Yunyin, Jian Xingzer wished he could walk sideways on the road like a crab. He was afraid that if Fu Yunyin fell, he would not be able to support her in time. Hey, Fu Yunyin, aren't you looking for a job? I can introduce you to one, would you like to hear it? My family's leisure club has been recruiting recently. There are several categories, and part-time jobs are also available. The time can be selected from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., or 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. Jian Xingzer thought about it and continued. Because it is a place where the bosses of major companies often meet, it is a high-end place, and the salary for part-time jobs is not bad, 200 yuan an hour, how about it, do you want to try it? $200 an hour. I don't know how many times higher than KFC. It's normal for high-end places to have higher salaries, but isn't this too much higher? Moreover, in the past, the customers were all big bosses. What could a student like her do there? Fu Yunyin looked at Jian Xingzer suspiciously. Jian Xingzer knew what she was thinking, scratched his head and laughed. It's not that difficult. Even if you don't know the technical stuff, you can always hold the water, right? I admit that I did ask about this on purpose, but I swear, the job content and salary are real, and it's definitely not because you are my friend. Think about it. Do you want to go? If you want to go, you can send me a message anytime this weekend. After taking a look at Fu Yunin's legs, Jian Xingzer changed the subject. Forget it, let's go next week. If you want to go, I'll take you next weekend. He said it with certainty. Fu Yunyin hesitated for a while and then said, I want to go check it out first. Is this weekend okay? If it's okay, please. Fu Yunyin bowed 90 degrees. It's really exciting. If the job is reliable, it doesn't matter if the salary is not that high. She can take up the position immediately, and can continue doing it when she becomes an adult during the summer vacation. In this way, not only can she fill the gap in rent, but the cell phone and the 5,000 yuan that Shinsinian transferred to her can also be quickly repaid. Not only these, but also various expenses for entering university in the future. Yunyin, I have some idea of your situation. Jian Xingzer was startled and quickly pulled her up. I know you need money, and this is something I'm willing to help you with as a friend. Don't think too much about it and don't feel pressured. If you really feel pressured, treat me to an ice cream cone when you get your salary. Jian Xingzer held up her fingers and said, I'll eat for by myself. Fu Yunyin laughed out loud and agreed readily. Okay. Fu Yunyin smiled with her eyes curved. Jian Xingzer scratched his head in a daze, and then he laughed along with her. The two walked along the street, chatting and laughing. Sometimes he talked about interesting things at school, and sometimes he came up with a word or two for no apparent reason. Under the scorching sun of summer, the picture is beautiful. No matter who sees it, they feel that even the wind passing through their heart seems to carry a taste of youthful innocence. The black Porsche started from Zhuanhe Group, went all the way to Yingda, and then entered Nanyuan Road from Yingda Auxiliary Road. Shen Yiquan was sitting in the passenger seat holding his phone. He was originally watching a race video, but he felt dizzy because of the panic of stopping and braking at traffic lights. He put down his phone and looked out the window, trying to relieve the dizziness. When he looked out, his narrow eyes narrowed slightly. What are you looking at? Shinsinian glanced at it, and it seemed that his eyes were not fixed on the real thing. But less than 2 seconds after he looked back at the traffic light in front of him, he suddenly turned his head again. Look at the little rabbit you kidnapped. It's a prematique love. Under the scattered shadows of the trees on the street, the girl's face was slightly red from the summer heat, but her healing and bright smile continued to appear. Not to mention the boy next to her who was stunned. Even some passers-by around her couldn't help but take a few glances. Shiniquan knew that he had seen it too, and he smiled with his thin lips. You are not her real guardian, so you can't interfere in this matter. Shinsinian frowned uncontrollably. Looking at the boy next to Fu Yunyin, I always feel that he looks a little familiar. After thinking about it carefully, it seemed that this kid was also there when I was at the aquarium before. Could it really be puppy love? Shinsinian pursed his thin lips, held the steering wheel with both hands, and tapped his index fingers unconsciously as he thought. As his younger brother Shiniquan said, he is not a proper guardian, so it is difficult for him to interfere in such matters. But as he was thinking, the street lights changed and a series of car horns sounded from behind, and Shinsinian had already turned the steering wheel and parked in the auxiliary road parking space. Get off. R. Shiniquan's brows were furrowed, and he was completely confused. Why should I get off? Although he was depressed, Shiniquan did as he was told. Shinsinian pushed the door open and got out of the car, standing in front of the car and shouting. Fu Yunyin. His deep, husky voice is very recognizable. Fu Yunyin blinked and looked left and right subconsciously, and after several turns, she finally saw the cars and people on the auxiliary road. Her eyes lit up and she limped over. Uncle. Why are you here? Shinsinian noticed the problem with her legs and bent down to check, but thinking it would be inconvenient on the street, he simply turned around and opened the passenger door. Let's talk about it when we get home. Question mark. Shiniquan standing by turned into a surprised panda face in an instant. Asking him to get out of the car is just to free up the passenger seat? Fu Yunyin nodded, then limped back to the sidewalk as if she had thought of something. Taking the coat from Jianxingzer, she smiled brightly. Jianxingzer, my uncle is on the way, I'm going back with him. When she turned around, she winked at Jianxingzer, we agreed to do it this weekend. Oh. Jianxingzer nodded blankly, and only when Fu Yunyin got in the car did he come to his senses and waved. Hello uncle, goodbye Yunyin. In the car, Fu Yunyin smiled and waved at him. The car slowly drove back to their villa area. On the way, Shiniquan slumped in the back seat, looking like a dandy boy, and gently pulled Fu Yunyin's ponytail through the gap between the seats. Fu Yunyin hissed in pain, turned around and glared at him angrily. You annoying bastard. With Shinsinian around, Fu Yunyin was no longer afraid of Shiniquan. Shiniquan was not annoyed. He lay down and shouted in the same tone as Jianxingzer. Goodbye Yunyin? What? You're being so weird. Shiniquan smiled nonchalantly, and in a somewhat mean way. Your little boyfriend calls you so affectionately. You, what nonsense are you talking about? Fu Yunyin blushed in an instant. Fu Yunyin secretly glanced at Shinsinian who was driving, and so that his face looked normal, so she breathed a sigh of relief. I am sure Shiniquan did it on purpose, just to make his uncle not study well through these words. Fu Yunyin turned around, tapped Shiniquan's naughty hand through the gap, and warned angrily. That's my desk mate. I still have another half-month to go before I become an adult. Don't talk nonsense. Chapter 19. Out of sight, out of mind. Little did they know that the 3 words, half a month, were remembered by the 2 men in the car. One simply remembered the general idea, while the other thought it was Fu Yunyin's disguised hint. It implies that she is about to become an adult, so it is not excessive for her to fall in love now. Shinsinian, who had not spoken for a long time, felt inexplicably annoyed and said in a heavy tone. At this stage, your task is to focus on studying. As for the rest, it's up to you to do whatever you want after the college entrance examination. Fu Yunyin nodded. Uncle, don't worry, I know everything. Perhaps because he couldn't stand Fu Yunyin being too well behaved, Shiniquan pulled her braids from behind again. You call me brother and uncle, so what do you call me? If I remember correctly, you haven't called me properly yet, right? How to call Shiniquan? This is a really good question, which stumped Fu Yunyin. The reason why I called Shinsinian uncle was entirely because of our age. But now, Shiniquan, as Shinsinian's younger brother, is only 2 years older than her. If she called him brother, wouldn't Shinsinian be in chaos? If you call him uncle, isn't that just calling him old? Fu Yunyin lowered her head and kissed her lips, falling into distress. She didn't answer for a long time, and Shen Yiquan felt a little bored. He didn't want to pursue the topic anymore. Opening his phone to continue watching videos, Shen Yiquan gestured to turn up the volume to maximum, but was scolded by Shinsinian to keep it down, so he reluctantly turned it down a bit. There was silence in the car for a while, and Fu Yunyin remembered something and asked, "Uncle, aren't you busy today? It's rare to see you free during the day." Busy. Shinsinian concentrated on driving, and his low, hoarse voice did not show much emotion. The worker came to install the dishwasher and asked him to watch it, but then he remembered he didn't have the key. Key. Fu Yunyin fumbled for her key. She first got this key from Aunt Liu, and she has held it in her hand ever since. After all, Shen Yiquan and Shinsinian are the real owners of the villa, and the keys should be returned. Fu Yunyin wanted to hand over her keys. Shinsinian shook his head, indicating that it was not necessary. Hold on for 2 more days. I've already bought a fingerprint lock. Someone will come to install it tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Then we'll all have fingerprints entered. Fu Yunyin nodded and put the key away again. The car soon stopped in front of the villa. Several workers and a dishwasher wrapped in a cardboard box had been waiting in front of the door for a long time. Shinsinian got out of the car first and opened the door for others. After the workers entered the house with their things one after another, he came back and half carried and half supported Fu Yunyin from the passenger seat. Perhaps it was because he felt that his brother had been snatched away. Shen Yiquan felt uncomfortable watching the unusually intimate behavior of Shinsinian and Fu Yunyin. Out of sight, out of mind. Shen Yiquan did not follow him into their house. He got out of the car and walked out. "I'm going to the community gym for a while, you guys just keep busy." Shinsinian said nothing. It was Fu Yunyin who stretched her neck and shouted before entering the house. "You have to be back before 7 p.m. No one will cook dinner for you if you're late." Shen Yiquan didn't even turn his head, and hummed in his heart. "Who cares? You little girl, do you think the food you cook is delicious?" The steak was fried like a rubber band and he almost pulled his teeth out last time. Many of the home appliances in the villa are already included when you buy the house. They can be used, but they are not considered very good. Although there was no dishwasher in the kitchen originally, the water inlet and power socket for the dishwasher had been reserved in advance. The workers dismantled and assembled it in the living room and installed it in the kitchen. During this period, Fu Yunyin was forced to sit on the sofa in the living room. Shinsinian didn't have time to change his suit. After putting away the medical box, he almost knelt on one knee in front of Fu Yunyin. The white, broad and slender hand like a bamboo held Fu Yunyin's ankle and gently placed it on her leg. The fabric of the trouser leg rubbed against her knees, which hurt a little. Fu Yunyin hissed and said, "Ooh." She was resisting at first, but when she inadvertently saw Shinsinian's focused expression with his head down, her frowning brows slowly relaxed without her noticing. The handsome face with clear contours and as if kissed by an angel is always the highlight. But at this moment, the gentleness that he inadvertently revealed seemed to have overshadowed the previous highlights. Fu Yunyin was originally looking at the wound, but for some reason, her eyes fell on Shinsinian and she suddenly couldn't move them away. At a certain moment, my heart was gently touched. Blood relatives don't like her. People who were not related by blood, on the contrary, gave her family warmth and attention. Saying it out loud, it seems really ironic. Fu Yunyin opened her lips slightly, then held her lower lip tightly between her lips for a while. "My knee was slightly scratched, but there was no bleeding, so it's not serious. It was just a severe bruise with some purple in it, which looked pretty scary." Shinsinian's movements were gentle and soft, fearing that Fu Yunyin would feel pain. He gently patted her fair calf and coaxed her in a low, hoarse voice. "The more tense you are, the more painful it is. Relax a little, spray some medicine on it and rub it, and it will heal quickly." Fu Yunyin nodded blankly. My knee, which had been a little painful, was sprayed with medicine and kneaded. The pain gradually dissipated, a warm feeling gradually rose, and I felt vaguely comfortable. Fu Yunyin gradually relaxed. Shinsinian collected the medical kit and stroked her head to comfort her. "Stay here for a while." Shinsinian poured a glass of water and placed it on the coffee table. The dishwasher was quickly loaded and he turned around to deal with a few workers. Payments were made to the workers through their platform, allowing them to take the cardboard boxes in the living room with them when they left. Shinsinian was busy cleaning the floor. Seeing that he didn't look unfamiliar, Fu Yunyin raised her head and asked, "Has the young uncle ever done this kind of work before?" "This kind of thing is not my turn, but it is common sense after all," Fu Yunyin said, thoughtfully. 2. It's just simple housework and doesn't require any technical skills. As long as it can be clean, it's fine. If you can't even do this, wouldn't that make you a third-degree disabled person? Her knee didn't hurt as much as before, so Fu Yunyin tried to get up and move around. She felt a little scared and didn't dare to step firmly when she walked, but she could clearly feel that she was indeed much better. "Uncle, I don't feel that much pain anymore." "Well, it's about time you recover." Shinsinian nodded and raised his chin towards Fu Yunin's room. "Go back to your room and rest. I'll arrange for someone to come and make dinner. You don't have to worry about it." "Oh, this injury doesn't affect me. I can still do it." Shinsinian shook his head. "It has nothing to do with you." Fu Yunyin wanted to say something, but then she thought better of it. Even if her cooking skills are good, they can never be as delicious as those made by professional chefs. "Then little uncle, I'm going back to my room to read." Fu Yunyin went back to her room to do some exercises. Shinsinian threw the rag into the kitchen sink, washed his hands, and went upstairs. Chapter 20, The Girl of the Fu Family Who is of Suitable Age for Marriage. Although I took the opportunity to give myself half a day off today, I still have to deal with my official duties. Returning to the room and turning on the desktop computer at the table, Shinsinian entered a specific password and browsed the information about the Fu group collected by his assistant on the remote office computer. Fu Yunyin thought that the private club that Jian Xingzi mentioned was a high-end cafe that combined a rest mode. It wasn't until I arrived there on the weekend that I realized it was a golf course. Jian Xingzi came with Fu Yunyin. Fu Yunyin was actually very suspicious. What could she do in a place like this? But after Jian Xingzi's lobbying, she thought that since she was already here, she might as well go in and take a look. Jian Xingzi is the younger brother of the club owner, so no one dares to neglect the people he recommends, whether they are in charge of reception or personnel. Fu Yunyin felt very embarrassed, realizing that she was actually benefiting from Jian Xingzi's help. So much so that when someone came over to give her new work clothes and explain the job content to her, she listened very carefully. Just as Jian Xingzi said, the golf course is always recruiting people to serve water, maintain the lawn, pick up balls, etc. Fu Yunyin prefers jobs like serving tea and pouring water. Just be smart and answer the Bluetooth call in time. Then, follow the instructions of the lady at the service desk and deliver the tea to the cubicle or room in a timely manner, and your task is completed. But the actual job position assigned to him was to pick up balls outdoors. This was Fu Yunin's first time at a golf course. She thought picking up balls was simply picking them up with human power, requiring one to bend down every few steps. In fact, this is not the case. The golf course is very large, and although the consumption is high, the high consumption has also completely locked in the consumer groups that come here. Rich kids, business tycoons, and even the occasional celebrity artist wearing a mask and casual clothes visit the place. With more and more people visiting the court, there are also many small white balls scattered on the court. How long will it take to pick them up one by manpower? Therefore, golf courses generally have special carts for picking up balls. Fu Yunyin was in a difficult situation. How could she drive a ball collecting cart? Just as I was thinking about how to speak clearly, the young lady who was leading the way suddenly stopped and said, "We're here, Miss Fu." "Oh, you actually called me Yun." "Yunyin, come here quickly. I've been waiting for you for a while." Before Fu Yunyin could finish her words, Jian Xingzi's voice came from not far away. Jian Xingzi, who was wearing the same color work clothes as her, was already sitting on the ball collecting cart. Fu Yunyin was slightly stunned, then she reacted and bowed slightly to the young lady leading the way, then ran towards the ball collecting vehicle that looked like a sand-off-road vehicle or a small tractor at first glance. "Why are you here? And why are you wearing work clothes?" "What? Only you are allowed to experience life, but I am not allowed to." Jian Xingzi's handsome face showed a bright smile, but the baby fat and childishness of his boyhood had not completely faded away. "Come up quickly. He naturally took the hand that Fu Yunyin extended to him and took Fu Yunyin into the car. Fu Yunyin had just arrived and didn't understand a lot of things. Jian Xingzer helped her close the car door with the protective net nailed on it and carefully instructed her. This needs to be closed to avoid being hit by other people's balls when picking up the ball. Yeah, okay. I'll take you to familiarize yourself with it first, and then I'll teach you how to drive it. Can I? Or forget it, this doesn't seem to be suitable for me. How do you know if it's suitable for you if you don't try? Yunyin, you have chosen to experience life, so don't stay in your comfort zone at work. Only by trying new things can you grow. Well, okay then. Jian Xingzer's words made some sense, so Fu Yunyin reluctantly agreed. By the way, Fu Yunyin, have you filled out the volunteer form that the teacher handed out on Friday? Not yet. I still want to think about it carefully. What about you? I'm fine with either. I don't have too many ideas. You're the only friends in high school, so I plan to see how you fill in the blanks. It would be even better if we can go to the same university. Fu Yunyin nodded and said, I want to go to South Island. Are there any good schools over there? No, I heard it's spring like all year round there, and it's close to the sea. I think it's a relatively ideal city. Of course, a very important point is that the distance between South Island and City B in the country is far enough. If she could pass the exam, she wouldn't have to live under the supervision of the Fu family. Your 2 points are pretty easy to satisfy. In fact, there are many places abroad that meet these requirements. As the two men talked, they drove the car around the court, almost reaching the area where guests were playing. The ball collecting car with a large black shell painted sky blue is very eye-catching. It's hard not to notice. Today, managers from 2 large companies came to the golf course. Jian Xingchen was afraid that something might go wrong, so he rushed over from the company to take a look. As soon as I went up to the second-floor cafe, I saw the ball collecting cart hanging around on the court. Jian Xingchen called the stadium manager and asked what was going on. The person in charge hesitated and said, "Boss, that's the second young master. He said he brought his female classmates here to experience life." Xingzer? Jian Xingchen couldn't believe it. It was too far away and he couldn't see clearly. He took out his phone, called up the camera interface, and kept adjusting it. When I zoomed in on the picture, it was true. That's it. The picture is a bit horrible. How come this kid who usually acts like a wolf cub is acting like a dog? I wish my eyes were glued to the girl. Jian Xingchen silently thought to himself, what a useless thing, and asked, "What's the origin of that girl?" The second young master said his surname was Fu, and it seems that the Fu family just brought him back from outside half a year ago. Fu. Experience life? The Fu family's method of cultivating talents is truly unique, no wonder the group's enterprises have grown to be so powerful today. Regardless, I brought it back from outside. Jian Xingchen narrowed his eyes. So what if I brought it back from outside? Whether it's an illegitimate daughter or an adopted daughter, the Fu family has not had anyone of the right age to marry in recent years. If they can seize this opportunity. Businessmen always have the sharpest sense of smell. Upon hearing the word Fu, Jian Xingchen put away his phone and changed his attitude instantly. Let them play, as much as they want. Keep a close eye on the court area, and if any customer complains, just say that all their purchases today are free of charge. Also, try not to disturb them as much as possible. This is. The person in charge nodded respectfully. The cell phone suddenly rang and Jian Xingchen answered the call. Hearing the news from the other side, Jian Xingchen glanced at the ball collection cart on the court, turned around and left. I'll be there soon. Get a few more people there. Be smart and treat them well. Jian Xingchen did not forget that there would be another Fu present today. At the other end of the club, in a corridor with warm lights and dark walls, 2 men in suits, one black and one blue, were being led towards a room from 2 different directions by a receptionist carrying a tea tray. The time was neither early nor late, just right for the card. The 2 men were extremely handsome, and were leaders in their respective industries. They met at the door of the room. Chapter 21, Fu Yunyin, Fooling Around. Hello, Mr. Shen. Hello, Representative Fu. The corners of Shen Xinyan's lips curled up slightly. After shaking hands, Fu Yinkan took the lead and stretched out his hand, please. Shinsinian nodded and said, please, as well. The club manager has already opened the door of the VIP room attentively. Please take your time chatting. If you need anything, please feel free to ask. Our boss has said that everything today will be based on the needs of the two gentlemen. After the receptionist brought the tea, she quickly stepped out and stood still at the door. The door of the box closed, and Shinsinian took the lead and sat down at the table. He loosened his tie with his two slender hands and poured himself a cup of tea leisurely. Representative Fu, there are only you and me here. If you have anything to say, just speak frankly. There is no need to hide it. Fu Yinsan's face looked a little gloomy, not as gentle and elegant as before he entered the room. Sitting across the table from Shinsinian, he stood straight as a pine tree. Then I'll get straight to the point. Fu Yinsan's voice was filled with a hint of questioning. Mr. Shin, I really want to know why your company suddenly withdrew its investment at the critical moment. Oh? Is that true? Perhaps the heads of the departments below couldn't reach an agreement on that link. Fu Yinsan's forehead veins throbbed, and he tried his best to ignore the other party's deliberate act of playing dumb. Let's not talk about the financing for now. City B and Province H have special flights connecting to Western Europe. Didn't they agree to arrange 3 flights per month for us? Why did you change your mind about this at the last minute? And about the land in North City, Zunher is doing RD and tourism. Why did they jump out and participate in the bidding at this time? Fu Yinkan leaned forward, tapping the coffee table with his fingertips. I hope Mr. Shin can give an explanation for these. Business cooperation requires written contracts. Shinsinian smiled warmly, took a sip of tea, and put down the teacup calmly. Zunher Airlines did have discussions with Fu before, but it was just a talk. 3 months later, Fu did not send anyone to draft a contract. Deputy Fu, 3 months is already a big enough favor from Zunher. You can't keep me waiting in vain. Fu Yinkan frowned unhappily. As for bidding for land, Zunher has indeed focused on research and development and tourism projects before, but it will never stop there in the future. Shinsinian smiled faintly, unmoved. Representative Fu, we are all businessmen and have the opportunity to compete. The Fu family cannot dominate the market alone and others cannot come forward to share a piece of the pie. Each of the brothers of the Fu family's uncle generation controls 1 or more large companies at home and abroad. In City B, the Fu family is powerful and top tier. It is not ruled out that some people want to curry favor with the Fu family, so all their rules are kept simple. It was the same with Shinsinian in the past. Because the Fu family is so powerful, when cooperating, Zunher would deliberately sell some benefits in certain aspects to consolidate the relationship. But that was in the past. Now, Shinsinian really doesn't want to be associated with the Fu family. Their 9 sons of the dragon are all different, and the characters and moral positions of the several branches of the Fu family are also different, otherwise they would not treat a child so coldly. When Shinsinian learned that Fu Yunyin was working part-time and running around for a salary of less than 200 yuan a night, he had the idea of helping her get justice. But Fu Yunyin was unwilling to do so, and did not want to have any relationship with the Fu family. Shinsinian promised Fu Yunyin that he would not ask for anything or compensation from the Fu family in her name, but this matter could not just let go. Since the Fu family has made a child's life so miserable, he doesn't mind using his connections to make the Fu family unhappy as well. Okay, now that we've come to this point, there's nothing more to talk about. Fu Yinkan sneered and stood up with a sullen face. Then let's compete fairly. It's just a matter of spending a little more money. The Fu family has nothing but a lot of money. But you, Mr. Shin, you should think carefully about the consequences of offending the Fu family. Shinsinian clasped his tie with both hands, tightened it again, stood up and walked towards the door first. Zunher is just a research and development and tourism company. It shouldn't have any cooperative relationship with Fus in the future. The implication of the words is obvious. When has Fu Yinkan ever suffered such humiliation? Fu Yinkan was about to get furious when someone suddenly knocked on the door of the private room. A warm and gentle voice came from behind the door. Boss Shin, Boss Fu, I am the ultimate person in charge of the club, Jian Xingchen from the Jian Group. Shinsinian had already walked to the door and opened it. Mr. Jian. Shinsai nodded slightly, exuding elegance and dignity from head to toe. Fu Yinkan behind him was trying hard to adjust his state, but his face was still a little dark. Jian Xingqian quickly pushed him away. I don't deserve it, I don't deserve it. Taking a look at the atmosphere in the room, Jian Xingqian roughly knew that they had finished their discussion, and it didn't seem to go well. Although a little embarrassed, and also surprised that Shen dared to offend Fu's people, Jian Xingqian gritted his teeth and made an invitation. You are a guest once you are here. I happen to be in the club today. Mr. Fu and Mr. Shen, why don't you show your kindness by letting me be your host? Shen smiled but didn't express his opinion. Fu Yinkan didn't say, no need, and Jian Xingqian said. It just so happens that Miss Fu is here today. If there is no problem, I will arrange for someone to invite Miss Fu over. Ms. Fu? Which Miss Fu? Fu Yinkan and Shen expressed their confusion at the same time. The first person Fu Yinkan thought of was Fu Ranran. At the dinner table last night, Fu Ranran said that she would attend a class reunion today. Could it be that the venue of the reunion is here? Shen was truly confused. When Jian Xingqian mentioned the three words, Miss Fu, the first person that came to his mind was Fu Yunyin, and he was also wondering in his heart whether it was Fu Yunyin. The two men frowned at the same time. Jian Xingqian thought about it. The person in charge said that the person who came was a classmate of his younger brother, and his younger brother was from Ingao. He smiled warmly and said, it's the one who is still studying at Ingao High School. What? What? The two men's expressions changed slightly at the same time. Jian Xingqian didn't notice the subtlety and continued to say with a smile. Ms. Fu is here with my brother today. They are from the same class, so it's inevitable that they have a good relationship. Mr. Fu, what do you think? Jian Xingqian's eyes were mainly on Fu Yinkan, but before he could wait for a reply, the two men walked to each side and pushed him several steps away with their shoulders. Shen asked, where is she? Jian Xingqian looked confused. She? Who? Fu Yunyin? Fu Yinkan yelled. It was also at this time that Fu Yinkan remembered that he had a younger sister. Fu Yunyin, the one who was brought back from outside half a year ago and was taken away by mistake 17 years ago. He asked why he hadn't seen anyone for a while. It turns out he came here to fool around. Chapter 22, Don't you know whether I have returned home or not? On the court. Jian Xingqian seemed to realize something was wrong and immediately waved his hand and ordered. Take President Fu to the stadium. Someone immediately ran in front to lead the way. Fu Yinkan followed closely behind that person. The embarrassment of being humiliated and the anger after knowing that Fu Yunyin was fooling around here were intertwined. Fu Yinkan just wanted to find Fu Yunyin and teach her a lesson, and didn't notice that there was someone following her. When Fu Yinkan arrived at the golf course, Fu Yunyin had already become familiar with the surrounding environment and had exchanged positions with Jian Xingzi. At that time, she looked up at the little white balls scattered on the ground in front of her, and then looked down at the steering wheel in her hand. Jian Xingzi leaned towards her, pointing here and there and reminding her to press buttons and pull joysticks. Fu Yunyin was busy learning the skills of controlling the ball collecting cart and did not notice that the two of them were too close. Little did they know that this scene fell into the eyes of Fu Yinkan and Shen who arrived one after another, and stimulated them so much that their brains became hot. Fu Yunyin? Come here. A roar frightened Fu Yunyin so much that she trembled. The ball collecting cart suddenly braked to a stop. Fu Yunyin looked up and saw Fu Yinkan walking quickly not far away, her expression still unchanged. When she saw Shen following closely behind Fu Yinkan, she felt like she had done something bad and was caught. Without saying a word, he pushed open the protective door and slid swiftly from his seat to the ground. Fu Yunyin lowered her head and tangled her hands together, her heart churning as she wondered whether Shen would reprimand her in a moment. Little did she know that in Fu Yinsan's eyes, this look on her face was confirmation of her guilty conscience after messing around. Fu Yunyin, I think you really want to ascend to heaven. Fu Yinkan pushed Fu Yunyin on the shoulder. What are you doing here? And what's with the clothes you're wearing? Fu Yinkan was furious and looked like he was ready to hit someone at any time. Jian Xingzi then jumped out of the car and stood in front of Fu Yunyin with his hands spread out. Who are you? What do you want? Fu Yinkan sneered. Fu Yunyin pulled Jian Xingzi's clothes from behind and whispered. This is my brother, Jian Xingzi, don't worry about it. Just go away, I can handle it myself. No. Jian Xingzi was extremely stubborn, but when he heard that the man in front of him was Fu Yunyin's brother, he lowered his guard a lot. Brother Fu, I brought Yunyin here. We are classmates. Jian Xingzi wanted to explain, but the person who had just led the way received instructions from Jian Xingchen and walked up to him and pulled him aside. Master, this is someone else's family affair, let's avoid it first. No, what will happen to Yunyin if I leave? Jian Xingzi refused, and the guide had no choice but to bend down, pick him up and run away. Master, this is what the boss wants. Go talk to the boss. The implication is, I have no choice, I just follow the instructions and do the work. If you have any grievances, go to your brother, don't go to me. You want to die, let me go. Jian Xingzi was carried away, and there was no one around him. Fu Yinkan stepped forward to pull Fu Yunyin. Come back with me. I don't want it. Fu Yunyin thought he was going to hit her like Fu's father did, and subconsciously raised her hands to protect her head. Shinxinian, who came over to see the situation and was hesitating whether to intervene, felt his heart sink instantly after seeing this scene. Although he knew that Fu Yunyin was the daughter of the Fu family, Shinxinian had never intervened to investigate which Fu family among the several branches of the Fu family in City B she was the daughter of. At present, Fu Yunyin is a member of the Fu family, and Fu Yinkan is also a member of the Fu family. In front of the Fu family, Shinxinian claimed that he had no right to interfere. But seeing Fu Yunyin subconsciously protecting her head, Shinxinian couldn't help it. That is a conditioned reflex after being beaten, a memory engraved in the muscles. How many times had she been beaten? That's why you're so scared. Let her go. Fu Yunyin was grabbed by the arm by Fu Yinkan and dragged out. Shinxinian's face was gloomy. He grabbed Fu Yunyin's other arm and took her back from Fu Yinkan. Uncle. Fu Yunyin trembled and huddled behind Shinxinian. Shinxinian soothed him slowly, don't be afraid, I'm here. Fu Yunyin sniffed, grabbed his sleeve and refused to have any contact with Fu Yinkan. I don't want to go back with him. You think it's not embarrassing enough? Hearing Fu Yunyin calling Shinxinian uncle, Fu Yinkan glanced up and down at Shinxinian and scolded. Uncle? What kind of uncle is he to you? Fu Yunyin hated evil and showed resistance. This has nothing to do with you. You are not ashamed, but the Fu family is. Come back with me now. Immediately. Right now. I don't want it. Veins bulged on Fu Yinsan's forehead, and he reached out to pull Fu Yunyin. Shinxinian blocked his hand. Representative Fu, please respect yourself. Why should I respect myself? You are the one who should respect yourself. Shinxinian, I warn you, this is our Fu family's business, stay out of it. Shinxinian knew that he was in the wrong in this regard, but he still did not give up protecting Fu Yunyin. I can choose not to interfere, but you can't force her. She has the right to choose who she wants to go with. Fu Yunyin held Shinxinian tightly, fearing that Shinxinian would abandon her. Uncle, I want to go with you. I don't want to go back with him. Fu Yinkan was so angry that he almost died. Can you tell the difference between outsiders and your own people? I'm your brother. Shinxinian put Fu Yunyin behind him, and smiled with a sarcastic tone through his thin lips. So you are her brother? If that's the case, where were you when she was beaten and kicked out of the house in the heavy rain? What were you doing as a brother at that time? You didn't fulfill your obligations as a brother. Is it necessary for her to still treat you as a brother? Fu Yinkan was slightly stunned. Shinxinian's words brought my thoughts back to the day when the incident happened. What was he doing at that time? Ranran pulled him and begged him to go upstairs to sleep, so he went. Ranran is his sister, whom he has loved since she was a child. What's wrong with him giving in to her a little? Fu Yinkan tried to find excuses to excuse himself, but his eyebrows couldn't help but frowned. Being beaten, rainy night. So, from that time on, Fu Yunyin has been entangled with Shinxinian. Fu Yinkan couldn't believe it. He realized something belatedly and felt extremely embarrassed. During this period, he felt that he had rarely seen Fu Yunyin, and thought that Fu Yunyin had learned her lesson and caused less trouble. Isn't he it? She hasn't come home yet. Thinking of this, Fu Yinkan also questioned. She's been with you all this time. She hasn't been home. Shinxinian curved his thin lips and smiled more mockingly. Don't you know whether such a big living person has returned home? Fu Yinkan was silent. When Shinxinian was about to leave with Fu Yunyin, he stubbornly stopped Shinxinian. No matter what, she belongs to my Fu family. You are not qualified to take her away. Shinxinian's eyes were cold and fearless. Then you can also try to stop it, as long as you, the Fu family, don't mind the online newspapers publishing news about your Fu family abusing underage girls tomorrow. Chapter 23. You're going to drive me away. Fu Yincan asked back coldly. Oh, then what does that mean? I can also sue you for abducting my Fu family's child. Then please ask Representative Fu to give it a try. After all, I have the client as a witness, but you don't. You. The situation has been decided, there is no point in discussing it further. Shinsinian took Fu Yunyin away. Fu Yincan yelled behind him. Fu Yunyin, think it through. Are you sure you want to sever ties with the Fu family? Can you do it? Think it through. Fu Yunyin paused slightly. She had thought it through a long time ago. No matter what the Fu family thinks, she doesn't want to have anything to do with them anymore. Fu Yunin's eyes were firm as she felt the warmth coming from Shinsinian's big hand in her palm. She took the initiative to shake his hand back, picked up her pace, and left without looking back. From leaving the clubhouse golf course until returning to the car and sitting in the passenger seat. Fu Yunin's heart has always been firm, but this time it seems different from usual. She tilted her head to look out the driver's side window. Shinsinian did not get on the car. It seemed that he had encountered something difficult. He leaned against the car window and smoked several cigarettes in a row. Fu Yunyin held her lower lip, leaned forward and pressed the driver's window. Uncle, do you have something else to do at your company? I can go back by myself. Shinsinian lowered his deep brows and looked at Fu Yunyin deeply. He threw the cigarette butt away, took a few deep breaths outside, then opened the car door and got in. At that time, Fu Yunyin had already obediently returned to the passenger seat and sat down. The car windows were closed, the engine started and the car slowly drove out of the parking space. No one spoke along the way and the atmosphere in the car was depressing. Fu Yunyin held it in for a moment, then took the initiative to speak. Uncle, are you angry again? Shinsinian didn't care. Why should I be angry? What is there to be angry about? She just came to work again. Although Fu Yunyin was thinking about something in her mind, she didn't dare to say anything. Shinsinian's attitude was abnormal, and she was afraid that if she opened her mouth, he would get angry and furious. Little did she know that her silence and fussiness made Shinsinian even angrier. While waiting for the traffic light at the intersection, Shinsinian turned around and stared at Fu Yunyin with deep and serious eyes. Are you pretending to be nice? Uncle, Fu Yunin's clear eyes trembled helplessly. Were all the things you said before lies? I don't. So what's going on today? Why are you here? And why are you wearing the club's clothes? It's true that I came here to find a job, but please don't be angry. Can you listen to my explanation first? Fu Yunyin pleaded in a low voice. The red light ahead turned yellow, and after a short yellow light, the street light turned green. Shinsinian's jaw was clenched. He withdrew his gaze and turned the steering wheel without saying anything. If Fu Yunyin wanted to explain, then he would see how she explained. I know the college entrance exam is coming soon, but uncle, I really need money. After the exams, I will go to university, tuition, miscellaneous fees, and daily expenses. These are all places that cost money. I have to prepare in advance. I also manage my time well. I work during the day here, so it only takes a few hours each time. Going back won't delay my reading and practicing. Fu Yunyin always thought that the last time Shinsinian was angry with her for working part-time was because she worked too late and too long hours. This time, she paid attention to both aspects. Fu Yunyin believed that she had reasonable arguments and would definitely be able to convince Shinsinian. But Shinsinian was in a low mood all the way, driving with a frown on his brows and not saying a word. Fu Yunyin was a little anxious. Uncle. Shinsinian rubbed his forehead with one hand, feeling upset because of Fu Yunyin. Until now, she still doesn't know what went wrong. You still can't prioritize. After taking a deep breath, Shinsinian spoke in a cold voice. It was completely different from the way he was protecting Fu Yunyin on the court just now. Your brother is right. You have grown up and I can't control you. I don't have the right to control you. I'll take you back now. Pack your things and I'll take you back to the Fu family. Just a few words gave Fu Yunyin goosebumps all over her body. Fu Yunin's eyes flashed with a bright luster, and her eyes turned red in an instant. Uncle, are you going to chase me away? The girl's voice sounded aggrieved, and if you listened carefully, you could hear the sound of her teeth chattering. Without looking back, Shinxinian knew how aggrieved and pitiful Fu Yunyin looked at this moment. But it doesn't work. Don't be soft-hearted. It was because of my soft-heartedness that he got into such trouble. If he continues to be soft-hearted, she will just think he has no bottom line. Thinking of this, the expression on Shinxinian's noble face became even more dull. His face suddenly turned cold, as if he was issuing the final judgment. Fu Yunyin blinked, and her 2 rows of eyelashes trembled like little fans, and tears like crystal beads couldn't help but flow out one by one. She sniffed, lowered her head and cried silently, accepting the worst outcome in silence. The car parked in the parking space in front of the villa. Shinxinian got out of the car first and slammed the door shut. He didn't look at Fu Yunyin, but walked in front and pressed the fingerprint lock to enter the house first. Fu Yunyin followed closely with her head down. It happened that Shen Yiquan was at home. At that time, Shen Yiquan was playing games in the living room on the first floor. He was a little surprised when he saw his brother coming back in broad daylight out of the corner of his eye. Wait until he sees Fu Yunyin following in like a punching bag. He slowly lowered his hand that was working on the controller, sat up from the sofa and asked, "What? Did you two have a fight?" The atmosphere was clearly wrong. But no one answered him. Shinxinian had an angry look on his face. He loosened his tie and walked towards the second floor. "You'll have 40 minutes. Shen Yiquan's eyebrows were knitted together, with a look of question marks on his face. He turned his head back and forth, and only saw his brother's straight and unapproachable back, and Fu Yunin's head burying lower and lower. Shen Yi's broad tongue touched his back teeth, his thin lips moved, and he pretended to be relaxed and teasing. "Hey, if you keep your head down you'll be like an ostrich. Why don't you just stick your head into the floor?" I originally thought that the annoying girl would fight back as usual, but she didn't. Fu Yunyin wiped her tears and quickly ran back to her room. When she passed by the sofa, Shen Yiquan saw clearly her tear-stained face and her lower lip bitten hard. For some reason, Shen Yiquan felt strange. For the first time, Shen Yiquan did not jokingly criticize Fu Yunyin. He pretended to pass by, but actually took a quick glance through the half-open door of the room. In the room, the little girl did not hide her crying. She sobbed and quickly picked up the things on the table and put them into her school bag. Judging from his resolute and impatient look, it seems that he is planning to move away from here. Shen Yiquan scratched the raised area between his eyebrows with his ring finger. After hesitating for a moment, the tall and strong man turned around and walked upstairs. Chapter 24. Will you be obedient next time? The window of the balcony on the second floor was wide open, and Shinxinian was leaning against the window with a slightly frown on his face, smoking. The cigarette ashes were not wasted and were all shaken into the cactus pot nearby. Shen Yiquan clasped his hands together, leaned forward with his elbows on the balcony and joked. "I was wondering why the cactus I raised kept dying. This is the third one this month. Brother, I don't allow you to harm things like this." Shinxinian glanced at him and pressed the cigarette butt into the soil of the flower pot. "Isn't it because you watered it too much? What a joke! How could a college student like me make such a low-level mistake? I thought you watered it too much." Shen Yiquan couldn't pretend anymore. He stopped smiling and scratched his head in annoyance, his tough and handsome face turned serious. "So what's the matter?" Shinxinian didn't say anything. He did the same thing as him, bending over and leaning his elbows on the balcony, looking into the distance. Shen Yiquan couldn't stand his silence and continued to ask. "She was living here peacefully, wasn't she? Why did she just leave like that? Did you let her go?" Shinxinian glanced at him with his deep and indifferent eyes, and asked lightly. "Haven't you always been hoping that she would move out of here?" Shen Yiquan's expression froze slightly, and he nodded calmly. "Yes, I think so, but we have to be reasonable, right? If she has a problem, I will throw her out of the house immediately without you telling me. But if she has no problem, we can't be so overbearing. You let someone stay here one moment and then ask them to leave the next. Even if you're raising a pet, you shouldn't do this. You have to be responsible." Shinxinian remained unmoved. "Forget it, do whatever you want. I'm just someone who comes here occasionally to stay." Shen Yiquan suddenly felt annoyed, walked a few steps and turned back. "I've made it clear, you made someone cry. Whoever makes someone cry will be responsible. I'm not responsible anyway." Shinxinian lit a cigarette and thought. Cry. She must know that tears can't scare people. He thought so, but when Shen Yiquan left, Shinsinian put the newly lit cigarette in his hand into the flower pot without taking 2 puffs. Shinsinian took off his bow tie and threw it on the sofa, exhaled deeply, turned around and went downstairs. Fu Yunyin has already packed everything downstairs. She didn't have many things to begin with, and her backpack was full. She also carried an extra semi-new paper storage bag, so she was almost complete. Shen Yiquan folded his arms across his chest and leaned on the side of the sofa to watch the wind direction after coming down from the second floor. Seeing the torn bag in Fu Yunyin's hand, Shen Yiquan's stiff eyebrows frowned noticeably, wondering how could there be such a tattered thing in his house. I was thinking whether I should say something to keep the man here, and wait until his brother calms down, and the matter will be over. Shen Yiquan opened his thin lips, but before he could say anything, he saw his brother walking down from the corner of the stairs out of the corner of his eye. Well, we don't need him now. Shen Yiquan shrugged inaudibly, collapsed on the sofa and continued playing games, too lazy to get involved in the matter. Fu Yunyin bumped into Shinsinian, who was coming from the stairs at the door of the room, and she instantly stood up straight in a stiff posture. "Uncle!" Fu Yunyin shouted softly. The man walked straight past her without paying any attention to her. Fu Yunyin nodded in disappointment, the corners of her mouth drooped, and she felt like crying as she pursed her lips. She really didn't mean to cry. She felt like she had what her classmates called a tear incontinence physique, and she just couldn't control herself at certain times. She knew that once Shinsinian made up his mind to let her go, there would be no possibility for her to stay. Although she was reluctant to leave, she took a deep breath and calmed herself down. Fu Yunyin picked up her things and prepared to leave sadly. After pouring the water in the living room, Shinsinian walked back holding the cup of water. "Go upstairs." Fu Yunyin hummed uncertainly, and Shinsinian had already stepped onto the stairs to the second floor. Fu Yunyin's eyes suddenly lit up as she realized something belatedly. Did the uncle change his mind? Feeling a little happy, Fu Yunyin followed behind and stepped onto the stairs. Shinsinian's low and pleasant voice came from the front again. "Put down your bag and stuff." "Oh." After returning to the room and putting down her things, Fu Yunyin pulled up her loose trouser legs and climbed up several steps in one breath. Come to think of it, this is her first time going upstairs. The decoration on the second floor is in the same style as the first floor, with walnut wooden floors. The door of the room is also custom designed according to the overall style. The black and white doors are intertwined, and the texture on the door looks like an enlarged version of a 9-square chocolate grid, dreamy and unique. There are also wine cabinets, tatami mats and balconies filled with green plant pots. Although most of the plants are dead, the second floor has more life than the first floor no matter from which angle you look at it. Fu Yunyin was still standing at the stairs looking around. Shinsinian had already come out of the room with a thick stack of folders in his hand. He looked like an interviewer for a listed company. He sat down next to the sofa and coffee table with a cold and strict look. His slender fingers tapped the tabletop without any emotion. "Sit." There is no doubt that Fu Yunyin was the newbie being interviewed by him. After hearing the cold "sit," Fu Yunyin moved over obediently and sat down in front of him. Shinsinian's face was no longer angry, and he asked calmly, "Do you understand what's wrong now?" Fu Yunyin nodded blankly, paused, and then shook her head hesitantly and blankly. Shinsinian frowned inaudibly, exhaled and gave a serious reminder. "I told you, your current task is the college entrance examination, the college entrance examination." He seemed to be furious, tapping the edge of the table repeatedly with his slender index finger. "Don't always think that you need money for this and that. There are so many places that need money. Do you think you can make it by working hard now? It will only make a small difference, right? What you need to do now is to review well. If you have extra time, you might as well plan to have a good rest." Fu Yunyin didn't move, so Shinsinian could only break it down and tell her. If your work affects your health and condition and causes you to fail the college entrance examination, how many more chances do you think you will have? After you take the college entrance examination, if you really need a job, I will arrange a decent one for you. What kind of part-time jobs did Fu Yunyin find? Shinsinian was too lazy to say anything. Fu Yunyin opened and closed her lips, looking at Shinsinian without saying anything. Shinsinian didn't know if she had considered this. At this moment, he just wanted her to say one thing. "Do you understand?" Fu Yunyin looked at him with innocent eyes and nodded slightly. Shinsinian frowned even deeper. "Don't look at me like that." Fu Yunyin frowned and shook her head slightly. He seemed very confused as to what kind of look Shinxinian was talking about. Seeing that she didn't understand, Shinxinian gave up the idea of talking further and just slowed down his tone and asked, "Will you listen next time?" Fu Yunyin pecked at the rice like a little chick and nodded. Chapter 25 Review. Shinxinian nodded. He was quite satisfied with Fu Yunyin's attitude, but he didn't intend to let Fu Yunyin go. Opening the folder, Shinxinian pulled out a few sheets of white A4 paper. He passed the pen and the Indonesian paper that he had prepared to Fu Yunyin along the table. Fu Yunyin's face was full of confusion. "Uncle, what is this? In view of your illegal actions following the last time, you need to submit a 5,000-word self-reflection to me this time." "What? A self-reflection? 5,000 words?" "Yes, this self-review is just a small punishment. Remember to sign after you finish writing it. If you make the same mistake again next time, no one here will be able to say anything good about you. The implication is that if Fu Yunyin commits the same mistake again, she will have to move out of here." Fu Yunyin had nowhere to go, and Shinxinian had no intention of letting her go. This time he just wanted to scare her and teach her a lesson. He hadn't planned to give in so quickly. In the end, he was soft-hearted. However, Shinxinian didn't admit it. He just changed the subject and euphemistically brought up Shin Yiquan. He hinted to Fu Yunyin that he changed his mind temporarily because Shin Yiquan spoke well of her. Fu Yunyin was not stupid and quickly understood what Shinxinian meant. After a moment of silence, Fu Yunyin stood up and squatted in front of the coffee table, moving the A4 papers over to bargain. "Uncle, I promise I will never make this mistake again. I will also be obedient. I will also write a letter of apology, but can it be shorter? Is 500 words okay?" Shinxinian raised his eyebrows, his expression still stern and serious. "Is this a little less? Why don't you just say 50? Fu Yunyin pouted, not daring to say anything more. She buried her head and wrote her self-criticism honestly. Maybe she was too obedient, or maybe the way she pouted but dared not speak out was too adorable. Shinxinian's tightly furrowed brows slowly relaxed. He stood up and said compassionately, 3,000 words, not a single word less. Why? Just put it here when you're done." "Yes." Fu Yunyin bared her little white teeth with delight, and for a second she looked at Shinxinian's lowered brows in surprise, then she quickly bit her lower lip and lowered her head to be quiet. When Shinxinian turned around and went back to the room, Fu Yunyin curved her lips and smiled secretly while writing the self-criticism as promised. "Although my mood went through ups and downs, after writing the self-reflection, the matter was basically over." At night, Fu Yunyin sat at the table doing homework, and her cell phone kept buzzing. They were all messages from Jianxingzer. I asked her how she was doing after returning home, and I could tell I was worried about her condition. Fu Yunyin thought about it and told the truth that she was punished to write a self-criticism. As for the rest, she simply said it was nothing and let it go. She also apologized to Jianxingzer for the part-time job at the club and said she couldn't go there anymore. Jianxingzer was not angry. He just replied that it was enough as long as Fu Yunyin was not criticized. After that, the two said good night to each other and said they would see each other at school on Monday, thus ending the conversation hastily. Fu Yunyin continued to concentrate on doing exercises, preparing for the college entrance examination in half a month. At the same time, in Villa Area 9, Fu's family. Fu Yincan had been waiting since he got home from work, and finally waited until Fu Ranran came back from a party at 10:30 in the evening. The people downstairs had been paying attention, and when Fu Yincan heard the news, he immediately came down from the third floor. When I knocked on Fu Ranran's door, a faint voice answered from inside. "Who is it?" "Ranran, it's me." Brother." The room was silent for a moment, and soon Fu Ranran's clear voice was heard again, but this time it was a little vaguer than last time. "The door is not locked, come in." Fu Yincan pushed the door open and walked in, but there was no sign of Fu Ranran in the gorgeous pink room. There was a splashing sound of water coming from the built-in bathroom on one side. Through the blurry and transparent bathroom door, you can vaguely see the graceful outline of the girl inside. Fu Yincan paused and turned around subconsciously. The person inside the door seemed to have expected this, and a clear voice followed. "Brother, wait a moment, I'll be ready soon." Fu Yincan took a step back, said, and sat down at the table in the room. "I was just sitting casually, but the drawer that was slightly opening and closing accidentally hit my hip. Fu Yinkan pushed the drawer shut as he was thinking about it. Inadvertently, he saw what was inside the drawer and his brows suddenly frowned. The bathroom door opened with a click. As the hot air gushed out, Fu Ranran came out with wet hair and wearing a suspender nightgown. Fu Ranran, with a bath towel draped over her shoulders, slowly sat down on the bed opposite the table and asked softly, "Brother, what's wrong? What's going on so late?" Fu Yinkan calmly closed the drawer and looked away. "Yunyin hasn't been home for a while, did you know that?" When Fu Yunyin's name was mentioned, Fu Ranran's expression became uncontrollably fierce for a moment, but soon returned to her usual obedient and lovely self. "Brother." Fu Ranran pursed her lips that were reddened by the heat mist and said coquettishly, "I live in the dormitory during school and only come back once every weekend." "How would I know?" Fu Yinkan frowned and thought. "Really? Fu Yunyin hasn't been home for a while, so he didn't notice and neither did Ranran. It is even less likely that Fu Yunyin's parents, who have never thought highly of her, would notice it. This is so ridiculous. Such a big living person hadn't appeared at home for nearly 2 months, but no one noticed." Thinking of Fu Yunyin's stubbornness on the golf course, Fu Yinkan suddenly wasn't so angry anymore. In other words, there is no confidence to be angry. If it were him, he would not be willing to go back to such an indifferent and cold family atmosphere. Perhaps awakened by Shen Xinyan's words, Fu Yinkan realized his dereliction of duty as a brother, and felt irritated for no reason. "Brother, what happened to Yunyin?" "Fine." Fu Yinkan shook his head, turned around and looked at Fu Ranran. His eyes, which were usually gentle and deep, suddenly narrowed and became serious. "I came here this time to ask you, did you know about the last incident with the safe?" "A safe?" Fu Ranran asked in confusion. "Brother, wasn't this a long time ago? Why are you bringing it up again suddenly? After all, it was something lost at home, so we have to give an explanation, otherwise, won't everyone be in a panic in the future?" Fu Ranran paused and nodded. "That's the truth." Then he shook his head blankly with an innocent look on his face. "But I really don't know about this. Yunyin hasn't been home for a while, why don't we ask her when she comes back?" Fu Yinkan frowned tightly, stared at Fu Ranran for a while, and suddenly stood up. "Okay. It's getting late. The college entrance examination will be held soon. You should also go to bed early." Fu Yinkan walked towards the door, and Fu Ranran trotted after him, her voice tender and soft. "Brother Tilder." Fu Yinsan's handsome face softened a little, and before leaving, he rubbed her wet hair. "Blow dry your hair before going to bed. Good night." Chapter 26. If someone must get hurt. "Well. Good night, Brother Tilder." Fu Ranran nodded and smiled sweetly. The next second, the door was closed with a click, and through the door, the brother and sister both had gloomy expressions. Fu Ranran turned around, narrowed her slightly raised almond-shaped eyes and glanced at the place where Fu Yinkan had just Saturday. The 2 gold bars in the drawer can no longer be kept, they must be disposed of as soon as possible. Fu Ranran boasted that she had done a perfect job, but she didn't know that the things in the drawer had been discovered inadvertently. Because of the friendship they had grown up together, Fu Yinkan did not expose Fu Ranran in person. But he is an adult after all, and his thinking is more meticulous. Through the 2 gold bars lost from the safe, Fu Yinkan couldn't help but think of more. He walked towards the study, eager to confirm something in his mind. Using the computer in the study, Fu Yinkan made an internal call and transferred all the surveillance videos in the villa over the past 6 months. He quickly browsed by picking dates and spent most of the night looking through all the weekend surveillance footage that Fu Yunyin and Fu Ranran might have had. Many surveillance videos are incoherent and have obviously been manipulated by someone. It seems that they are worried that they may overdo it and be easily discovered, so some scenes without much conflict are still retained. For example, his 2 sisters were facing each other in the corridor, and one of them was pushed back by the other. For example, torn homework books and smashed cups. Even some people may deliberately throw clothes on the ground and step on them. It was as if he had the intention of deliberately humiliating people deep in his heart, and everything happened in the surveillance corridor, in full view of everyone. Fu Yinkan collapsed on the leather chair. So arrogant, so haughty. It's hard to believe that the person who did these things was his little sister whom he had spoiled since childhood. This is the part that is seen, what about the processed parts? What will the content be? Will it be even more excessive? Shock, disappointment, disbelief, confusion. Many thoughts swirled in my mind. The real sister who is related by blood, and the fake sister who grew up together and has all the good memories. Fu Yinkan supported his forehead with both hands, and seemed to have made his choice without much hesitation. He dialed the internal line at 4 in the morning and informed the monitoring room in a hoarse and dry voice. Clear all monitoring records from the first half of the year. If anyone checks it later, they will say that the device reported an error and the memory card had a problem and has been replaced with a new one. The monitoring room hesitated for a moment and confirmed repeatedly. Master, are you sure? Are these all the surveillance records from the first half of the year? If these videos were to get out, Ranran's life might be ruined. She is just young and has not yet formed the concept of good and evil in her mind. She was just afraid that Yunyin, the real daughter of the Fu family, who suddenly appeared, would take away the love of her family. She had no ill intentions. Fu Yinkan kept convincing himself in his heart, and was determined to teach Fu Ranran well in the future. He closed his eyes and responded firmly. Delete. Okay, execute it immediately. The keyboard on the other end of the phone rang, and soon a reply came. Master, the deletion is complete. Fu Yinkan responded in a low voice, hung up the phone in a hurry, and went back to his room. They are all his sisters, and he will try his best to treat them equally, but it takes a little time. Fu Yinkan hardly slept that night. Early the next morning, he went downstairs early again to take over the family driver's job of sending Fu Ranran to school. Fu Ranran was acting coquettishly the whole way and didn't notice the obvious bruises under Fu Yinsan's eyes at all. Considering that she is about to take the college entrance examination, Fu Yinkan is also trying his best to comply. Just when they arrived at the school gate and Fu Ranran was about to get off the car, he said, "Starting this week, don't make plans to go out on the weekends." "Brother, are you worried about the review?" "It's okay, I will arrange it, brother, trust me tilde." "No." Fu Yinkan sighed slightly, calmed himself, and tilted his head to look at the girl leaning over the passenger window. "Starting this weekend, you have to go to the company with me." "What?" Fu Yinkan nodded, as if to reassure Fu Ranran of her uncertainty, and continued. "You're going to be 18 soon. You can probably learn about the group's work. When you participate in the work in the future, you will always have more advantages than others." Fu Ranran was originally a little unhappy about donating her weekend time. But when she heard that it was about the study group's work, her eyes lit up and she playfully stuck out her tongue and agreed. "I know, brother. I know you are the best for me. I will study hard. See you this weekend." "Well, see you this weekend." Fu Ranran laughed out loud, then trotted away happily with her school bag. She listened carefully to the work of the study group, but subconsciously ignored the second half of Fu Yinsan's sentence. "When I join the workforce in the future, I will always have more advantages than others." Maybe you heard it, maybe you didn't, or maybe you heard it but didn't care. Even if Fu Yunyin, the real daughter of the Fu family, is here, so what? Parents and brother don't like Fu Yunyin, they really love her. With the love her parents and brother have for her, if she gets involved in work in the future, she will at least be a senior executive in the company. And it doesn't matter if she doesn't work. With a big family and a lot of assets, living expenses and spending will never be a problem that she has to deal with. This is the difference between her and Fu Yunyin. Fu Ranran thought with smug delight and domineering attitude. Little did she know that behind her, Fu Yinkan, who had been staying at the school gate for a long time without leaving, had been secretly planning her future. Here, Fu Ranran was sent to school by Fu Yinkan. On the other side, in Villa District 24. Because of Shen Yiquan's words, Shen Xinyan realized that Fu Yunyin took the bus to An from school every day. The round trip time was almost 4 hours. The college entrance examination is coming soon. In order to give Fu Yunyin enough rest time, Shen Xinyan adjusted his work and rest schedule, leaving home half an hour earlier every day and taking Fu Yunyin to Yingao. Of course, occasionally I would also take Shen Yiquan with me to Yingda, which is next to Yingao. Shen Xinyan was busy with work, and Fu Yunyin was originally embarrassed about it. However, every time they walked together, Shen Yiquan would make jokes and accuse Shen Xinyan of being partial. He said that he was unwilling to send his own brother to school before, but now he is taking care of a little girl like this. These words are sour and targeted enough. But inexplicably, Fu Yunyin smiled, and her heart suddenly relaxed. During this period of time, she gradually figured out certain patterns in Shin Yiquan's personality and preferences. Shin Yiquan looks cold, irritable and not easy to mess with, but in fact he has a sharp tongue but a soft heart and is a very nice person. To say something very sarcastic. Compared to the cold treatment she received at the Fu family, Fu Yunyin felt more of a warm, home feeling in Building 24. Shin Yiquan, who speaks in a hostile manner but acts in a righteous manner, looks more like a brother than Fu Yincan. A brother who knows how to fight, make noise, yell, and make things difficult for others. Chapter 27, Meeting at the Old House. Ever since watching the surveillance records, Fu Yincan has been looking for an opportunity to meet Fu Yunyin. But every time I drove to the gate of Ingao School, I felt that there was no suitable reason and I had to turn back. Time flies, and 2 weeks pass quickly. With only 10 days left before the college entrance examination, on May 24th, Fu Yunyin and Fu Ranran's birthdays arrived first. Before the birthday, the old lady in the Fu family's old house specifically notified everyone one by one. I must take advantage of this birthday to meet Fu Yunyin, my granddaughter who has been missing for more than 10 years. Fu Yincan seemed to have finally found an excuse, and took the initiative to volunteer in front of Fu's father and mother, promising to arrange the matter. Mr. Fu was disdainful at first, but knowing his mother's temper, he had to acquiesce. So, on May 24th, with the help of his secretary, Fu Yincan personally selected a dress for Fu Yunyin based on Fu Ranran's measurements and weight, and went directly to school with the things at noon. At that time, Fu Yunyin was eating in the cafeteria, and the broadcast message asked her to go to the principal's meeting room. She thought something had happened, but when she saw Fu Yincan standing in the conference room, she subconsciously wanted to run. Fu Yincan got up from the sofa first and said before she turned around, "Yunyin, I came here to inform you of something, not to force you to go back. The children of the Fu family have priority to be admitted to Ingao High School and Ingao University because in the 1970s and 1980s, Mrs. Fu was one of the school's sponsors. At Ingao High School and Ingao University, the Fu family still has some privileges." The principal comforted Fu Yunyin with a few words, then left tactfully, leaving the space to the brother and sister. The door of the conference room closed with 2 clicks. Fu Yincan placed the gift box and gift bag on the table. "The 24th is your birthday, and Grandma said she wants to see you. My uncle and other brothers and sisters will be there then, and you must go too." "I'm not going. I told you, this dinner is very important, you have to go. You, Fu Ranran, anyone from the Fu family, I don't want to see you again." Fu Yunyin frowned and spoke in a hard and stubborn tone. "My attitude is firm enough. Since you don't like me and can't tolerate me, why can't you let me go? I can avoid appearing in front of you." Perhaps due to the guilt deep in his heart, Fu Yincan softened his tone this time. "Don't say those angry words. You are the daughter of the Fu family, and that will never change." Fu Yunyin laughed uncontrollably, feeling helpless and sad. "Yes. As long as she can't remove the flesh and bones, she will always be the daughter of the Fu family." Fu Yunyin shook her head and didn't want to pull it off. "I won't go," she said, turning around and leaving. "I know you don't want to go home." Fu Yincan called her again and extended an olive branch. "I promise you, as long as you attend this family dinner and stay until the end, no one will force you to go home if you don't want to." Fu Yunyin paused slightly. Fu Yincan didn't give her a chance to react. He walked to the door, opened the door of the conference room first, and left a word before leaving. "At noon on the 24th, I will come to the school to pick up Fu Yunyin on time." The huge conference room suddenly became empty, and Fu Yunyin turned around and looked at the conference room table. Family gathering. For someone like her who came from a small place and had never seen the world, one can imagine how suffocating she would feel if she went there. But if Fu Yincan can do what he says, she is willing to give it a try. "Call." Fu Yunyin let out a light breath, picked up the gift box, and left the meeting room with the gift before the bell rang to end the lunch break. The 24th, Friday noon. Using the excuse of feeling unwell, Fu Yunyin asked her head teacher for the second half of the day off, and then got into Fu Yinsan's car at the school gate. Before Fu Yunyin returned to the Fu family consisted of just 5 people, and any business or family gatherings could be accommodated in one car. After she came back, the situation changed. The car only had 5 seats, including the driver's seat, which was awkward no matter how you looked at it. "Who is the extra one?" Fu Yunyin knew it all along, but she said nothing. The car started slowly. Fu Yunyin looked out the window, remaining silent. She was still wearing her school uniform, and had nothing with her except her school bag. Fu Yinkan frowned. Why aren't you wearing the dress I bought for you? If there is no place to change at school, at least bring your clothes with you. You can spend some money and change them at any clothing store on the street. I don't like pink, and it's huge. Fu Yinkan glanced at the rearview mirror and realized that Fu Yunin's wrists and shoulders were too thin and weak. He bought clothes based on Fu Ranran's size. I didn't pay much attention to it before, but now that I look closely, Fu Yunin's frame does seem to be thinner than Ranran's. Fu Yinkan glanced at his watch. There's still time. I'll take you to buy it now. That's it. Fu Yunyin refused coldly. I came from school, and this is the normal outfit. Grandma won't mind. Fu Yinkan was silent for a moment, tacitly agreeing with Fu Yunin's words. Although it's your and Ranran's birthday this time, since Grandma is here, the two uncles will also come. You've met them all, so you can just negotiate normally when the time comes. As for Grandma, perhaps Mrs. Fu was not easy to talk to, and Fu Yinkan looked a little worried. Be careful in front of Grandma, try to please her, and don't make her angry. New. Fu Yunyin responded calmly. She may not be good at the kind of playful tricks that the rich and powerful are known for, but at least she is good at pretending to be mute. The royal blue Bentley drove out of the city and took nearly 2 hours to reach its destination. At that time, there was drizzling rain in the suburbs and the mountains were shrouded in fog. A luxurious and majestic manor built on the mountain suddenly appeared before our eyes. Even though she knew that the Fu family was rich, Fu Yunyin couldn't help but hold her breath when she saw such enormous wealth. Grandma lives here. Fu Yinkan nodded. This is an old house from the last century. It is said that when my grandfather was young and was involved in foreign exchange, the foreigners half sold it and half gave it to him as a gift. Half sale and half gift. Such a big manor. No, calling it a manor would be an understatement of its luxury. It should be called a castle. As if sensing Fu Yunin's doubt and curiosity, Fu Yinkan explained. My grandparents were part of the group that went to the countryside to work. Although I never met my great-grandfather, my parents told me when I was a kid that my grandmother came from a military family. The car passed through the Rococo-style black fence gate. Fu Yunyin focused on looking at the scenery in the yard outside the window and did not respond. If you're interested in that story, stay and maybe you can learn more. Fu Yinkan spoke carefully, trying to persuade Fu Yunyin to stay, but the girl was obviously more stubborn than he thought. Then you will be disappointed. I am not that interested. Chapter 28. I am more like the daughter of the Fu family than you are. Aren't you tempted? The Fu family's wealth and strength are right in front of you, and there are so many people out there who want to curry favor with them. Fu Yinkan continued to try to persuade her. As long as you are the daughter of the Fu family, you can enjoy unlimited convenience. Fu Yunyin said coldly. That's only for you and Fu Ranran. At least in the Fu family, I have never enjoyed any convenience except oppression. The warmth on his face could hardly be maintained. Fu Yinkan didn't want to admit it, but when he thought about it carefully, it seemed to be true. Fu Yinkan was a little embarrassed and didn't know how to start. The car stopped by the edge of the flower bed. Fu Yunyin opened the door and stepped out. Fu Yinkan leaned over and held her left hand. Yunyin, some things your parents did were wrong, but you have to be understanding. After all, Ranran grew up with them, so it's understandable that they favor Ranran. So, my parents probably won't be on your side, but if you can make Grandma like you, this is an opportunity. Hey, Yinkan and Yunyin haven't gone in yet. The conversation was interrupted by a Land Rover that stopped in front of the car. My uncle Fu Mingyi and my aunt Zhu got out of the car one after another. Zhu Yang was wearing a maroon cheongsam with a peony pattern embroidered with gold, which highlighted her curves. She wore a pearl necklace around her neck. Although simple, it makes it look brighter and more noble. Uncle, aunt, we'll be in soon. Hurry up, or you won't make your grandma unhappy again. Fu Mingyi and Fu Yinkan stopped the car at the back to get something. Zhu Yang, wearing peep-toe high heels, took Fu Yunin's arm and walked towards their hall first. Has our Yunyin grown taller again? When I first met my aunt, she was 158 centimeters tall. Now she's 162 centimeters tall. Zhu Yang snorted and laughed in surprise. Wow, he's grown 4 centimeters taller. Fu Yunyin shrank back in embarrassment. She could use indifference as a shield to fight back against those who targeted her, but she was really helpless against those who were overly enthusiastic like Zhu Yang. Speaking of which, today is your first birthday since you returned. What do you want? Should I buy it for you? Zhu Yang poked Fu Yunyin's little face. The more obedient and shy Fu Yunyin behaved, the more she liked her. When she was young, she was full of vigor and thought that quality of seeds was more important than quantity. After Zhu Yang gave birth to her son Fu Yanting, she and her husband chose to have a sterilization. Later, as I grew older, it was too late to have a daughter. She likes girls who are well behaved and proper. Whether it's her delicate and lively looks, her slender figure, or her tenacious character, Fu Yunyin meets all her expectations for her daughter. Without waiting for Fu Yunyin's answer, Zhu Yang leaned over and hugged her face and rubbed it several times. What should I do? Our Yunyin is so cute, just like a little rabbit. Their face was attacked, and Fu Yunyin was embarrassed and at a loss as to how to resist. Auntie, don't do this. I can't breathe. Really? Look, your little face has turned red. It's all your fault for being so careless. Fu Yunyin's face flushed, and she waved her hands. It's okay. Aunt, it's getting late, let's go in quickly. Why? Zhu Yang stood up straight, smiled and continued walking forward holding Fu Yunyin's arm. Asking for gifts seemed to be just an excuse. Before entering their hall, Zhu Yang ran into her sister-in-law Yishu. Zhu Yang slowly let go of Fu Yunyin and whispered in her ear before leaving. Yunyin, your grandma has a weird temper, that's because your grandpa passed away early. No matter what she says, don't take it to heart, the old lady doesn't mean any harm. Fu Yunyin was slightly stunned. Zhu Yang smiled intelligently and beautifully, and walked towards another woman in a white slim dress at the door of their hall. Yishu. Sister-in-law. The two sisters-in-law greeted each other. A few meters away, Fu Yunyin clasped her hands together and bowed to Yishu politely. Second aunt. Yishu nodded, smiling dignifiedly. Your cousin Jingchen is not in good health and didn't come this time. Yunyin, I hope you don't mind. Fu Yunyin shook her head. It's just a birthday, it's okay. If possible, I hope my cousin can recover soon. Fu Yunyin is the birthday girl today, and the wishes carry certain good meanings. Yishu felt comforted when he heard it, and the smile on his face became more sincere. Your second uncle has gone to the car to get the presents. He will be here soon. Shall we go inside first? Fu Yunyin was about to nod when she heard a burst of conversation behind her. Fu Mingyi, Fu Minghui and Fu Yinkan met each other and were walking towards this side while chatting in low voices. Also coming along was Fu Ranran, who was holding a half-meter-long gift box. I think he was the one who went with me to get the gift just now. Fu Yunyin's attention was not on the gift box, her eyes fell on Fu Ranran. The princess dress Fu Ranran was wearing was similar in style to the one Fu Yinkan gave her a few days ago. It can almost be determined that they were bought by the same person. Mr. and Mrs. Fu are okay with Fu Ranran, but they definitely won't spend much time on her affairs, so the only option is Fu Yinkan. He did put some thought into it, but not much. I bought it for Fu Ranran based on her size and preferences. I bought it for her based on Fu Ranran's requirements. Unfortunately, I probably didn't expect that her frame was thinner than Fu Ranran's and she couldn't wear it at all. Second uncle, it's Sister Yunyin. Fu Ranran ran towards Fu Yunyin first, holding the gift box. Fu Minghui also saw Fu Yunyin, walked over with a smile, and handed another gift box in his hand to Fu Yunyin. Little birthday girl Yunyin, come here, this is your gift. There were 2 gift boxes, exactly the same as the one in Fu Ranran's hand. Fu Yunyin took it with a smile and thanked her sweetly. Thank you, second uncle. So good. Fu Minghui patted her on the shoulder and praised her casually. Although they are all from the same family with the surname Fu, they are usually busy with their own things and seldom see each other. During this meeting, several elders were laughing and talking happily, walking and chatting as they walked towards their hall together. Fu Yunyin and Fu Ranran walked behind, each holding a gift box. Fu Ranran glared at Fu Yunyin sinisterly. You must be very proud that your brother is going to pick you up today. Fu Yunyin raised her eyebrows and nodded calmly. Yeah, the co-pilot seat tastes good. Co-pilot. That's her place. Fu Ranran tightened her grip around the gift box, stopped and turned around, and Fu Yunyin did the same. Don't be too proud too soon, Grandma won't like people like you. Standing face to face, Fu Ranran glanced at Fu Yunyin's loose and slightly sloppy school uniform, and suddenly sneered contemptuously. Fu Yunyin, do you know what you look like now? Have you heard of this internet term? Lot of dog, you are that lot of dog. So what if I have Fu family blood? No matter from which angle you look at it, I am more like the daughter of the Fu family than you, right? Chapter 29 Mrs. Fu. When I first returned to the Fu family, I cared about the opinions of Fu's father, Fu's mother, and Fu Yincan. When Fu Ranran provoked her openly or secretly, Fu Yunyin always subconsciously chose to swallow her anger. But it's different now. She no longer cared about the Fu family's opinions, those things could not bind her. But on the contrary, Fu Ranran cares. After living a comfortable life for more than 10 years, wouldn't she be scared if one day she was told that she was not the daughter of this family? Impossible. What's true can't be false, and what's false can't be true. Fu Ranran, your confidence right now isn't just based on this layer of skin, right? The situations were reversed, and Fu Yunin's chubby lips curled up slightly in a smile of interest, which intentionally or unintentionally provoked Fu Ranran. She also wanted to see how willful Fu Ranran was and whether she dared to break up with him. Fu Ranran was almost mad with anger, but Fu Yunyin did not stop there. Curling her lips, Fu Yunyin continued. If you think that this bright and beautiful skin is the representation and symbol of the daughter of the Fu family, then if one day in the future you lose this layer of skin, how will you cope with it? It's like the vision has become reality. Fu Yunyin had already seen Fu Ranran, who had fallen into a dire situation. She made a few tsk sounds and said, "How pitiful," several times in a row. Fu Ranran grew up in doting. When had she ever suffered such humiliation? Unable to bear it any longer, Fu Ranran freed one hand and wanted to slap Fu Yunyin in the face. At this critical moment, Fu Yinsan's voice suddenly came from the front. "Ranran, Yunyin, hurry up, I'm waiting for you." The two words Ranran are obviously pronounced with a heavy emphasis. Fu Ranran shuddered and suddenly came back to her senses. Fu Ranran withdrew her hands and hugged the box tightly, and a sweet smile appeared on her fair face again. Before she took a step forward, she quietly squeezed out a few words from between her teeth. "Then you can just be proud of yourself first, maybe after today, even without my help, there will be no place for you in the Fu family." Fu Ranran ran towards Fu Yincan. Fu Yunyin stopped for a moment, then took a step forward. Fu Yinsan's instructions, the aunt's reminder, Fu Ranran's determination. All the information shows that Mrs. Fu is not someone who can be easily fooled. It's impossible to say I wasn't nervous. But the words have been spoken, and I have no choice but to go ahead with it despite being nervous. "Brother, do you want to go in together? You go first, I'll come in a bit." Seeing Fu Yinsan's eyes sweeping towards Fu Yunyin behind him, Fu Ranran stamped her feet unhappily. "Elder brother." Fu Yincan frowned slightly and his eyes became serious. Fu Ranran snorted unhappily, pouted and walked away angrily. Without paying attention to Fu Ranran's little emotion for the time being, Fu Yincan waited for Fu Yunyin at the corner of the hall and walked towards the dinner place together. "Don't be nervous, just go in and sit next to me. If Grandma asks you anything, just answer truthfully." Fu Yincan had a good plan. After arriving at the dinner place, he even thoughtfully pulled out a chair for Fu Yunyin. But just as Fu Yunyin was about to take her seat, their host, Mrs. Fu, suddenly patted the table lightly. "Is this child Yunyin? Come here, let me take a look." Fu Yunyin paused slightly and looked at Fu Yincan subconsciously. The latter nodded slightly, and she stepped out of her seat and walked slowly towards Mrs. Fu. "Grandmother." Standing in front of old Madame Fu, Fu Yunyin called out softly. The old lady was wearing a plain white cheongsam and her silver hair was curled slightly. She drew her eyebrows and put on lipstick. Although she was getting older, her elegance and refinement only increased. Fu Yunyin was inexplicably reminded of the old lady at the peak of fashion walking on the streets of France that she had seen on TV before. Although the categories of fashion are different, the essence is the same. They are all exquisite, love life and are willing to spend time to embellish their lives. Fu Yunyin was distracted and didn't notice that the old lady didn't respond to her call of "Grandma." Old Mrs. Fu narrowed her eyes slightly and looked Fu Yunyin up and down. Everyone present had been scolded by the old lady before, and everyone knew how picky she was. Looking at this scene, everyone couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for Fu Yunyin. Of course there are exceptions. For example, Fu Ranran. The servants brought the dishes one after another. The elder didn't move, and Fu Ranran didn't dare to move either. She held the teacup and pretended to take small sips of tea, but her eyes were actually quietly glancing towards Fu Yunyin. Who here is not elegant and noble? Fu Yunyin shouldn't have come to such an occasion. Even if she came, she would have been a clown. But this dead girl Fu Yunyin didn't have any idea at all. Is this okay now? Fu Yunyin, who looks so poor, will definitely end up being kicked out of the Fu family today. Fu Ranran hummed with pleasure. The small and exquisite white porcelain teacup could hardly cover the corners of her lips that were raised high. Fu Mar gently pushed and reminded. Drink less water, or you'll have to run to the bathroom soon. Oh. Fu Ranran laughed and calmed down a little. Mrs. Fu held Fu Yunin's hand and said, You've been staying in a small place before, but now you're back. How are you? Are you used to living here? Fu Yunyin nodded. Under the blue and white school uniform, she has an oval face, curved eyebrows, and big, black and bright eyes. Her thick long hair was tied into a ponytail that was neither too high nor too low, with a few soft bangs slightly parted in the middle of her forehead. She looks so well behaved no matter how you look at her. Old Mrs. Fu could vaguely see some of her own youth in her face. But Fu Yunyin just nodded and didn't say anything. Old Mrs. Fu was a little unhappy but didn't show it clearly. The principal of Ingao said that your grades are good, but your academic performance is very biased. What's going on? Are the subjects different from those in the previous place? Fu Yunyin shook her head. The news of the unexpected results actually reached the old house. She was thinking about how to explain this matter, and the old lady's voice suddenly turned cold. You can't get anything out of a fight, just like your damn grandfather. Well. Fu Yunin's eyes subconsciously turned to the side. The old lady followed her gaze and glanced at Fu Yincan, then tapped the table to draw her attention back. What are you looking at him for? Can he answer questions about studying for you? No. Fu Yunyin shook her head awkwardly. The people around the table were worried about her again. Mom. Zhu Yang couldn't sit still anymore and wanted to stand up to smooth things over. Mom, what mom? The old lady gave Zhu Yang a look, and he gave a dry laugh and sat back down. It's your fault that your child is timid and hesitant to speak. Old Mrs. Fu snorted and glanced at everyone at the table with displeasure. You think I don't know? Come and tell me how many bad things you have said about me, an old woman. Mom, how could we say bad things about you? Zhu Yang pushed her husband Fu Mingyi under the table. Fu Mingyi took the opportunity to continue the conversation. Har har, that's right. Mom, you think so much of us, okay? The dishes are all here. It's such a good day, it would be bad if the dishes get cold. Let's eat first. Since the eldest brother had spoken, Fu Minghui and Yi Shu could no longer remain silent, so they helped to ease the atmosphere and said, Come to think of it, there are two little birthday boys sitting at the table this time. Let me make it clear first, we have already given our gifts, what about yours? Chapter 30, Birthday Gift for a Wealthy Family. Mr. Fu, Mrs. Fu, and my uncle and his wife smiled at each other and took out their gifts. They were all books. One party held a red book and the other held a black folder. Old Mrs. Fu's attention was temporarily diverted. Fu Yincan winked, signaling Fu Yunyin to take the opportunity to escape. Just as Fu Yunyin was about to move, old Madame Fu stopped her. Where are you going? Just sit next to Grandma. If the old lady's previous words, just like your dead grandfather, were a scolding rather than an acknowledgement of Fu Yunin's identity, so now this proactive grandma is a real recognition of Fu Yunin's identity. Things did not develop as expected, and Fu Ranran frowned. Aunt Zhu Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. and Mrs. Fu looked at each other, straightened their backs, and became more formal. One red book was handed to Fu Ranran, and the other was given to Fu Yunyin, who was standing beside old lady Fu by the servant. Yunyin and Ranran have the same birthday, and they have everything else, so there's nothing new to give as a gift. Mother Fu smiled and said, His father and I thought that our child was getting older and would soon go to college, and it would be inconvenient for him to travel back and forth. Good things come in pairs, so we bought 2 houses each for him, next to Ingda University. Father Fu nodded in agreement, his attitude seemed quite sincere. The buildings over there all have 2 units per floor. I've asked a professional architect and designer to design them. They'll demolish the partition wall to make 1 unit, and redecorate it to suit young people's tastes. The space will be bigger, so it won't be too cramped. Fu Ranran hid her gloom, holding the property certificate and smiling sweetly. Thank you, Dad, thank you, Mom. Fu Yunyin glanced at it and didn't answer it. The servant was at a loss. Old Madam Fu said. Put it aside for now. It's not too big or too small, so it's hard to hold or put. Do we really want our baby to hold it while eating? As for the ingda mentioned by Fu Mar just now, the old lady didn't say a word. Mother Fu was silent in embarrassment. The old lady's change in attitude was puzzling, but it was probably obvious that Fu Yunyin was very much in her favor. Mingyi and I didn't prepare anything special. Fu Mingyi did not speak, but tilted his head and made a look. Zhu Yang said. All the children in our Fu family graduated from Ingda University. Considering that Yunyin is about to enter university, she will definitely have many friends and partners in the future. There just happened to be a cinema in the mall over there that her eldest brother financed and built when he was in school. Now her eldest brother is in charge of the overseas market and is no longer in City B. I discussed with Mingyi and transferred the cinema to Yunyin. This big brother refers to my eldest cousin Fu Yanting. Zhu Yang smiled and looked at Fu Yunyin. Yunyin, this is a little gift from your uncle and I, please don't despise it. Being born into a wealthy family means you are wealthy. You can get a house worth millions or a cinema worth tens of millions at will. It's a pity that Fu Yunyin's heart was calm. She came here today just to fulfill the agreement between her and Fu Yincan, not to take anything from the Fu family. Thank you, uncle and aunt. You're so worried. With a clear idea in mind, Fu Yunyin curved her lips and smiled calmly yet politely. Old Mrs. Fu took in her unmoved look and nodded in satisfaction. One of the folders was given to Fu Yunyin, and the other folder was given to Zhu Yang, who turned and looked at Fu Ranran. Zhu Yang has always been generous. Fu Ranran thought that since she gave Fu Yunyin a cinema, the worst thing she could give her would be the same as Fu Yunyin. But based on her understanding of Zhu Yang and the love Zhu Yang had shown her in the past, what Zhu Yang gave her would definitely be better than what he gave to Fu Yunyin. Fu Ranran felt proud and her eyes lit up. Aunt. Zhu Yang smiled with a reserved ladylike manner and praised as soon as she opened her mouth. Ranran is getting more and more beautiful. You have everything else. This time, your aunt is giving you 10% of the shares of the company's newly expanded beauty industry. What new industries are the company expanding into? Shares. Still only 10%. What was given to Fu Yunyin was an entire cinema, but she was only given 10% of the shares. Fu Ranran's smile froze. She felt unconvinced, but she didn't dare to show it in front of old Madame Fu. After calming down for a while, Fu Ranran took the folder, thanked her sweetly, and opened it to quickly browse through it, pretending to be ignorant and asking casually. Aunt, is the property included in this share also near Ingda? Zhu Yang said, there are many chain stores in this industry. Companies in the bustling central areas will have investments. Ingda should have one too, but it's hard to tell you the exact address at the moment. You'll have to wait until you have time to go over and take a look in the future. With such a large family and assets, who can remember the location of every small asset accurately? Fu Yincan was quick-witted and spoke at the right time. Thank you for your concern, Auntie. Ranran, even though you only have 10% of the shares, the beauty industry is now dominating the market. Auntie just said that there are many chain stores, and this 10% of the shares is enough for you to spend. Why don't you thank Auntie quickly? Fu Ranran's expression brightened and she thanked Zhu Yang sweetly again. Speaking of the 3 brothers of the Fu family, as the father of 2 children, it is understandable that Mr. Fu gave expensive gifts. However, Fu Mingyi, as the eldest uncle, directly sold the cinema and asset shares, which made Fu Minghui, the second oldest among siblings, feel a little embarrassed. Fu Minghui looked at the old lady and muttered. How can you guys not even tell me in advance when preparing gifts? How embarrassing is this for me? The 2 gift boxes he brought over were worth less than 200,000 yuan in total. He was a sincere person, so Mrs. Fu did not blame him and gave him a way out. Okay, Jingchen is not in good health, and you two are focusing on the child, so it's understandable that you can't take care of him. Old Mrs. Fu turned to Fu Yunyin and patted her hand with her white, veined hand. As long as the intention is there, it's fine. We are all family, and no one will focus on the value of the profit. Fu Yunyin nodded and said, I like the gifts from my second uncle and second aunt very much. This is the truth. Mini princess room, block puzzle building toys for girls. There was a picture of the final product on the box. Fu Yunyin had noticed it and had seen something similar in a display cabinet in a shopping mall before. The price of a house is between 60,000 and 70,000 yuan, which is unaffordable for many families. Fu Minghui laughed dryly, har har, I like it, that's good, that's good. An 18th birthday is no small matter. It should be a coming-of-age ceremony. Yi Shu added awkwardly, and promptly proposed a remedy. It's not a good idea to have a big celebration for the two children's birthdays right before the college entrance examination. I think it would be better to do this. After the college entrance examination is over, you can choose a date, and then Minghui and I will take care of it. Old Mrs. Fu nodded and said, Zhu Yang spoke actively. I get along well with Yunyin, so I will be in charge of Yunyin's affairs when the time comes, right? Chapter 31 Why not take it? When I say this, it always feels a bit targeted. It's not good to only care about Fu Yunyin and ignore Fu Ranran. Zhu Yang paused for a moment and said with a smile. How about this, I'll be responsible for the two children's costumes. Yi Shu, you'll be responsible for the venue layout. Yi Shu nodded, okay, sister-in-law. The two sisters-in-law agreed. That's settled then. You don't have to rent another venue, just choose my place. Mrs. Fu made the final decision. This was actually what she had thought in her mind from the beginning. If it wasn't for the college entrance examination, how could we be so perfunctory and careless about our child's 18th birthday for fear of delaying his birthday? You three guys are useless, so you created a girl like this for me. Her coming-of-age ceremony must be taken seriously. Mrs. Fu's friendly smile was something that Mr. Fu and his brothers had rarely seen in the past. When the time comes, I will shine brightly. I want all the talented young men in City B to see how outstanding and brilliant the girl from my Fu family is. Old Madame Fu looked at Fu Yunyin with a smile. Good child, after you finish your exams, come and live with Grandma. Grandma, actually The people around them talked about the arrangements, and Fu Yunyin opened her mouth to explain, but Mrs. Fu did not give her the chance and directly took off the silver bracelet on her wrist and put it on her. This is the first pot of gold your grandfather earned when he was young. Your grandmother has worn it all her life. Now I give it to you. The bracelet was still warm, and Mrs. Fu smiled lovingly. Your parents are confused, but Grandma is not. You should have half of Fu's things. Grandma will always stand by you. When these words were spoken, not only Mr. and Mrs. Fu were stunned, but also the two uncles. It's half, not 10%. Father Fu suddenly raised his voice. He was not concerned about the half or the 10%, but was standing up for Fu Ranran. Mom, look at what you said. Yunyin is a child of the Fu family, and so is Ranran. You can't give everything to Yunyin, right? What about Ranran? Once the words were out, Father Fu could no longer hold back. He pointed at Fu Yunyin and started to speak. There's also the matter of school. Ranran was originally studying at Ingao High School, but because she came back, Ranran's place was given up. The college entrance examination is coming soon. I won't talk about high school. Ranran must go to Ingao University. The teaching capabilities of Ingao and Ingda are very high, but there are many better ones at home and abroad. Why are you so obsessed with Ingao or Ingda? This is because entering these two schools is a recognition of one's identity, not just one's background, but also a recognition of one's identity as a member of the Fu family. Fu Ranran's grades are not good enough, and she won't be able to get through relying on them. The school seemed to have secretly received some instructions from Mrs. Fu. Fu's father wanted to get her into Ingao as the daughter of the Fu family, but it was impossible. As a second choice, they found the best private boarding school in City B and let Fu Ranran go there first. On the one hand, Mr. Fu really felt sorry for Fu Ranran, but on the other hand, he was rebellious because of Mrs. Fu's attitude. The more the old lady disagreed, the more he wanted to prove it. Why, are you very unconvinced? Father Fu smiled coldly with a straight face. My son dare not disobey, but everything must be fair and just. Fair and just. What is fair and just? Old Madame Fu laughed instead of getting angry. Is it fair and just that you can't tell which are your own seeds and blindly favor outsiders? Yunyin is my Fu family's child. Is it biased if I protect her? Old Mrs. Fu looked at Fu Ranran unhappily. That look was so lethal, as if he would really drive Fu Ranran out of the Fu family in the next second. Fu Ranran huddled into Fu Ma's arms, trembling, not daring to say a word. Back then, the elders were able to do something like replacing a prince with a cat. Who knows if this evil seed will be worried about losing everything and secretly look for a chance to hurt my Yunyin. If she has the ability to get into Yingda, then she can get in. If she can't get in, don't say anything. The Fu family doesn't have the nerve to give her a backdoor. Mom, you are so biased. Father Fu complained. The prerequisite for being partial is to have a heart. Do you have a heart? If I'm really biased and don't care about the past 17 years of our relationship, do you think you can keep her by just saying something like, keep her here? What kind of life has she led in the past 17 years? What kind of life have the children of my Fu family led in the past 17 years? I am lucky that I didn't drive her out and didn't take revenge on her. Mrs. Fu's tone became increasingly cold, and she slammed her hand on the table, which was a sign of her anger. Who do you think you are? You dare to act like a wild beast in front of me when it's not even your turn to be the head of the family and take power. Your father is gone now. If you had dared to speak to me like this a few years ago, I would have slapped you in the face. Father Fu's chest heaved violently, and he stood up and wanted to say something. Fu Yincan had already walked behind him and pushed him back to his seat with a pair of broad hands. Grandma, my dad is just impatient and doesn't think before he speaks. Please don't be angry. Brain? Does he have a brain? I don't think he has one at all. Among the 4 children born to him, Father Fu was the 4th. By his time, life had improved many times over. Whether in terms of effort or material things, Mrs. Fu and her husband valued Dad Fu the most. I just didn't expect that after pouring so much effort into it, I would end up raising such a thing. If time could go back, Mrs. Fu would want to go back and throw this bastard into the toilet and drown him. It's been a long time since Mr. Fu has been confused. Mrs. Fu was too lazy to argue with him and gave a death order in one sentence. Your father is old and his mind is not clear, let him retire and enjoy his old age. Yincan, you take over the affairs of the branch office. Question mark. He is only in his 40s. Why should he retire and enjoy his old age? Mr. Fu wanted to stand up and jump again, but the hands on his shoulders felt as heavy as a mountain, and he couldn't get them free after struggling for a few times. Father Fu looked up sideways, just in time to see Fu Yincan looking down. Fu Yincan's eyes moved back and forth twice, signaling him not to be anxious. Mr. Fu felt uncomfortable, and was also afraid that the old lady would get really angry and not only fire him, but also take back the company. He could only endure it for the time being. She had previously had a superficial understanding of Fu Yunin's situation, and through their verbal dispute just now, Mrs. Fu had a clearer understanding of Fu Yunin's situation. Your dad is your dad. If you don't want his things, then don't take them. But what Grandma gave you is what Grandma gave you. You can't let Grandma down. Mrs. Fu took a deep breath, patted Fu Yunin's hand and said, if it were me, I would have accepted what he gave me. Now it's not about whether you want to recognize him or not, it's about him not wanting to recognize you. Since he doesn't want to acknowledge you, then let him buy off the relationship. Besides, he owes you this in the first place, so why shouldn't he take it? Chapter 32, Favorable. Not wanting anything is not noble, it's stupid. Mrs. Fu held Fu Yunin's hand and continued. Think about it, is it better to just part ways like this, or to give him a hard stab and make him feel uncomfortable? It must be the latter, right? Fu Yunyin swallowed and hissed silently in her heart. Although this sounds a bit weird, it is undeniable that it does make sense. Fu Yunyin turned to look at Father Fu. Across the table, Mr. Fu was slumped over in his chair with his hands on his chest, looking like he was about to faint from anger. Although it was not a good thing for a child to do this, Fu Yunyin felt really happy when she thought about her father Fu's previous behavior of beating people and being partial to them. Ling's lips, which were already showing signs of fullness, curled up and Fu Yunyin smiled. Fu Yunyin has never been the active and lively type. She always has a sweet and quiet aura, and this smile makes her look even more lively and quiet. It's a pity that this smile became the ultimate mockery in Fu's father's eyes. How come our family has encountered a disaster like you? Father Fu slammed the table and stood up. Since you came back, has this family been quiet for a quarter of an hour? You are so lucky. How come I haven't seen you die outside in the past 17 years? Every word Mr. Fu said was full of gems and touched people's hearts. Fu Yunyin lowered her eyes slightly. Old Madame Fu beside her looked annoyed. Before she could slam the table, her two uncles stood up one after another. Mingyan, what are you talking about? Old four. Is this what you should say as a son and a father? The atmosphere at the table was tense, but Fu Yunyin just sat there calmly, watching the fire from the other side. This is the most ironic thing for Father Fu. People say that a harmonious family brings prosperity. When has your family ever been prosperous since you came back? Not only did he lose his position as the head of the branch company, but there was also chaos at home and outside day and night. This is not a matter of luck or not, this is a disaster. A jinx. Mr. Fu thought so and cursed it out loud. Not to mention the old lady's face changed, even Mother Fu couldn't help but stood up to stop her. A family dinner was ruined. Father Fu knew that there was no place for him on the field. He didn't want to join in the fun. With a stern face, he took the suit jacket from the servant's hand, stood up and left. Mom, then, let's go first. Mother Fu looked unhappy. She stood up and did not forget to pull Fu Ranran up. The family of three walked out, and when they were almost at the door, Fu Ranran suddenly stopped and looked back. Elder brother. Old Madame Fu glanced at Fu Yinkan sarcastically and coldly. Why, they are all gone, but you're not leaving. Fu Yinkan slowly lowered his forehead. Grandma, no matter what, Yunyin will always be my sister. This is a statement. Mrs. Fu's embarrassed expression slightly improved, and she patted the table and said, let's start the feast. You are a bunch of dizzy and unlucky people. Just go away. In front of the remaining people, Mrs. Fu also expressed her opinion. Just now I said that Fu's family owns half of Yunyin. This is a bit exaggerated, but it's almost right. It's no longer the situation of favoring boys over girls as it was in the past. There will only be one girl in your next generation. If Yunyin is willing to take over the management of the company in the future, then we will give her a portion of the money to manage. If she doesn't want to, the Fu family is big and powerful, and they can afford to feed another mouth. You uncles and aunts, please take good care of her. Yes. Several uncles and aunts around responded in unison. Fu Yunyin looked at Fu Yinkan. Seeing that he had no intention of speaking, she could no longer sit still and took the initiative to turn to Mrs. Fu and confess the truth. Grandma, I'm not here to get anything. To be honest, I have already moved out of my dad's place. I came here this time because I had an agreement with my brother. As long as I come, no one can force me to go back to Fu, to my dad's place. To be fair, except for Fu's father, both uncles and aunts were very nice to Fu Yunyin. She didn't want to take anything away from them. Silly child, it's your father you want to distance yourself from, not us who want to love you. The old lady touched Fu Yunyin's head lovingly and raised her chin with a sincere look. Fu Yunyin followed her gaze. The two uncles and aunt didn't show any joy or sorrow on their faces, but they all nodded at her sincerely. Our family situation is different from other families. Except for your father who is a useless guy, the others are all normal people. They are all your elders, your uncle and aunt. Yunyin, you should never, ever make these people sad. The Fu family has many businesses, and the old lady's sons and grandsons each have their own areas of management. But no matter how much she is in charge, the ultimate control still lies in the hands of the old lady. This is also the reason why when he first came here, Fu Yinkan tactfully revealed to Fu Yunyin that he could try to win the old lady's favor. The two uncles, Fu Mingyi and Fu Minghui, have been managing the Fu family for so many years, and the industry of self-awareness has long been infiltrated into it. Even if they were to break away from the Fu family in the future, it would hardly be a serious blow to them. Especially my second uncle Fu Minghui. As the old lady said, the second uncle's son was in poor health, and the couple focused all their attention on their son. They didn't have much time to concentrate on running the business. But Fu Yunyin was not aware of these things. At this moment, she frowned slightly and held her lower lip hesitantly. If possible, no one wouldn't want to get along well with blood-related family members. But if it's just an ordinary family, maybe it's not a big deal. There are interests involved in the wealthy families, and any muddy water could drown her. Fu Yunyin could feel Mrs. Fu's preference for her, but she didn't dare to take the risk because of the disappointment she experienced when she initially looked forward to returning to the Fu family. She was slow to speak, and Zhu Yang could not help but lobby. Yunyin, good words can only last 3 times. If Grandma keeps saying this, you will be really ignorant. I understand, Grandma. But I'm still in school, so it's a little early to talk about this. With no other choice, Fu Yunyin had to nod temporarily and take things one step at a time. At the moment, I prefer to live a simpler life, so I want to maintain the status quo while I go to school. Is that okay? Okay, why not? Don't worry, as long as it's something you confirm, Grandma will never interfere. The old lady was smiling happily. Okay, let's eat. Let's eat. Har har, the food is getting cold. After dinner, Fu Yunyin saved the contact information of her grandmother and uncles and aunts, and followed Fu Yinkan back to the city. As for the birthday gifts received today, Fu Yunyin took the house deed given by her father Fu and also wore the bracelet given by her grandmother Fu. I also took the gifts given by my second uncle. Only the cinema gifted by my uncle and aunt was too expensive. She didn't dare to accept it, so she made an excuse and asked old lady Fu to keep it for her temporarily. Chapter 33, Little Liar, Don't Let Me Catch You. On their way back, Fu Yinkan said, You did a great job. Fu Yunyin leaned back in the passenger seat, too lazy to respond. But thinking about what the old lady had said in the old house just now, she suddenly figured something out. In the past, I always wanted to cut off ties with Mr. and Mrs. Fu. I am afraid that if I take something from them, it will become a handle against me. But it's different now. Grandma is right. They owed her this. She should take it. Why didn't she take it? I have a place to live now, but I don't have the money to live on. Fu Yunyin tilted her head to look at Fu Yinkan. I don't want to talk to them. Fu Yinkan looked at her in the rearview mirror and understood what she meant. He steered the wheel with one hand and reached for his phone with the other. How much? This amount every month. Fu Yunyin stretched out 2 fingers, thought for a moment, then retracted her fingers and stretched out one hand. She wanted 5,000 yuan a month for living expenses. 5,000 yuan is enough for her to live a comfortable life. Before I could say anything, my phone vibrated and a payment notification popped up on WeChat. 50,000. Fu Yinkan thought it was too little, so he put down his phone, fumbled in the inner pocket on the left side of his suit, and took out 2 cards. He looked straight ahead and handed the dark golden card to Fu Yunyin. This is my secondary card. The password is my birthday. Fu Yunyin didn't answer. Fu Yinkan handed the card over again, guessing that she didn't know his birthday, and added 961124. Fu Yinkan was still driving, and Fu Yunyin didn't want to distract him too much, so she took the card. Just pick it up. Whether you need it or not is another matter. But if you really need money urgently in the future, you won't have to ask for it then. Thanks. Compared with the spoiled and coquettish Fu Ranran, Fu Yunyin is quiet and gentle, and is so well behaved. Fu Yinkan inexplicably wanted to rub Fu Ranran's head like he usually did. Fu Yinkan let go of the steering wheel with his right hand, paused, and then suppressed his emotion. There are so many feelings in my heart, but only one sentence comes to my lips. Don't be polite to me. Yunyin, I've told you that you, like Ranran, will always be my sister. Fu Yunyin ignored his attempt to be fair and said calmly. Just drop me off near the school, and I'll take the bus back by myself. Where do you live now? Fu Yinkan asked subconsciously, but Fu Yunyin did not answer him. The atmosphere in the car suddenly became silent. Fu Yinkan opened his mouth and finally closed it silently. Drop Fu Yunyin off near the school. Fu Yinkan drove the car into the auxiliary road and followed Fu Yunyin quietly for a while without her knowledge. Until I saw Fu Yunyin poking and tapping on her phone for a while, then suddenly turned around and walked into a small cake shop on the street. Fu Yinkan seemed to come to his senses suddenly. His 2 younger sisters would have turned 18 today, and he shouldn't have been following and restraining them like this. Frowning and shaking his head, Fu Yinkan turned the steering wheel, drove out of the auxiliary road and went home along the avenue. Fu Yunyin bent over the cake shop window to look around, selected several small cakes that she liked and bought 3 of each. When she left the cake shop, she took out her cell phone again. The screen displays the WeChat interface and Shinsinian's chat box. Uncle, today is my birthday, can you come back early in the evening? The previous message has not received a reply. Fu Yunyin thought for a while holding her chubby lower lip, then edited the message and sent it. I will prepare the meal at home and wait for my uncle to come back. If possible, my uncle will also call, Shen Yiquan. Not knowing how to address Shen Yiquan, Fu Yunyin simply spelled out his full name, and added a shy little love heart at the end to ease the embarrassment. Neither of the two messages received a reply. Fu Yunyin guessed that Shen must be busy, so she didn't think much about it, put away her phone and headed for the largest supermarket nearby. Choose fresh ingredients that you are good at. Having just received some money, Fu Yunyin was no longer stingy and took a taxi home directly after leaving the supermarket. When you get home, put your things down, prepare the ingredients and clean them out. What needs to be iced should be put on the ice, and what needs to be pickled should be pickled. Once the preliminary work is prepared, you can wait for someone to come back and just fry or pan fry, or bake in the oven, which is very quick. After all the busy work, it was almost 9 o'clock. It was almost time for the school's evening self-study to end, and Shen still hadn't replied to the message. Fu Yunyin went back to her room first, flipping through books and doing exercises while sending messages to a few good classmates. I went to the Fu family's old house today and asked for leave in the afternoon. I don't know if the teacher has taught any new topics. She wanted to borrow everyone's notes to take a look. After 9:30, it was almost 10 o'clock. Fu Yunyin enlarged the photo on her mobile phone and leaned over the table to copy the notes sent by her classmates. Her nerves were tense all afternoon and she felt drowsy and a little sleepy, and was wondering when Shen would come back. As I was thinking about it, my finger involuntarily crossed out the picture and opened WeChat. Still no reply. Under the bright incandescent light of the small desk lamp, Fu Yunyin curled her fingers. I'm considering whether to send another message to ask. If it doesn't work, I can just let her sleep for a while. Her 18th birthday was a rare and special day for her, and she wanted to celebrate it with the person she loved. Fu Yunyin yawned lazily and was still hesitating when she heard two beep sounds of the fingerprint lock being opened from the living room. She listened carefully, and the muffled footsteps became clearer and clearer until they stopped at her door. Yes. Instead of passing by the door and going towards the stairs, he stopped at the door of her room. Is that my uncle? Fu Yunyin turned around. When there was a knock on the door, she stood up, opened the door with a click, and greeted them with a smile. Uncle. Before Fu Yunyin could even say little uncle, she was stunned. Across the 10-centimeter gap in the doorway, a tall and upright figure stood there. The man had a gloomy expression, and anger rolled in his dark eyes like thick clouds. At this moment, he was staring at her from above. Like a ferocious beast waiting for an opportunity to hunt. You? Fu Yunyin swallowed, her pupils suddenly shrank, and a chill arose in her heart. The door was pushed open with great force, a chair fell to the ground with a clang, and the room was in chaos. Before she could think too much, Fu Yunin's face turned pale, she stumbled, and was forcibly dragged out of the room. I told you, little liar, don't let me catch you. The meeting lasted from 7 p.m. to 11 p.m., and Shen only saw the message when he came out of the meeting room. The 18th birthday is of great significance, but it was a little late when I saw the message, and it was too late to customize a birthday cake. Shen went to the garage to pick up the car and ran across several streets before he found a decent cake shop. I bought a cake based on the style the little girl liked, and hurried to get in before 12 o'clock. When I got home, I heard only the noisy sounds of playing games. Chapter 34, Let us go home first, okay? Shen Yiquan sat on the sofa with his legs apart, operating the controller, calm and indifferent. I'm back. Shen changed his shoes at the door and walked into the house carrying the cake. There were a few small cakes on the table in the living room. The kitchen door was wide open, and I could vaguely see things on the counter, but I couldn't see anyone. Where's Yunyin? Shen Yiquan said lazily. Don't call her so affectionately. She's not a good person. Shen frowned barely audibly. Ignoring Shen Yiquan, he carried the cake and walked towards Fu Yunin's room. I originally thought Fu Yunyin was doing some exercises, but when I got closer I found that the door of the room was open. As I got closer, I saw that the chairs in the room were overturned, and stationery and A4 papers for drafts were scattered all over the floor. One pair of pink cotton slippers by the table and one by the door. The whole room was in a mess, and it was obvious that a fierce fight had taken place in the room while he was away. Shin Xinyan paused, and the cake in his hand fell to the ground with a pop. Shin Yiquan glanced sideways. Before he could turn his head to check, his head suddenly felt heavy and he was pushed down onto the sofa. "What are you doing?" Shin Yiquan struggled but failed to break free. "Let me go." Shin Xinyan's brows were tightly knitted together, his eyes were deep. He pressed him down and asked, "What have you done?" "I didn't do anything. She shouldn't have been here in the first place. I just asked her to leave. Is this a please?" Shin Xinyan pushed Shin Yiquan away with force, stood up angrily, pulled off his tie and threw it aside. He took out his cell phone and dialed Fu Yunin's number. The buzzing sound seemed to be very close. Shin Xinyan walked towards Fu Yunin's room. Shin Yiquan stood up in a panic and followed him. She is not an illegitimate daughter, nor is she the child of a servant. She is the real daughter of the Fu family. Shin Xinyan did not respond. He had already found Fu Yunin's cell phone. The mobile phone interface also displays the interface box for chatting with him on WeChat. That's the Fu family. What could they lack? What could be the purpose of sending their daughter to you now? She is a liar. You have been deceived by Zhang Shupan once. Do you want to be deceived again? The few little uncles who stood out in the middle of the phone screen made Shin Xinyan feel annoyed. He didn't want to listen to Shin Yiquan anymore, so he walked around Shin Yiquan and left. Shin Yiquan did not let him go, and turned around and shouted, "Elder brother!" The word brother immediately stirred up Shin Xinyan's emotions. Bang! Shin Xinyan's eyes were filled with anger he had never felt before, and he pressed Shin Yiquan against the door with his backhand. "Does it matter what she is? Since you know that she is the daughter of the Fu family, you should understand that the Fu family would never sacrifice a daughter for such a small matter. You don't understand her situation at all." Shin Yiquan looked at the unfamiliar Shin Xinyan in front of him and squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. "Why should I know what her situation is?" "Oh." Shin Xinyan pushed Shin Yiquan away, took 2 steps back, turned around and walked out. "Yes, you don't need to understand. But I still choose to tell you the truth now. Her identity as an illegitimate daughter is just my guess, and her identity as a servant's daughter may be a lie she told out of helplessness. I only told you how I met her, but I didn't go into the details. Now let me tell you, during that heavy rainstorm in early summer, she was beaten and kicked out of her home, and my car hit her. For various reasons, I took her in. So, do you understand?" Shin Xinyan's smile gradually faded. "She has been here for several months, and no one from the Fu family has ever come to look for her. What do you think her situation is? You're just kicking her out without any reason. Are you using your size and strength on a little girl? Yiquan, you really disappoint me." Shin Xinyan opened the door and left a heart-wrenching message before leaving. Today is her birthday, her 18th birthday. The door slammed shut, and Shin Yiquan was the only one left in the villa. The space suddenly became silent. Shin Yiquan stood in place, his tall stature and his chest heaving violently due to his emotional fluctuations. Shin Xinyan's words kept echoing in my mind. Rainy night, being beaten, being kicked out of the house, car accident. Yes, it sounds miserable. But it's not impossible that it's fake, isn't it? Besides, what does her situation have to do with him? Isn't it her 18th birthday? You are an adult from today on. Nothing can possibly happen to one person. Shin Yiquan tried to make up reasons to convince himself, but when his eyes fell on the smashed cake on the side of the floor, his heart began to surge uncontrollably. The scenes of my previous time with Fu Yunyin kept coming to my mind. "You annoying bastard. Do you want some chicken wings?" Shin Yiquan. There's nothing in the refrigerator. Let's just have simple egg fried rice today, okay? Hey. Shin Yiquan, can you put your shoes away properly when you change them? There are your shoes all over the door. Shoe. He was still wearing the pair of slippers Fu Yunyin bought for him, the slippers shaped like sawtooth sharks. Slippers of the same style as Fu Yunin's sandals. This style is probably something only an immature girl like her would buy, right? The more I thought about it, the clearer Fu Yunin's appearance became in my mind. Especially when he rudely pushed her out of the house, her eyes filled with tears and fear seemed to have been engraved in her mind. Strong feelings of guilt and shame kept surging up in Shin Yi's wide, thin lips, and he almost wanted to slap himself. What did he do? Fu Yunyin. Fu Yunyin? Damn it, you little bitch. Shen Yiquan's face suddenly changed. He gritted his teeth and rushed out of the house following Shen Xinian. The cumulonimbus clouds that had been hovering in the suburban sky during the day were now circling and floating over the urban area. The drizzle continued to fall, gradually turning into moderate rain and then heavy rain. Puddles quickly formed on the ground, and Shen Xinian ran at full speed on the dim sidewalk. Before Shen Xinian could utter the word Fu Yunyin, he had already seen the person who had been looking for him all the way. Under the dim street lights, next to the lively children's toy facilities in the park. Fu Yunin's pajamas were soaked by the rain. She was sitting on the swing with her head lowered, looking dejected. His anxious heart gradually calmed down, and Shen Xinian felt inexplicably distressed again. Trying to calm his rapid breathing, he walked over slowly, and his tone softened. Yunyin. The little girl's shoulders trembled, but she didn't move. Shen Xinian walked closer and found that she was barefoot, with red scratches all over her feet. The feeling at that moment was indescribable. Shen Xinian's Adam's apple slid up and down, and his suit was soaked by the rain. My usually meticulously groomed hair is no longer neat and tidy. Just as embarrassed as the night he first met Fu Yunyin. He bowed slightly and squatted in front of Fu Yunyin with guilt. I didn't explain it clearly to Yiquan. The hand, which was as slender as a bamboo and extremely white, even looked bluish under the dim light, gently clasped Fu Yunin's ankle. I apologize to you on his behalf. He gently brushed away the fine sand from her feet, his voice low and sad but sincere. Let's go home first, okay? Chapter 35. I'm not angry with him. I'm sorry, uncle. Being kicked out of the house was nothing, but what made Fu Yunyin uncomfortable was the liar called by Shen Yiquan. She didn't mean to lie at first, there were many things that she really couldn't bring herself to talk about. I really didn't mean to lie to you, I just don't know how to say it. Fu Yunin's shoulders trembled and tears fell silently. Uncle, can you forgive me? There is no such thing as forgiveness or unforgiveness. Shen Xinian picked the man up by the waist, looked straight ahead and walked slowly back. Some things just don't matter. What's important is that you are Fu Yunyin. You have a simple and tenacious idea, and you keep working hard towards your goal. That's enough. Shen Xinian's steps were steady, his voice was deep and hoarse, and even his shoulders seemed extremely reliable. If possible, I hope you can always stick to your own ideas. The future is full of colorful flowers, so don't stop rashly because of other single colors along the way. The outline of Zhang Xupan's teenage years appeared and disappeared in my mind, and was finally completely replaced by the girl in front of me. Shen Xinian suppressed the inexplicable emotions churning in his chest and sighed barely audibly. I look forward to seeing something different from Fu Yunyin in the future. Fu Yunyin put her arms around his neck, raised her eyes to look at his chiseled yet soft profile, and gently leaned her head towards him. Uncle, I won't do that. On the opposite sidewalk across the street, there was dim light under the shadows of the trees. Shen Yiquan stopped suddenly, panting heavily. His white t-shirt was soaked by the rain and stuck to his body. He seemed not to feel any discomfort at all and just stood there staring at the scene in a daze. God knows how worried and scared he was just now. It's good to find it, it's good to find it. Shen Yiquan's agitated heart gradually calmed down, and he wiped his face with water that he didn't know whether it was sweat or rain. After watching Shen Xinian and Fu Yunyin walk away, he pursed his thin lips, frowned, and walked in another direction. Back in the villa, Shen Xinian urged Fu Yunyin to get clothes and take a hot shower. He went upstairs to change his clothes, quickly tidied himself up and came back downstairs to clean up the mess in the house. After taking a shower, Fu Yunyin carefully poked her furry head out of the bathroom with a bath towel on top. Uncle. There was some rustling noise in the living room, but no one responded. Fu Yunyin came out of the bathroom and saw Shen Xinian busy, so she hurried to help clean up. Shen Xinian blocked Fu Yunin's hand. It's almost all cleaned up, I'll do it. Fu Yunyin took 2 steps back, bit her lip and looked at him for a while, then said. Then I'll go get something to eat. As if she had expected Shen Xinian to refuse, Fu Yunyin explained as soon as she said this. I have already prepared the ingredients, and all I have to do is cook them. If I put them in the refrigerator now, they will go bad. Shen Xinian must not have eaten since he came back at this time. Fu Yunyin smiled and trotted to the kitchen. I'll be fine soon. Before returning to the Fu family, When she was still in that small county town, Yunyin was basically responsible for all the housework at home. She becomes very good at cooking with practice. Almost as soon as Shinxinian finished cleaning the living room and the floor of the room, she had already put home-cooked dishes such as braised fish, coda chicken wings, for happiness meatballs and winter melon soup on the table. There are 3 servings of rice. Shinxinian pulled out a chair and sat down at the table, deliberately ignoring the extra bowl of rice, and praised. "It's quite rich." Yunyin smiled and answered casually. "No, I just picked something simple." After hesitating for a moment, he looked at Shinxinian cautiously and asked. "Little uncle, Uncle Iquan, brother Iquan, not either?" Yunyin pursed her lips awkwardly. "He hasn't come back yet." She had been thinking about this while taking a shower just now. He did something wrong and needs to reflect on it. Don't bother with him. Shinxinian picked up a bowl of rice and ate it gracefully. "We eat ours." "Oh." Yunyin responded, slowly picked up a piece of chicken wing and put it in the bowl without touching it. She took 2 mouthfuls of rice and looked up again. This time her eyes were firm and her words were clear. "Uncle, Shin Iquan is just worried about you. He has no ill intentions. I know that. So. I don't blame him, nor am I angry with him, so, can I call him back to have dinner together?" Although it was past midnight, this meal was still full of special significance to Yunyin. She hoped Shin Iquan could be there too. And speaking objectively, Shin Iquan is Shinxinian's younger brother. He would be worried that she would cheat on Shinxinian, and he would consider Shinxinian. Isn't this normal? She is already a beneficiary by being able to live here, and she cannot let the relationship between Shinxinian and Shin Iquan be disrupted because of a small matter. After coming to terms with the idea, Yunyin asked again. "Is it okay, little uncle?" Shinxinian put down his chopsticks, turned around and looked at her steadily. In front of her own people, Yunyin is an overly well-behaved person. Being stared at by Shinxinian, she felt nervous and couldn't help but slowly lower her head, thinking that she would be scolded, but she wasn't. Shinxinian took out his cell phone and called Shin Iquan in front of her. After a few beep-beep sounds, a female AI voice suddenly came out. "Hello, the number you dialed is busy, please call again later." Shin Iquan hung up the phone. Shinxinian put away his phone, his eyes still on Yunyin. "Can we eat in peace now?" Yunyin pecked at the rice like a little chick and nodded. After finishing the meal and clearing away the dishes, it was almost 2 o'clock in the morning. Shinxinian was about to go upstairs to rest, but just as he stepped onto one step, Yunyin grabbed the corner of his sleeve. "What's wrong?" "That." Yunyin let go of her hand and rubbed her nose, then pointed in the direction of the balcony upstairs and said. "Last time I went upstairs, I found that many potted plants were dead. If my uncle doesn't have time to take care of them, can I go up and take care of them?" Shinxinian thought for a moment and nodded quickly. "If that's your birthday wish, yes." "Birthday wish?" Yunyin didn't dwell too long on the words, birthday wish. She was more overwhelmed by the surprise after being granted permission. "I only take care of the potted plants. I will never touch or look at other things." Yunyin raised 3 fingers. Shinxinian nodded calmly, "Go to bed early." In fact, there was nothing important on the 2nd floor except the computer he carried with him to and from get off work. Yunyin smiled innocently and nodded vigorously. Afterwards, Shinxinian went upstairs to rest, and Yunyin followed him back to his room and closed the door. A good night's sleep without dreams. But because she was caught in the rain the night before, Yunyin had a low fever the next day. Fortunately, today and tomorrow are weekends, so she has enough time to rest and did not disturb others. Chapter 36, Going Home. It is indeed convenient to have a mobile phone in hand. You can place an order online and someone will deliver the medicine to you soon. While waiting, Yunyin cooked a bowl of noodles and gulped down several cups of slightly hot water. Just as the noodles were served on the table, the doorbell rang. Yunyin pinched her earlobe with her fingers, which were a little painful from the burn, and ran to open the door with her flushed face. "I originally thought it was the delivery man who delivered the medicine, but it turned out not to be him." The door was empty with no one in sight, except for a square gift box with a gift tag hanging from its ribbon. Yunyin touched the gift card and took a look at it, then stood up and took 2 steps out the next second. After making sure that there was no one around, he brought the gift box into their house. At the table, Fu Yunyin pulled out the ribbon and opened the box. When she saw what was in the box, she was stunned at first, then she chuckled with her eyes curved. There was her name, an apology, and a cake. She said that Shen Yiquan might be arrogant, awkward and sharp-tongued, but he was not a bad person. I took out my knife and fork and was just about to cut a small piece of cake to taste when the doorbell rang again. Fu Yunyin quickly got up and opened the door. This time he really came to deliver medicine. After taking the medicine and thanking the person, Fu Yunyin took out a fever-reducing patch and put it on her forehead as she walked. My head is dizzy and my body is really not feeling well. She packed the cake back up and put it in the refrigerator, then forced herself to eat half a bowl of noodles while resisting the urge to vomit. She poured some water and took a few antipyretic and wind heat cold medicines. She put the bowl and chopsticks on the table. Fu Yunyin didn't even have time to put them away. She went back to her room, feeling dizzy and fell into a deep sleep. When Shinxinian came back at night, he felt something was wrong when he saw the dishes on the table, so he knocked on Fu Yunyin's door to ask what was going on. Fu Yunyin got up and opened the door. She had slept for almost the entire day and now she felt much better. "What's wrong, uncle? Is it sick?" Fu Yunyin shook her head subconsciously, and Shinxinian's big hand was already on her forehead. Feeling a layer of something between her forehead and his palm, Fu Yunyin remembered that she had not yet removed the fever-reducing patch. Tearing off the fever-reducing patch, Fu Yunyin gave a dry laugh. "I had a little fever during the day, but I'm fine now." Shinxinian touched her forehead and felt that there was no big problem, so he nodded. "You go back to sleep, I'll take care of the rest." "Uncle, If you don't want to cause me more trouble, just be obedient." "Oh." Fu Yunyin kept silent obediently. Shinxinian put down her handbag and took the dishes to the kitchen to wash them. The living room was quiet. Fu Yunyin stretched her neck to take a look at the sofa and the projection screen wall. No one. It seems that Shen Yiquan has never come back. Is this okay? Fu Yunyin was about to ask when Shinxinian came out of the kitchen and spoke first. "We talked on the phone today. There is a competition at school next week. He will be staying in an apartment near the school for the time being." "Hey? So you haven't been back recently?" Well, okay then." Fu Yunyin nodded thoughtfully. "Then uncle, what kind of competition did Shen Yiquan participate in?" "Fencing." Shinsai uttered 2 words in a young and graceful voice. "He has been playing and learning for many years, and there are countless training programs, but he only learned this one." Shinsai's thin young lips curled up into a helpless smile. Fu Yunyin thought about Shen Yiquan's tall stature and strong muscles, and roughly understood how it came about. But think about all the other projects that wealthy families use to train their offspring, besides fencing, such as dancing, musical instruments, etc. Shen Yiquan was always in a hurry or made a mess when participating in classes, and she also had the urge to laugh. "Are family members and friends not allowed to go to school games?" "Probably, but it will take some effort." Thinking that he has not been very free recently, Shinxinian comforted her slowly. "He is 1 grade higher than you. When you enter Ingdar University in the second half of this year, you can go and see him then." "Oh well." Fu Yunyin responded with a smile on her face, but she felt a little regretful in her heart. In the future, she probably won't have the chance to watch Shen Yiquan's games. She had already filled out and submitted her college entrance examination application form, but Ingdar University was not within her application range. "Thank you for your help tonight, uncle. I'm going back to my room to rest." "Go ahead." Shinxinian touched the top of her head and took the handbag. Fu Yunyin went into the room and closed the door. He also turned off all the lights on the first floor and walked upstairs slowly with a few clicks. Time flies quickly and the college entrance examination is getting closer and closer. Every day, Fu Yunyin would take Shinxinian's ride to school and occasionally take a nap on the way. But most of the time, she would hold the book and recite along the way, unwilling to waste even a moment of time. Shinxinian would occasionally advise her that reading in the car was bad for the eyes, and Fu Yunyin always had an excuse to respond. For example, you only have 1 chance to take the college entrance examination, and no matter how hard you work, you only have these few days. Shinxinian couldn't argue with her, or perhaps he felt that there was some truth in what she said, so he stopped talking. Just provide enough convenience for other things. For example, he would pick up Fu Yunyin from school and also prepare a nutritious breakfast and an energy-replenishing midnight snack. In order for Fu Yunyin to eat well, sleep well, and have adequate nutrition, Aunt Liu from the Shen family's old house was asked by Shen to live in the villa for a while. It can be said that when Fu Yunyin took the college entrance examination, the Shen family was much more active and nervous than the Fu family. Of course, for a period of time before the college entrance examination, Fu Yunyin rode in Shen Xinyan's car to school, and occasionally met Fu Yinkan at the school gate. Fu Yunyin didn't think that Fu Yinkan came here specially to cheer her on. And Fu Yinkan never showed that he came to see her specially. He just pretended to pass by more and more often, until the day of the college entrance examination, when the first half ended at noon. Fu Yinkan parked the car in front of the school gate. When I tried to invite Fu Yunyin home but was rejected, I felt a sense of loss for some reason. Then Fu Yunyin got into Shen Xinyan's car with a smile on her face, and Fu Yinkan couldn't help but slap the steering wheel. Disappointment and unwillingness intertwined together. Fu Yinkan felt irritated. Maybe he was unwilling to see his sister getting closer to someone else. Or maybe he wanted to remind Fu Yunyin that she was a member of the Fu family. Just as Shen Xinyan was backing out of the parking space on the side road, Fu Yinkan pulled over. After all, Fu Yinkan is Fu Yunin's blood-related brother. Shen Xinyan always waited for Fu Yunyin to make up her mind which car to get on and never interfered with Fu Yunin's choice. Noticing Fu Yinsan's car approaching, Shen Xinyan also cooperated by lowering the passenger window. There was no hindrance to the conversation between the brother and sister. The luxurious Bentley and the low-key Porsche were 40 centimeters apart, talking to each other across the air. Yunyin, would you like to go home after the exam? Your parents have arranged a holiday trip for you and Ranran. Fu Yunyin shook her head and refused. No, I've already made an appointment with my classmates. Chapter 37 College Entrance Examination. Mr. and Mrs. Fu were preparing for Fu Ranran, not for her. If she believed this nonsense and really went back, she would only cause trouble for them and herself. Moreover, it was agreed early on that as long as she went to the old house, she would not be forced to return to the Fu family. Thinking that Fu Yinkan was going back on his word, Fu Yunyin frowned and her obedient face turned cold. Anything else? I have a test this afternoon and don't have much time for lunch. Then after the exam, shall we go to Grandma's house together? Fu Yinkan tightened his grip on the steering wheel, and his handsome face forced a smile. Grandma likes you very much. She said before that after you finish the exam. Grandma has my contact information. She will call me if she misses me. And Fu Yunyin looked at Fu Yinkan, with clear meaning in her eyes. Grandma said she wouldn't interfere too much in my affairs. Mr. Fu, I hope you will do the same. Fu Yunyin looked at Shen Xinyan, and her gradually plumper red lips curved slightly. His attitude changed, and even his voice became sweet, crisp and pleasant. Uncle, let's go. Just then the car behind the parking space drove away. Shen Xinyan nodded, looking sideways at the rearview mirror intently while steering with one hand. Soon he left in front of Fu Yinkan. On their way, Shen Xinyan asked, "How was your morning exam?" He only ever asked about Fu Yunin's academic performance and never asked her about the Fu family's situation. Fu Yunyin secretly wiped the sweat off her face. Well, it's okay. I tried my best anyway. She felt that she had performed well, but Chinese was not her strong point, so she couldn't help but feel a little worried. Have you compared answers with your classmates? What did your classmates say? I didn't have time. The exams were divided into classes. I took the exam at my school, and several of my good friends were assigned to the branch school in the south of the city. After a pause, Fu Yunyin continued. You can't bring your cell phone to the exam. I plan to contact them when I get home. Shen Xinyan nodded thoughtfully, thinking about what happened just now. He asked Fu Yunyin. Have you arranged your vacation? Where are you going? It's in the suburbs of City B. I heard that Pingyun has mountains, water, and a horse farm. As Fu Yunyin was talking, she suddenly looked out the window and smiled helplessly. It seems like I have influenced everyone. Now they don't like to move far away. They think it's too much trouble. Har har. In fact, at the beginning she didn't think about traveling on vacation or relieving stress. Jian Xingzi and the others always said this, and she thought that everyone would go their separate ways in the next 4 or 5 years, and it would be difficult to meet during college, so she agreed. If you don't want to go far away. Fu Yunyin actually knew that everyone was trying to accommodate her. She has never been a lively and active person, nor does she like to spend all her time on the road. This opportunity is rare, and I originally wanted to follow my friend's wishes and go somewhere far away. It doesn't matter, since Fu Yincan will solve her expense problem anyway. But by the time she wanted to express her opinion, everyone had already made the decision, and the matter was decided reluctantly. That's fine. Anyway, there will be plenty of time in the future. We can make plans to go anywhere we want. Fu Yunyin chuckled twice and didn't take it seriously. In Fu Yunin's opinion, everyone has different pursuits. It is normal for universities to disperse and travel to all parts of the country and even the world. But Shinsinian doesn't think so. It is undeniable that foreign scenery is beautiful. In some aspects, it is indeed ahead of domestic ones. But times have changed. China is no longer weak and is safer than any other country. Yingda is a top university in China, and because it mainly connects with children from wealthy and powerful families, the interests it cultivates, the etiquette venues and facilities are all first class and excellent. The admission of a son from a wealthy family is icing on the cake. Children from ordinary or poor families who enter schools based on their academic performance will have more options in the future than those in ordinary schools. The wealthy families in City B all give priority to Yingda. Not only those people. So is Fu Yunyin. From what Fu Yincan said just now, it seems that the old lady of the Fu family likes Fu Yunyin very much. If she really loved Fu Yunyin, she would never allow Fu Yunyin to leave her sight. Among the several branches of the Fu family, there is only one girl of this generation who is of marriageable age. At present, the Fu family has not announced it to the public. Once it is announced, many people will be watching. Thinking of this, Shinsinian couldn't help but glance at the rearview mirror. Last time it was Fu Yunyin's 18th birthday, he just treated it as a birthday with special significance and didn't think much about it. Now thinking about the marriage in the business world, I realized belatedly that the ignorant and stubborn girl has grown up and is no longer a little girl. Although this is true, she essentially looks tender, quiet, well-behaved, and still looks like a little girl. Shinsinian tilted his head to look a few times, and a feeling of worry gradually rose in his heart. Does Mrs. Fu really like Fu Yunyin, or is she just playing around? In the future, when the Fu family announces Fu Yunin's identity to the public, will Mrs. Fu sincerely choose a partner for her? Or do you value business interests more? Sacrificing Fu Yunin's marriage as the basis to consolidate the long-term cooperation goal? Shinsinian frowned and felt irritated for no reason. But as he thought about it, he felt that he was really worrying too much. This is the Fu family's family affair. He is just an outsider. No matter how much he cares, it will not make any difference. After Fu Yunyin finishes the college entrance examination, it will be time for them to return to their respective worlds. The red light ahead had turned green, but Shinsinian was still standing there in a daze. Fu Yunyin opened her eyes wide and looked at him with her lower lip held. Uncle. Oh. Shinsinian regained his composure, straightened his narrow back and concentrated on driving. When I got home at noon, Aunt Liu had already prepared the meal and was just about to serve it on the table. Fu Yunyin returned to her room and made 2 phone calls to Jian Xingzer, Song Yusin and others. We chatted about each other's exam status, confirmed that there were no major problems, and hung up the phone. The answers to the questions in the Chinese test are basically fixed and are all from the textbook content. Apart from rote memorization, there is no ability to express oneself. As for the reading comprehension and composition questions, there are no standard answers, and it is impossible to start. There was a math test in the afternoon, so after quickly finishing lunch, Fu Yunyin went back to her room and reviewed a few unfamiliar questions a few more times before she finally felt at ease. The next exam is at 3 p.m., so you must enter the exam room at 2:45 p.m. to avoid any unexpected situations that you may not be able to deal with in time. After calculating the time and the possibility of traffic jam, Fu Yunyin set the alarm clock to 1:30 in the afternoon. She planned to take a short break and relax, and then go to call Shinsinian when the time came. When I got up again and walked out of the room, I saw Shinsinian hunched over the small bar in the living room, working seriously on his computer.